lights are up, the stage is set. You ain't seen nothing like this yet. Yeah. Grab your friends, let's make some noise. Feel the rush, let's jump for joy. Dance around and lose control. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Yeah. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Yeah.
Good morning, good morning, good morning to everybody around the world. Yes, we have been off for a while. I thought I would surprise everybody and do an early morning show and jump on this morning early. Good morning to everybody. How is everybody this morning? Hope everybody's got a good cup of coffee. How is everybody? It's kind of quiet here this morning. I haven't even checked the news this morning, but how is everybody this morning? It's kind of quiet here, but I thought I'd jump on this morning and say good morning to everybody and see how everybody is doing this morning. Hey, Scooby, how are ya? I'm doing good. How are you? Been kind of quiet here. Finally quieting down around here. How are you? Probably early morning where you are this morning. Oh no. Good. I'm glad it's nothing serious, Scooby. I am glad it is nothing serious. Let's play a song this morning.
Born under siege, a place where you can leave. Smoke's in the air, so it makes it hard to breathe. I need my family, protect them from the disease. I wait to chase my dreams, hoping that they rescue me. Made it out the maze, God's been blessing me. First time in LA, got Gaza next to me. It's in my heart, it's in my veins. I've been smiling at the pain. The bombs lit up the night sky and turned them into day. It's hard to come up with the right rhymes. I don't know what to say. I start to cry when I write mine. It happens every day. A lot of death in my lifetime. All I do is pray. This is my story from the sideline. This life is not a game. I wanna call my mama. I hope she charged her phone. Hope my brother's not alone. Hope that one day they'll be grown. This is genocide, but this time it is televised. Don't believe all that you see, cause they'll be telling lies. I count my blessings, not the problems. From the bottom where the robbers acting violent, killing toddlers, bombing us with helicopters. They seeing me on the TV and they calling me the monster. That only makes me stronger. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world. I was in the studio chopping up samples. Electricity's off, we sleep with the candles. Sleeping in our sandals, and leave the doors open cause the bombs fall. There's no time to grab the handles. Writing names on our hands just to identify. When somebody's face is off, it makes them hard to recognize. Been through so many wars, I forgot to mention I can calculate the distance of the airplane engine. You think you from the trenches? Nah, these the trenches. Kids close their eyes and block their ears, they block their senses. This war is senseless, they treat us like animals. I'll never understand why they built the fences. I just wanna see my dream of peace to come true. Refugee in my land, nowhere to run to. I keep the hope when there was no sunshine. They cut the water off, so God let it rain sometime. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world.
Yes, Robert, she was live yesterday. She hasn't talked to me.
Born under siege, a place where you can leave. Smoke's in the air, so it makes it hard to breathe. I need my family, protect them from the disease. I wait to chase my dreams.
Yes, Jennifer was live yesterday. I haven't talked to her in months. She will not talk to me. Why, I do not know. And I'm not going to speak about it. That I do not know what's going on. Hey, Inferno. Hey, Mellows. Good morning.
You started without us. I was in Jitsi just now, and Bill was saying, "What's going on? I've gone live. Why have I gone live? Why have I gone live?"
I haven't seen you and didn't see you all day yesterday, and I just decided to pull a live at 6 o'clock this morning. I was bored, and shit, I'm going to pull a live at 6 o'clock in the morning. I was bored. I my after an infusion, I get sidewind. My sleep habits are off, and they get wackoed, and I just decided to pull a live.
Yeah.
I pulled a fast one on ya. You told me I could go live anytime I wanted to, so I pulled a fast one on you.
Sorry, I've kind of been missing the past couple of days. It's been.
I know it's been hectic on you, so I just decided to pull a fast one on you and do a live. I couldn't hook to Rumble. That was the only one I couldn't hook up to. So you'll have to figure that one out and pull that one in.
Yeah, I can do that.
But yeah, I decided to pull a fast one on you. I decided to pull a fast one on you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the network show. Sorry, I've been missing for the past few days.
It's understandable. We all get those days and all those weeks. And hey, Inferno. And sometimes it's just we need to take some time off and do some R&R on our bodies, you know. And we need to give our mind and soul some relaxation and give ourselves some R&R. But I didn't even think about checking it. So the last few times I've checked, you haven't been there, so I didn't even think about checking. You usually aren't there this time of morning.
Oh, I've been in and out of CCO.
So accept my apology for not checking there this morning.
Sorry. I was just chatting to Beth, about what we're going to do, the future, how we're going to work the show. Obviously, things have to change. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
Adapt, modify the show a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been neglecting the chat. Scooby, how you doing, Inferno?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually woke up early because I needed to do some stuff.
But I just thought
Got a funeral to prepare for.
Yes, I know you do. Yes, I know you do. And that's been on your mind, and I know that's one thing that's been getting you. And
well, the last funeral I went to, I had a heart attack, so I'm not looking forward to this one.
yeah, I know. That's why things have been bothering you, and it's been eating at you, and that's why I thought I'd just jump on and pull a quick live and tell everybody we're still around, we're still here, we're still kicking. Just give us some time.
I actually got some good numbers on a short the other day. This morning I checked the channel, and one of the shorts that I put up, the professor, the law professor, never talked to the police.
Yeah.
It had like 7,500 views. I thought, oh, that's nice. I picked up something like 5 subscribers from it. That was nice.
Yeah. I've been getting good hits on my shorts. I've been getting real good hits on my shorts. So people are watching us.
Yeah, it's a pretty handy little tool that this thing. I like it. It's very useful. It's helped us out a lot over the explore it a little bit more, see if the pro version is better.
Yeah.
Well, I know it will be. For a start, it's a pain in the ass downloading and uploading all those clips.
I know it is. And, you can put 1 minute. You want 1 minute clips, and they give you 124 and 103, and you can't use 103 because they won't let you do them into shorts.
Yeah, that's right. If you do them too long, it will upload them as normal videos. But I just let it do what it's going to do, and upload them. Most of the time, it does it. Does it.
Yep. So, but yep, we've been getting good numbers. We just got to get those numbers into subscribers and get them into the channel.
I am going to downgrade this StreamYards. Another 10 days with this, but then I will downgrade it to, I'm not sure which one I'm going to go with, one we can afford, just because our expenses are going up. Our overall expenses are going up as a group, and I need to reduce some costs, tighten up the purses a little bit.
Yep. We We had talked about that.
Mm.
So,
Oh, yes.
but yeah, I thought I'd jump on a live here, and if we ran it through a little bit longer, if it was just a short live or whatever. But I knew Redacted did a good one yesterday, and I
Yeah,
play
I
that
think
one.
it's good stuff.
Yep, I thought I'd play that one this morning. And
James Freeman, I watched a really good video of him the other day, and that was fucking awesome. Actually,
yeah,
some good work coming out of his channel.
yeah, we still haven't heard back from him yet.
No, so I really like the video he just dropped.
Yeah, I did a follow-up email. I did a letter for a follow-up. I ran it through the AI. I got
Right.
it to you yesterday in between my sleep.
I haven't checked any emails at the moment, so forgive me.
But yeah, I just thought I'd jump on, see what numbers we would get early morning since I was up, and thought I'd run a live early and run a few video clips this morning. Because, yeah, once I have an infusion, my sleep habits are off. I was up at 1 o'clock. I slept most of the afternoon yesterday, and I was up in the middle of the night and slept for a few more hours and just got up again. And I said, I'm bored to death. I'm going to run a live, see what numbers we get in. And since you did a great intro to my channel,
You played it.
use it. I get to use it. And I got to use it this morning.
I'm gonna make some more.
I got to use it this morning.
I gotta make more of these.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll make a whole bunch of them soon.
Yeah, you got to put them on my intro too.
Yeah.
So they end up on my intro too.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you're sitting here bored looking out the window at nothing. So
Well, actually, what I might do is Nick is actually working on a new. It's not a new project, but it's going to be on a new system on the new server. It's a like a Dropbox, like Google Box, like the Google Drive.
yeah.
So basically, you synchronize your whatever device you have, and
Cool.
and whatever files you have on one device, you can access them from any device anywhere.
Cool. Yeah, because I have my laptop sitting here, as well as my computer. So
yeah. Well, I mean, it's handy, especially if there's like a load of video files like this. If I need to share them with you, it's just one click and you've got.
yeah.
Because they're on the cloud, be on our personal cloud storage.
Cool. Cool. That's going to be so cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's handy, especially for me, because sometimes I download stuff from one machine and I want to use them on another machine. And Canva, I can only edit 10-minute clips. Anything more than 10 minutes, Canva's turns to shit. Right? So,
yeah,
I've got to transfer them from one device to another somehow. So, the server at the moment, what I've been doing is just uploading them to the file transfer. We've got a file transfer. We can upload files and copy the link in, and whoever clicks that link, you can download the file. So that's literally what I've been doing, sending myself these files. Which is a pain in the ass. Then I should just use the the cloud storage that we've got there. I could just upload it to the storage, and then I can access it from any device.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
I mean, it's we've had the ability there. We just never used it. We never set it up to use it. So that's what Nick has been working on this week. So hopefully he'll have something ready for us. Something that we can share with you guys. There's the radio websites as well to go with the radio.
Yeah.
That needs to. That'll be my main focus basically after next week. After about 10 days. Setting up the radio sites and the stations and the auto DJs with all the music that we've compiled. And that's another mission. I've got to basically compile all the videos, all the audios that we've made, all of ours, and put them in a separate folder on my computer so for easy access, because at the moment it's just chaos.
Yeah.
How you doing, Hippie?
Good morning, Hippie.
So yeah, it's all about I suppose we've got to figure out a change. The show will change. It's inevitable. It's just how it will change and what shape it will change. How are we going to do it?
Yeah.
Good morning, mate. And more music, loads of music on the way.
Yes, we got loads and loads and loads of music.
Things have just been mounted up that you guys haven't heard yet because we're supposed to release them on BNC before we play them here. So I literally got like another 20-30 banging tracks to play to you guys you haven't heard yet. And you won't hear until we release them, unfortunately. So
yes.
2 weeks. Over the next 2 weeks, just bear with us until I catch up or we catch up to what we're doing. Thank you, Hippie. You have a pleasant day, mate.
Yep, have a good day, Hippie. Good deal.
I'm not in the back.
I've already got it set up. I already got it set up. It's all ready. Yes. I've done some videos for the new ones. I'm going to work on some more. This weekend, I'm going to work on some more. I've downloaded some of the songs. I'm going to work on some more videos. I did download the new one from Inferno. I'm going to work on that video this weekend and get the video for that song done up. For the one that he just made. So I'm going to get that one done up. So I'm gonna work on that one. So that's on my list to do. I've sent you a couple new videos.
Okay.
Looked at them.
I haven't looked at them, but I did see the notification.
So I know your mind hasn't. Okay, Robert, you have a good one. All right. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting. The redacted video I'm going to drop is going to be an interesting. You want to watch that one. And did you get my email I sent you? I sent you a really funny email. You need to look at that email I sent you. Um,
In fact, there's an update on Long Island Audits, one of Long Island Audits videos.
Rocky had a laugh at it, Robert. I sent it. Rocky watched it on live stream the other night. He got the link to it the other night on live stream, and he died laughing at it. Rocky was on live stream with us the other night and seen it, and he died laughing about it. He died laughing about it. You know which one we're talking about, the one from X. Which one on Long Island?
All right. I'm in the back. If you're going to come up, I don't know. I mean, I could just send him the email. You want me to just email it to you, bro? Save you having to fuck about. I have to get into my emails. Oh my god.
What's the Long Island one?
It's just an update to an old video that he did where they violated and tried to violate his rights.
Oh, okay.
He did a complaint and the internal investigations discipline report. Basically, he's just doing an update on what they said.
Oh, okay. That's one I just.
Yeah.
All right. Let me grab that one.
Have any weapons on me?
Sir, can you check them? Because I don't know what
You cannot just check me. You can't do that. You can't go in my pockets. I don't consent to searches or seizures.
Take your hand out of your pocket so I know I'm safe.
Take your hands out your pockets. It's a safety concern for me. See how ridiculous it sounds?
Okay, sir.
Gotcha. You're here to protect and serve the public, correct?
Yeah, I'm serving and protecting them from you.
From me, from a camera.
I don't know about your 10 followers or whatever you have on your line. Your tens and tens of followers.
I have never in my 3.5 years of auditing the police seen an internal affairs findings like this before. Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here. Back again with another installment of Throwback Thursday. After almost 1.5 years since filing my complaint against officers from the Rahway Police Department in New Jersey, we have finally received the findings from the Internal Affairs investigation. Before we read the findings, let's refresh our memory on the officers' behavior during my audit. Let's get into it.
Rahway Police. Hi, good morning. This is the Rahway Motor Vehicle Office. We have a gentleman that is videotaping and recording our road test course. I've already spoken to him. I said, there's signs posted you can't record. He's not listening. He's being belligerent. The security guard went to go talk to him. He's not listening to her. We don't even know why he's even here.
How you doing, sir? Hey, how are you? Good. Good.
What's happening?
Nothing. Just taking some pictures and video. And Officer Gonzalez and some other people seem to not like that a lot. So.
Against the policy of the motor vehicle.
Well, this is private property, sir.
This is not private property.
This is private property.
This is not private property.
Yes, it is private property.
It's not private property. I looked up the surveys before I came here, and this is not private property. No, the state. This is owned by the state of New Jersey, which means that it's
Which is private property.
You're saying that the state
Motor vehicle is part of this private property.
No, it's owned by the state, which means that it's public property, sir. I think that's ridiculous that you would say that this is private property when it's owned by the
private property.
It's who's it owned by? The state.
By the state, yes.
Okay.
But
So
you saying any place in the state you could go there?
Yeah.
Go there?
Any state any state property that's not restricted, yeah, I can go there.
She's saying it's against their policy for anybody to be.
So ma'am, let me get this straight. This doesn't make any sense because Officer Gonzalez, you call him because I'm in supposed Okay, the supervisor called him because I'm in supposed violation of a policy. You're not policy enforcement, sir, right? You don't enforce policies. You're a law enforcement.
Yes.
I'm not breaking any laws.
Well, this is private property. That's why.
This is not private property. It's scary that you would think that this is private property, sir. Really. Can I get your name and badge number, please?
Yes, right here, Withers. Yeah.
Withers?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, how are you, ma'am?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. Can I get your name and badge number, please?
Sure, I'm Officer Maloney. Can you take your hands out of your pockets for my safety?
Oh, my hand in my pocket's not for your safety.
Yes, it is. It's for my safety, sir.
It's a little chilly out here. I don't have any weapons on me.
Sir, can you check them? Because I don't know what
You cannot just check me. You can't
Sir?
do that. You can't go in my
Sir?
pockets. I don't consent to searches or seizures. Hey,
So take your hands out of your pockets.
you can't tell me to take my hands on my pocket. What? It's not against the law to keep my hand in my pocket. It's cold out here. It's a little
I don't
windy
know
out
if you
here.
have a weapon.
I don't.
Show me
I'm
your
telling you I
hands.
don't. I'm not going to show you my hands, man, because that's not against the law. You can't just search people. What's wrong with you?
I don't feel safe.
Officer Maloney, just trying to go in my pockets. That's an illegal search. Rahway Police. Insane. Can I speak to a supervisor, please?
Yes, we gonna call one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You gotta get out, sir.
If you don't mind, back up, let us get out.
Thank you.
So that's how the Rahway Police Department trains their officers to just go up to people.
Right, can I have a supervisor?
Just go up to people, law-abiding citizens, and say, take your hands out of your pocket. And when I refuse to take my hands out of my pocket, they automatically...
Put it on YouTube, I guess?
It can go wherever.
Yeah, I know. That's what I figure you do.
It goes
You're
wherever.
one of those guys that try to record cops or whatever, put it on YouTube, Instagram, and everything.
I didn't call you here.
Nice.
I didn't call you here.
Nice. That's what you do for
And
money.
you shouldn't.
Right?
And you
Yep,
shouldn't.
nice.
And you shouldn't have any problem with a man exercising his right.
It's don't need a motor vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, the motor vehicle, but sir, your logic.
YouTube?
That's I don't know, but all I know is that is a problem. That officer's actions is a problem. You can't just go up into somebody's pockets. You can't do that. She tried to. You tried to. If I didn't, I backed away. It doesn't matter. You have a weapon. So you have a weapon. You have a taser and a gun.
Do I?
You do.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You all have weapons. You all have weapons here.
Okay.
You all have weapons here. Except me. I'm the only one without a weapon. I'm the one with the camera, and you guys are terrified.
I have a camera too also. So.
Yeah. Should I be terrified of you because you're recording? Ridiculous.
Am I supposed to be terrified of you?
Yeah, you are terrified of me because you tried to go in my pockets. I didn't try and go in your pockets. You tried to go in my pockets.
Well, I don't know what you have in your pocket.
Hey, Sergeant. How are you, Sarge? Hey, Sarge. If I can speak to you for a minute. Thank you.
His hands out of his pocket. I don't know
Well,
what
that
he
you
has.
got to do for my safety. And if
Sir.
you want to speak to me, take your hand out of your pocket so I know I'm safe and you're safe.
But sir, you have 5
I don't
officers here.
That doesn't matter. I've done this for a long time. They're asking you to take.
But you
your
can
hand-
see that I don't have
can't
any
see.
weapons.
I can't.
Yes, you
see.
can.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can.
No,
Does
I
that
can't.
look like? Does that look?
Just show me your hand. Then.
But no, but it's a power
I'm not
thing.
going to entertain that.
It's a
part of it.
power thing. It's a
Not
power thing.
thing. I'm asking to see your hands the way you can
And
see.
you
mine.
can see what's in my
No, I
pocket.
can't.
You can
I'm
out.
not asking to see what's in your pocket. I'm asking to see your hand.
So if I took my hand out of my
There you go.
pocket and
So
then
now-
I put
there
my
you
hand
go.
back in my
Well,
pocket,
If you want to put it back in your pocket,
that
I'm gonna
makes no
pat the
sense.
outside of your pocket to make sure there's nothing in there. So do you want to take your hand out of your pocket, or would you like me to pat?
I
your
would like.
pocket
I don't.
so
I
we
don't.
can
I don't
talk?
consent to any searches and seizures. I would
I'm
just like
not
to speak to
searching
you.
or seizure. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm going to make sure I'm safe. They're safe.
Everybody's
we're all
safe. What is wrong with you? Everybody
There
is
isn't anything
safe.
wrong with me. You asked to talk to me.
Yeah, and
So
I'm
now I'm here to
and
talk
I'm here
you.
to complain. Excuse me. Let me speak, please.
Complain. I'm not
I'm
gonna,
here.
I,
I'm here
I'm
to
not
issue
gonna
a
listen
complaint.
Till I see your hand out of
I'm-
your pocket.
I'm here to issue a
I'm not
complaint
listening
for the
that
same
until
exact
you take your
thing.
hand out of your pocket.
Let me speak to your
No,
supervisor.
I am my supervisor.
No, you're
I'm
not.
the road supervisor.
No, there's
Yes, you
there's a
are.
lieutenant above you.
No, he's on the desk. He's not on the road. So if you want to go inside, we
You're-
can go speak to
You
him.
are giving off a horrible example for your police
I'm not
department.
giving a hard
because
I'm
my
asking you
hand
to
is in
keep
my
your hand out
pocket.
there so I know everybody's safe. I don't know
Everyone
you, you
is
don't know
safe.
me.
I don't know you, but yeah, you have a gun. He has a gun.
What
He
has
has a
that to do
weapon.
with it?
Okay.
My hand's not near my gun. So all I'm asking
It doesn't
you to
matter.
take so I can
I don't
talk
have
to
a
you.
weapon. It doesn't matter.
Well,
So
you
you
can
should be
say
able to
that.
call people. You should be able to talk to people
I'm trying
that
to
have
talk
their
to you.
hand in their
No,
pocket.
no, that's not. And once, if you want me to pat it, and then I can be sure there's
No,
nothing. in
I
your
don't
pocket.
consent.
Okay, well, but then I'm not going to speak to you till I know what's going on. So what's the deal with? Is he here for any testing? Okay.
He's just walking around recording. I even asked him if he could do some.
Okay.
Can I get your name and badge number, please?
Sure. It's Sergeant Dayon.
My name is
DAYON 1138.
Sergeant Dayon. My name is Sean. I'm an independent journalist. I'm working
Okay.
on a story here at the Motor Vehicle Commission.
For what? Do you have their Do you have their permission to be here? Did you
I don't
talk to
need
the
their-
supervisor?
I don't need their permission to be here. This is
Well,
public property.
It's not public property in that sense.
It is
No,
public
it's not.
property.
It's public property if you're here to conduct business.
No, it's
If
public.
not, they can tell people they don't want to service them or they can't be on the
No, they
property.
can't do that.
Yes, they can.
They can't do that.
Yes,
You're
they
wrong.
can.
I've spoken to the
Okay.
Motor Vehicle
Well,
Commission.
we're going to go speak to their supervisor since
They're right over
they're on their way. We'll find out. If they don't want you on the property, you can go film from off their property.
This is public property,
It's not
sir.
public property.
It is
in
public
that sense.
property.
It's public that everybody can come
This
here
is
and go
owned-
to DMV.
Government
It's-
property
yeah.
is public
Not in that
property.
manner, the way you're-
Yes, it
They
is.
don't want you.
Government
They're making-
property
if
is
they're-
public
if you're
property.
making them uncomfortable and they don't want you here.
So you
can
can kick me out of your police station
Can I?
Yeah, can
if
you?
I have to, or if there's a
if
problem.
I'm recording.
Recording what?
If
You
I'm
could sit
recording
there and
inside,
record.
okay, then. So I can sit
But
here
I'm
and
not. This
record.
is that. But that's my department.
It's
That's
not your
my
department. It's the
home base.
people's
If
department.
they're saying they don't want you on the property,
It's
that's
the-
going to be their decision to sign complaints
would
against
be-
you and do that.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, that's
Yeah.
where we'll take it since you don't want to.
And you'll be violating my rights, and then I'm going to hold you accountable.
That's
I promise you that.
Okay, well,
I will hold the Motor Vehicle Commission accountable.
Absolutely. Hold whoever you want. but
Why are
if
your
they're
officers
saying-
so scared? Why do
I'm
they?
not scared of
No, but
anything.
why does your officers come up to me and say, "Get your hand out of your pocket, get
Because
your hand,"
they don't
and
know
then
who
try
you
and go
are,
into my
because-
pocket?
Because
She
they
attempted to go inside of my
don't-
pocket.
but did she
I had
do
to back away from her.
But nobody went in your
I had
pocket.
to wait from you, sir, because that was I didn't know what
We
you
got-
had in your
sir,
pocket.
sir.
You should
I
listen.
swear
You
you
should
can't-
really get another job if you're going to be so scared.
Like, we're not gonna.
If you're going to be so scared, you should get. If you're going to be so scared, you should get another job, man. Maybe work at a bank or something.
Where's you guys? Where's the supervisor that runs this so we can decide whether they want him here or not?
Yeah, whether you're going to get a lawsuit or not.
That's
Because you don't care, because you're not going to pay it.
It's not about that. If they're telling you,
How
they
long have you
don't
been?
want
How
on
long
your
have you been a law
property,
enforcement officer that you're scared?
I'm not scared of anything.
You're scared of me, my hands in my pocket.
I am scared because
Why?
people have things in their pockets
Oh
sometimes
my
that are
God,
dangerous.
ridiculous.
And then the most people that don't, they say, "Sure, check my pocket," and we move on.
In all the years you've ever been a law enforcement officer, have you ever seen someone commit a crime and while they're filming?
Yes.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God, ridiculous. You're lying.
People have phones, they film everything. You're asking me a question.
But you're lying.
I have
You've never seen people
film things, and what they're doing is a crime, and they get charged later or charged during it, and sometimes it's used for evidence. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh yes, I've seen those too. They're called law enforcement officers' body cameras. That's what they're called.
You're asking me.
You're right. Law enforcement officers' body cameras is the one that films.
Are they going to she went to go get him. Sir, you have your ID on you?
I didn't commit a crime, so I won't be handing that over today.
Okay, what is your name, sir?
I told the sergeant my first name's Sean.
Can you tell me your last name? Because I gave you my last name.
Oh, no. I just don't give out any private information unless I've been suspected of committing a crime.
He said you committed a crime.
I know that.
He said if they
I know
deem
that
they don't want you on the property any longer, or you're causing a disturbance to the business and what they're doing, you're going to have to go. That's what we said. We never said you were committing a crime. Is this your car, hon? All right, we'll move so you can get your car.
Well, you asked for ID, so I just wanted to make sure if I was committing a crime, because I don't hand over ID unless I'm committing a crime.
So you're going to get run over by a car?
I'm not scared like you, ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right.
When are we going to be on YouTube?
I don't know.
Yeah?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
You got to edit it first, right?
Not this part. Not this part.
No, you don't? You don't have to edit it?
All the parts of me walking around not doing anything, but the parts of you guys acting this way, that's going to be scared of.
Okay. Yeah, let me go talk.
Yeah, make sure you speak to the boss of. Make sure you speak to the boss of the entire Motor Vehicle Commission, so that way they don't make any errors.
What's the name of your group?
You'll figure all that out. Cop haters, no.
That's what it's called?
I train police departments.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Where at?
Police departments come on to my channel at their police department.
Yeah?
I'll send you the video.
Yeah.
You got an email? I'll send you the video.
Name something?
Oh yeah, sure, I can. But I can send you the video of me training police. I could send you the video of me working. I work with the police.
What department?
I just don't work with tyrants and people who are scared.
Tyrants?
Yeah, and people who are scared and try and bully people.
You like to bully people.
No. Ma'am, you came up to me and told me to take my hand out of my pocket. That's you bullying me.
I think you're bullying all of us.
No, you came up to me and told me to take my hand out of my
Don't worry,
pocket.
that part will be
It takes
edited
a
out.
certain
No, this whole interaction between you guys. Oh, ma'am, you got out of your car and tried to act super aggressive. I don't know if you're overcompensating because I don't know what you're doing. No, they're not. No one's scared. No one's scared of my actions. No one's scared of my actions. You're here to protect and serve the public, correct?
Yeah, I'm serving and protecting them from you.
From me, from a camera.
We're afraid of you.
Ma'am, you're afraid of me? Are you afraid of me, ma'am?
Afraid of you.
You're afraid of me? Oh, wow.
I didn't come here on my own merit.
Yeah.
I came here because we were called here.
You came here.
Scared.
Okay, that's fair enough. No one's scared of me. Ma'am, you came here for a call, right? I'm here exercising a constitutionally protected activity. That's your job to uphold that.
But it's not.
That's your job to uphold that. I'm not harassing you. I think your logic is flawed. You came up to me and said, "Get your hand out of your pocket." The video will speak for itself.
Okay.
The video will speak for itself. You came up to me and said, "Get your hand out of your pocket." I didn't say, "Ma'am, take that gun off your holster," did I?
Okay, sir.
For my safety, take that gun off your holster immediately, right? I didn't say that. Because that would be what? Escalating. And we need to de-escalate the situation, not escalate it.
Gotcha.
Man with his hand in his pocket, I'm scared.
Yes.
Ma'am, take your hand out your pockets, please. Take your hands out your pockets. It's a safety concern for me. See how ridiculous it sounds?
Okay, sir.
Gotcha. The sergeant is speaking with the supervisor of the Motor Vehicle Commission. Officer, what's so wrong with someone taking pictures and video in public? What's wrong about that? What's scary about it?
Well, apparently, I guess you went inside the building and you recorded people?
Oh, yeah, I've done it before. I've done it before in New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission, and law enforcement came out and they got educated, and we learned that this is a constitutionally protected activity, and we went about our day, and it wasn't a big deal. There's nothing wrong with taking pictures in public. It's called holding government accountable, exercising a First Amendment right.
Maybe a group?
No,
What's the name of your
no.
group?
I don't have a group. I'm by myself. I'm not part of a group.
No, but you say you're a journalist. So
Yeah.
I'm
I'm independent.
going to publish this under what?
Independent.
It's
I
independent?
mean, I work for myself. Correct, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
There's various sources where I publish. Various sources. I don't think it's a big deal to, you should respect my rights, right? You guys took oaths, right? When you finished your academy, you put your hand like this, or you put it on the Bible, right? And you took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution from both enemies, foreign and domestic, right? You took an oath. I take that seriously. I didn't take one, but I take it very seriously. We, the people, deserve to exercise our rights peacefully. I wasn't being disrespectful to anyone here until someone came up to me and started, screaming for me to take my hand out of my pocket in an attempt to go in my pocket. But other than that, you did. It's on camera. It's fine. That's why cameras are amazing. I'm not. You're a tyrant. You're not a bully. You're a tyrant, officer. You're a tyrant. I came here to expose you. You've been exposed, Officer Maloney.
Okay.
And my job is complete now. You've been exposed as a tyrant. I should pull all your body camera footages and post them all over and see what we can find.
You go ahead, sir.
Because I have a real bad feeling that you're a tyrant. You've done this before.
Okay.
You violated people's rights before. I guarantee you. Okay. I'll go to your department right after this and request all your body camera footage. I'll review it for we the people.
Okay, sir.
You're supposed to treat the public with respect, courtesy, respect. You're not supposed to treat the public the way you are. Sorry, guys. So the supervisor has come back.
So I went in, I spoke to them. Can you do me a favor? I'm over here talking to my partner.
I understand.
Can't interrupt my conversation.
I don't want to interrupt your conversation.
Step away from me. You want to film over there? Film me. But don't get any closer to me. I'm speaking to my partner. It has nothing to do with you right now.
Everything that you're talking about, everything that you're talking about in public is my business.
Thank you.
Everything that you're talking about is my business, sir. So this is public property, like I told you before. If you want to have a private conversation, I suggest you go in private and have that conversation, sir.
Sean, I don't know about your 10 followers or whatever you have on your line, but you don't have any business in my conversation.
You're a tyrant, sir. And like I said, if you have a conversation you would like to have,
your tens and tens of followers.
my tens and tens of followers.
Go and get her information. I spoke to her. She doesn't have a separate complaint. Okay. So the supervisor said if he wants to roam around and do his thing, he can do his thing. Okay. That he hasn't done anything beyond what their spectrum is. So we're done. So get her information. All right, we're done.
Well, they do have a sign that says you can't record, but it's an unconstitutional sign. Very unprofessional, Sergeant. I'll be issuing a formal complaint against you and your officer, and Officer Maloney. I will be. And the people will hold you accountable. I promise you that. The tens and tens of followers and subscribers.
Okay. All right. You're good.
It's a pleasure to serve. Pleasure. I love you.
You just got to be less scared. Not everybody wants to hurt you, officer.
My apologies. Are you available?
Way to represent Rahway Police Department. Way to represent. The people will see it, and they're going to hold you accountable. Yeah. My tens, you're not going to be that famous. I only have tens of followers. According to the sergeant. Take care, Sergeant. You'll be hearing from me soon. We're definitely filing a formal complaint against this sergeant and this officer here.
All right, fellow patriots, as promised, let's read the internal affairs findings together. Now remember, this quote-unquote investigation took nearly a year and a half to complete. As you can see, this letter is dated September 9th, 2024. The letter is titled Conclusion of Internal Affairs Investigation. Dear Mr. Reyes, the Internal Affairs Unit of the Rahway Police Department has completed its investigation into your complaint filed on May 3rd, 2023. The letter is titled Conclusion of Internal Affairs Investigation. Dear Mr. Reyes, the Internal Affairs Unit of the Rahway Police Department has completed its investigation into your complaint filed on May 3rd, 2023, concerning the conduct of Sergeant Donald Dayan. The investigation determined that the officer violated departmental rules and regulations. Appropriate disciplinary action will be taken in accordance with the department's procedures. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact the Internal Affairs Unit. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. Sincerely, Sergeant Daniel D. Albero. In addition to this Internal Affairs letter, I received 2 more just like it. The only difference is that they changed the officers' names. I have never in my 3.5 years of auditing the police and filing formal complaints have seen anything like this. The Internal Affairs Division admits that the officers and even the sergeant violated departmental rules and regulations, yet they fail to specify which departmental rules and regulations they violated. Not only that, they say that disciplinary action will be taken, but again, do not go into any specifics on what disciplinary action will be taken. Will they be fired, suspended, or receive a good talking to? We don't know. Honestly, this does not shock me coming from an agency that hates transparency. As you can see, they provided the email addresses and phone numbers for the Chief Law Enforcement Officer Sean Gainley, as well as Sergeant Daniel D. Albero. I personally won't be sending any emails or making any phone calls. I plan on making a trip to Rahway to follow up on this in person. A year and a half and this is all the information we get? Ridiculous. Where is the accountability? Stay tuned to the channel for updates. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comment section below. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
Yep. Good video. So they investigated themselves and they didn't do anything wrong. Oh, they did a little bit of something wrong, but it wasn't nothing. It's no worries. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. They did something wrong, but we aren't going to tell what they did wrong.
We're going to talk to them.
Yes, I got it, Robert. Just kind of shocked me. Somebody had my phone number and I wasn't sure who it was. Texted me this early in the morning. That was a shocker. Inferno, pop in the back room again and we'll get you up here. Pop in the back room. We'll get you. Jump in the back room. Jump in the back of room. Jump on in the back room, Inferno. Or did Mellows email it to you?
Okay. Should have. Sorry, I just got sidetracked.
But that was interesting. You know, they did wrong. They knew they did wrong, and but they didn't want to admit they did wrong. But they probably just got a day off. You know, it's probably all they got was a day off. You know, that's probably all they got.
You got an email, man.
That's probably all they got was just the day off. You know, Nothing more. In their files for 90 days.
Paid holiday.
Yeah. I last night I did watch the Dalton trustee meeting, Illinois meeting last night. I did watch part of that. And the bank that they had all their accounts with, Tiffany caused so much trouble with the bank. The bank told them to pound salt, and they got 60 days to find a new bank now. So they have lost the bank now. So now they have 60 days to pull all their money out of the bank, what money they have, and get a new bank. So now they don't even have a bank anymore. So they have to get a new bank now. She called the bank and said that the checks were forged checks. They weren't legitimate checks. So now they don't even have a bank anymore. That interesting. So they have to find a new bank. So that's getting interesting in Dalton. But nobody can take a credit card outside of Dalton anymore. They've curbed all that spending. You can't even take it. They didn't approve bingo. They didn't approve anything. Hey, T, thank you for subbing. You can't even take a credit card out of the bank, out of the county, out of the town, and use credit card anywhere outside of Dalton anymore. They stopped using, stopped bingo. Everything has been that she tried to get approved was denied. So nothing is being approved in the town of Dalton anymore. So all her shabams and everything is not being approved in Dalton anymore. So the FBI supposedly is closing in on her. So, but the state still hasn't started an investigation on her. Just the FBI. I'm waiting for the state to start an investigation on her. But the governor is aware of the situation, and he's letting the federal do it. But I don't see why the state's not investigating her. Yes, it has been a while, T. It has been a while since we've seen you here, been following you. Of course, the Scientology is always interesting. So, but Scientology is always interesting. There is always a story there. Always a story in Scientology. Always a story. Let's play a couple more songs. Oh, where is it? I'm going to put that one on every single one of these.
Yeah, it's morning time, but the vibe's kinda bleak. Rolled out of bed for that wake and bake technique. But when I check my stash, yo, it almost made me weep. Just a little bit left, ain't enough to get me deep. I hit up my phone to find some relief. Calling all around, feeling like a straight up thief. First northwards, the mountain girl in the zone. What fucking will? But everybody's busy, so I'm feeling all alone. Woke up high on BNC vibes, low on THC. Only got a little bit of weed, that's my plea. Making calls around, yeah, like a mad decree. My guy Mellow, yo, you gotta come and rescue me. But the light's dead, feels like a catastrophe. Please don't be a scam, he's questioning my identity. I'm like, no, it's me, I swear, no scam, steady. But the silence speaks, Mellow hung up already. I'm yelling, hello, hello, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. Now it's chaos, feeling like the end of days. No callbacks, caught in this forsaken maze. Shout out to the void, hoping it ain't just a phase. Got a little weed, need more, my continuous craze. Love was said, that's right, but Mellow didn't see. Caught in this suspicion, thinking it's a trickery. Now I'm all out here, voice on higher degree. Shouting please, just someone come and help me. Man, it's just a wake and bake. Why's it got to be hard? Trying to catch a break. Feeling like I'm scarred from the bottom of my heart. Echoing through my yard. Whoa, fucking whoa. I only need a little more. Don't let life be bought. Up high on low, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing. Need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. I'm yelling hello, hello, hello. Why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. All we need a weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. Yeah, it's morning time, but the vibe's kinda bleak. Rolled out of bed for that wake and bake technique. But when I check my stash, yo, it almost made me weep. Just a little bit left, ain't enough to get me deep. I hit up my phone to find some relief. Calling all around, feeling like a straight up thief. First northwards, the mountain girl in the zone. What fucking will? But everybody's busy, so I'm feeling all alone. Woke up high on vibes, low on THC. Only got a little bit of weed, that's my plea. Making calls around, yeah, like a mad decree. My guy Mellow, yo, you gotta come and rescue me. But the light's dead, feels like a catastrophe. Please don't be a scam, he's questioning my identity. I'm like, no, it's me, I swear, no scam, steady. But the silence speaks, Mellow hung up already. I'm yelling, hello, hello, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. 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 Please can someone give me some fucking weed? A little bit of weed. A little bit of weed. Please can someone give me some fucking weed? One day, it will all come true. just for you. I can feel it. I can feel it. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day. One day it will happen. One day it will all make sense. One day you will blossom. One day, when you're ready, Eddie, and I will play. One day, one day, one day. One day, one day, one day. Take two and pass so we can all get blunted. But don't smoke cigarettes so my growth ain't stunted. We got at least 5 heads, so Inferno on 100 white owls. It's the break of dawn, and we're awake like night owls. Blunts are cool, but they burn much quicker. Yeah, just pass that blunt, BB-8. We lounge to the beat and see sounds as we leave from uptown. It's time to go downtown and make some more rounds. The city never sleeps, that's what Sinatra sang. For that fat blunt, you know I got this thing. So hand it over, cause I wanna get charged. I'm in love with Mary Jane, she keeps me large. So BX swag, don't hog it, let's keep it moving real fast. Everybody just chill and take like 2 pulls and pass. Northwood sitting right around when you done get blunted. Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. The BNC club is crowded, everyone's up in here. Hey yo, Mello, what's that you got there? It looks like a 2 nice plump joints in your hand. I just know you gonna share it with me, cause I'm your man. So bust it, I got 2, and if you spark up yours, I light up mine when it's through. Oh shit, there goes my man Grim Reaper. We used to get blazed, I know he's get that gas for cheaper. Let's go upstairs, Inferno, grab a cherry, no wine, and let the lala enhance your mind. The system booming, let the bass increase. I find a seat so I can beat the BNC ladies, and maybe give my homeboys some ass. So all you gotta do is take like 2 pulls and pass. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. Even in the morning like the flavor of juice. A blunt adds spice, and a blunt can spruce up your day. But I'm not advertising, just telling of an aspect, a part of our lives. And around the way, there ain't no shame in our BNC game, cause the fame is nothing, we get together and hang. Cause you know I got dash in class, so all you gotta do is take like 2 pulls and pass. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. Ghost Rider, get blunted. Yeah. I'm cruising these UK back roads, gas in the air and pedal down. Riding solo, cranking up that BNC sound. Got my mind on the wild and my eyes on the moon. Lit up like the cornfields in the late afternoon. Headed to a party where the BNC music just won't stop. It's a UK bash, we gonna raise it up top. BNC trucks in the streets lining gold. The speakers bumping, tales of the rhythms told. Mix of twang and flow, merging two worlds as one. See the Queen's Guard nut in his head as I pass my middle finger wave. Fuck the crown, but tonight we won't sink. So I get to the party and 4 sexy women is at the front door. They say come with me my lord, I said woo, fucking woo. This wild night in a beautiful UK scene. Doors all locked, I was living a dream. The room clouded up, ladies dancing, smoke thick and mean. Gassy tendrils climbing, the vibe serene. Mellow with beautiful women on the left, the joints in rotation. Pass one to me without hesitation. My head was buzzing, feeling that elation. Caught in the haze, a sticky situation. I said, oh no, but oh no, ooh. It took me so high, now I'm floating. Feel like I could fly in that smoky room. Everyone lost track of time, blowing that gas, we crossed the line, ooh. I got stoned, well I'm wasted, like what the fuck? Coma bound on a cloud, man, just my luck. On my way to a dream state, tucked in a smoky wrap on that fiery muck. I'm on my way to my coma, ooh, it took me so high. Now I'm floating, feel like I could fly. In that smoky room, everyone lost track of time. Blowing that gas, we crossed the line, ooh. From a whisper to laughter, the night slid by. Each puff, each pass, we touched the sky. Mellow dug deep, poured out more to fry. The ladies yell, woo, fucking woo. I'm like mellow, woo, fucking no, not this again. But you already know, the fire got lit. 2 joint after 2 joint, we savored every bit. The room spun around, euphoria hit. Ladies dancing, fingers to lips, we smoked it legit. Ooh, stone wasted, chaos and delight. Peace fella, she turned out the light. Too good to move, couldn't fight the might of that potent cloud. That perfect night, I got stoned, well I'm wasted, like what the fuck? Coma bound on a cloud, man, just my luck. On my way to a dream state, tucked in a smoky wrap on that fiery muck. I'm on my way to my coma, ooh, it took me so high. Now I'm floating, feel like I could fly. In that smoky room, everyone lost track of time. Blowing that gas, we crossed the line, ooh. As the dawn crept in, the quiet got deep. Slid into a coma, a peaceful sleep. Fucking woo. I'm on my way to my coma, I repeat. Night wraps around the silence complete. Coma deep in the zone. Whispered goodnights in a tone all our own. Smoke stuff into a hum. A gentle moan in that UK party where nothing was known. Ooh, I'm wasted, what the fuck? Child, dry your crying eyes. How can I explain the fear you feel inside? Cause you were born into this evil world where man is killing man and no one knows just why. What have we become? Just look what we have done. All that we destroy, we must build again. When the children cry, let them know we tried. Cause when the children sing, then the new world begins. Little child, you must show the way to a better day for all the young. Cause you were born for the world to see that we all can live with love and peace. No more presidents, and all the wars will end. One united world under God. When the children cry, let them know we try. Cause when the children sing, then the new world begins. What have we become? Just look what we have done. All that we destroyed, you must build again. No more presidents, and all the wars will end. All that we destroyed, you must build again. No more presidents, and all the wars will end. All that we destroyed, you must build again. No more presidents, and all the wars will end. When the children cry, let them know we try. Cause when the children sing, then the new world begins. When the children pray, let them know the way. Cause when the children sing, then the new world begins.
Sorry about this, guys. I was just had something to do with here.
Yesterday, redacted. See if I can find redacted stream from yesterday.
Welcome, everybody, to Redacted on this Thursday. I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natalie Morris.
And so glad to have you all here and subscribed and a part of our great community. We really appreciate it. Getting close to like 3.3 million overall.
Across platforms.
Yeah.
It's
so thank
exciting.
you. We got a lot to new. We've got a lot of news to get to today.
We do indeed. Let's see. Nuclear war continuing to escalate because who the heck is the president to stop it? Well, that continues to happen. We're also going to talk about Congress stopping the WHO treaty. There is some progress there. So perhaps we won't get globalists making the laws of the land in wherever you live.
Also, a lot to talk about Haitians eating cats, dogs, memes going crazy. President Trump during the debate saying they're eating dogs, they're eating cats, and now it's taken over TikTok with memes and dance videos. But of course, all of this talk about cats and dogs, we can dive into the truth of all of that, is missing the larger story, which is illegal immigration in the United States. But how are these illegal immigrants getting here in the first place? Turns out we're going into those countries and totally destabilizing those countries. Take Venezuela, take Haiti, for instance. So we're going to deep dive exactly what's going on in Haiti and how all of this has led to the disaster that we're seeing. in the United States.
You stop it with your root causes of issues. That's not what we do.
Right.
We're also going to talk about the debates. Now, the debates showed me more than ever that we are living in a war-loving dystopia. I think the conversation around the bias around the news anchors has upset me much less than their bias for war. And we're going to talk about how fiction has warned us we are here. The elites and the globalists and the media will send your kids to their deaths because they risk nothing. It's awful. I want us to talk about this. So think about your favorite dystopic warning films. Can you name a few? Star Wars, Harry Potter, The Hunger Games, you guys? V for Vendetta. Yes, thank you. We're here. These debates prove it, and I'm going to prove it to you. And we're going to discuss this.
Dr. Strangelove.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, keep them coming. Keep them coming. So we're going to get to all of that.
All right. Yes, we're going to get to all of that. We're going to talk about White House, Russia, Vladimir Putin responding just moments ago to this escalation from NATO and the White House and this report in Politico. We're going to get to that, and sitting on the steps of thermonuclear war. We'll get to that in a second. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at ExpressVPN. Let me tell you something. This is an app that I use every day.
What's going on, guys? Hey, I'm over there. Hello.
If it wasn't for
Hey.
ExpressVPN for free, okay? Just go to
Just like
expressvpn.com.
trying to fuck off stuff.
Nuclear war with Russia. And Putin has just responded to a damning new plan by the White House to launch long-range weapons inside of Russia, teaming up with the United Kingdom to pull all of this off. So we'll get to Putin's response here in a minute. I just can't believe we didn't have a deeper discussion about nuclear war during the debate the other night, because here we are on the precipice of nuclear war. Here, according to Politico, with this exclusive report, White House finalizing plans to expand where Ukraine can hit inside of Russia. The talks have been closely held among a small group of officials inside the White House. And over the past 24 hours, we've had the deep state puppets running the White House have finalized plans to expand the war against Russia. We've been reporting, of course, that according to our sources here at Redacted, that what Politico is now confirming, which we've already been saying here on this show, so they've actually confirmed this. David Sachs, tweeting this just a few minutes ago, says the White House is ready to greenlight the use of American missiles to strike targets deep inside of Russia. The Russians have made many ways to retaliate. Why are we taking this risk? Ukraine is neither a treaty ally nor vital interest. Biden himself once warned this could cause World War III. Yes, that's exactly right. An attack against Russia in this way would launch World War III. Here was President Biden in 2022 saying,
the idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews. Just understand, don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say. That's called World War III. Okay? Let's get
it right.
It's going to be World War III. When President Trump said that, they treated him like he was crazy. Like, calm down, sir. Calm down.
Yeah, Trump during the debate was the only one. He's like, we're talking about nuclear weapons. We're talking about nuclear war. And he was saying it almost like into a vacuum, because certainly ABC was not interested in listening to
the conversation at all. No, they were worried about fact checking him about violent crime, which they were wrong about. So they're absolutely unfocused on anything that matters.
So just so you understand, here are the details. Let's go through this Politico piece, which is stunning. We're talking about war with a nuclear country. White House finalizing plans to expand where Ukraine can hit inside of Russia. The talks have been closely held among a small group of officials inside the White House. White House finalizing these plans to ease restrictions on how Ukraine can use U.S. donated weapons and better protect itself from Russian missiles, according to a Western official and two other people familiar with the discussions. The details of the plan are still coming together, but officials in Washington, London, and Kiev have in recent days discussed expanding the area inside of Russia that Ukraine can hit with American and British-made weapons. They also discussed how to prevent additional cross-border attacks by Russia, including U.S. agreeing to allow Ukraine to use UK long-range missiles that contain American parts. So these current conversations are ongoing and significant, and it's a significant change to our current foreign policy. Now, Jake Sullivan is highlighted here. Back a number of months ago, of course, was on the record with Jake Tapper, lying to Jake Tapper, saying that we're not going to escalate sending F-16s. And then a few months later, he got on the record with Jake Tapper, and Jake Tapper was pissed. And Jake's like, you basically lied to me.
Have we not been talking about this, Mellows?
Yep.
World War III?
Yep. It's
Have
here.
we not been talking about this?
These are not the droids you're looking for.
You told me in February that you were not going to send F-16s, that this would be a dramatic escalation along the ladder to war, and you said you wouldn't do it, and now you're doing it. So you're basically lied to me. What changed? Oh, well, we've always been sort of examining the dynamics of the war and kind of looking at things. And
What do you call this? Mission creep. There's a word for it. It's happening. Mission creep.
It's disgusting, and it's deeply troubling. And is there a bigger story in the world right now? I mean, just so you understand the details here, we're talking about war with a nuclear country. And I guess the United States is okay with that because Europe would be wiped off the face of the map first. And, you know, America loves that idea, right? Just like they did with the Nord Stream pipeline bombing. They destroyed the Nord Stream pipeline, send Germany back into the dark ages, economies in ruin, businesses closing, drives up the American dollar, drives down the euro. The United States sends barrels and barrels of natural gas because, well, the Nord Stream pipeline's blown up, so now you need to buy it from us, right? Europe will be wiped off the face of the planet first, and make no mistake about it. Just so you understand the details here, the plans of which are already being rolled out. This is like, we're hearing about it now. This is already in motion, guys.
Well,
this
in
is a
fact,
massive escalation towards nuclear war.
In the newsletter today, we linked you to a call for a study from the Department of Defense asking for contractors to study the effects of fallout on agriculture in Europe from nuclear war. So we know Europeans, you won't be eating unless you like radioactive eggs. We don't give a shit. We're just going to study it and see how it then affects our food supply, if it, in fact, will reach the capital of Panem.
We're going to get more of a deep dive on this nuclear angle in just a second here. So Vladimir Putin was just asked about this escalation from NATO, the United States, and the UK. And the reporter asked him very directly about this escalation. What does this mean for Ukraine now to have these weapons to launch inside of Russia? And Putin, you know, he explained, he's like, look, you have to understand, first of all, Ukraine can't do any of this by themselves. They don't have satellites. They don't have these weapons. All of it is being orchestrated by NATO. And there will be consequences. Watch.
Но когда речь идет о использовании высокоточного оружия большой дальности западного производства, это совершенно другая история. Дело в том, что я уже об этом говорил, и любые эксперты это подтвердят, и у нас, и на Западе, наносить удары современными высокоточными системами большой дальности западного производства украинская армия не в состоянии. Она не может этого делать. Это возможно только с использованием разведданных со спутников, которыми Украина не располагает. Это данные только со спутников или Евросоюза, либо на Соединенных Штатах, в общем, с натовских спутников. Это первое. Второе, и очень важное, может быть, ключевое, заключается в том, что
This is the most important part. Pay attention.
в эти ракетные системы могут, по сути, вносить только военнослужащие стран НАТО. Украинские военнослужащие делать это не могут. И поэтому речь идет не о том, чтобы разрешать украинскому режиму наносить удары по России этим оружием, или не разрешать. Речь идет о том, чтобы принять решение о том, что страны НАТО напрямую участвуют в военном конфликте или нет. Если это решение будет принято, это будет означать не что иное, как прямое участие стран НАТО, Соединенных Штатов, европейских стран в войне на Украине. Это их прямое участие. И это уже, конечно, существенным образом меняет саму суть, саму природу конфликта. Это будет означать, что страны НАТО, США, европейские страны воюют с Россией. А если это так, то, имея в виду изменение самой сути этого конфликта, мы будем принимать соответствующие решения, исходя из тех угроз, которые нам будут создаваться.
Well, shit.
So, guys, we are, I mean, just so you understand, this sort of ratcheting has been up a ladder. And just so you understand the threat escalation here, I've heard a lot of people talking about the RAND Corporation's threat escalation ladder lately. If you haven't read this document, it's well worth reading. The RAND Corporation, this is from 1984, the concepts and models of escalation. And again, it's really fascinating to go through this. I encourage you all to read it, and you can find it easily online. However, this is exactly, I'll sum it up for you here. We put together this handy little graphic so you understand exactly where we are in the threat escalation ladder scenario right now. So we are sitting right now at, well, you start at the top here. Diplomatic pressure.
So you descend into hell.
You descend into hell.
It's not
basically
a ladder you're climbing. It's a ladder you're descending.
Exactly. You're going down
oblivion.
into hell.
Okay.
So if you start at the top, right, diplomatic pressure. Okay, you've got diplomatic pressure, then you've got economic sanctions, you've got covert operations, right? So economic sanctions, of course, hit, you know, that's actually destroyed the United States and Europe. All of the economic sanctions against Russia, they didn't work. Covert operations, we've highlighted here on the show, the special military operations, the special operations forces in Ukraine carrying out operations against Russia, American soldiers being killed, French soldiers being killed, Polish soldiers being killed in covert operations against Russia, attacks inside of Russia, that's already happened. Then you have limited military action. That ship has already sailed. More than limited military action, active involvement from NATO. Then you have a regional conflict. Okay, regional conflict into full-scale war, followed by nuclear war. At each level, we are hitting each of these markers now. And by the way, each of these markers, President Biden, the Biden administration told us we would not hit, that we would end with economic sanctions. No, American soldiers are not going to be involved in any kind of covert actions. That's a lie. Then limited military action. Oh, F-16s, NATO forces, American forces on the ground, directing these traffic, launching these missiles, these HIMARS missiles and others. Regional conflict. How much higher do we need to go? I mean, it's all unfolding right before our eyes. Where is this going to end? And certainly they do not want President Trump to be president of the United States. He was the only one during the debate that said, stop this, put an end to this. Yeah. I have said repeatedly, regardless of where you come down on it, whether you're a Trump fan or not, they will not allow him to become president of the United States. And this is why they will not allow him to become president of the United States. They want this to continue, and they want direct conflict with Russia, a hot war with Russia. And they're about to get it. And Kamala Harris, when she's elected, because you know the deep state wants that, this is going to escalate into a full-scale war and then potentially a nuclear war. And Europe will be wiped off the map first.
I mean, think about where your head goes around this. Like, am I safe where I live? But even if I am, do I want my government killing people with nuclear war? Can I live with that? You think about the food supply, you think about everything that we are feeding into now and being distracted by it with culture wars when we really have very few options to vote for peace because it's being taken from us. We're going to talk more about this sort of fictional dystopia that we find ourselves in that is reality, and how the rhetoric around war is just being hidden from us. But we've been warned about it. So we're going to talk about that more in the show. But thank you for that graphic, Clayton. That was terrifying.
Yeah.
And it's evident with, all the endorsements coming out for Harris, what they're wanting to do, with Cheney and Bolton and all those people. So it's clear that they know that Trump is not going to do their bidding and they want war. So now they're all on the side of Harris.
I saw this liberal person on X saying, hey, look, we've got Dick Cheney and we've got Mike Pompeo, and sort of like, look, look what this says for us. And I'm like, girl, do you know those people? But that's not the flex you think it is.
Did you happen to see Jon Stewart's reaction to that? Jon Stewart did that, where he was talking about Tulsi Gabbard supporting Trump. And he's like, okay. And then he said, but hey, we've got, and then he's like, Dick Cheney. And it just cuts to him, and he's just got this total WTF look on his face, and it's like
Right. Well, Ted, you recall 10 years ago, of course, liberals were, called him a war criminal. They called him Darth Vader, right? I mean, he was the embodiment of evil. And I still think to this day, he is the embodiment of evil. I mean, I think he's a criminal. I mean, he's a war criminal. They embraced a movie by Christian Bale. They would not be able to do that now. Right. This was a film
that showed about how we contracted the Iraq war for greed and gain and based on a lie, and now that person is a marquee endorsement of your candidate, maybe you want to think about the war rhetoric that's being sold here.
Johnny Freedom in our Rumble chat says liberals have 2-week long memories, like a goldfish, I guess. Yeah. Well, we got more news to get to. We're going to talk about that dystopian future and how we seem to be in it, led by those ABC moderators during the debate the other night. We're also going to talk about Haitians in America. And of course, you know, there's lots of videos being shared right now. You have the Springfield City Council last night. You had a number of people from the Springfield, Ohio City Council and residents coming out and saying our community is being destroyed. It's being, you know, invaded basically by Haitians. We're going to talk about that, how, yes, it's absolutely true. How did Ohio see Springfield, Ohio, seeing basically a tripling of its population in just a few short years? But what is the root cause of all of this? Everyone wants to talk about dogs and cats and meme videos on the internet, but there's a root cause of all of this. We're going to talk about that coming up. But first,
also get in your dystopic films that have warned us about where we currently are. I like it. I see in the chat, V for Vendetta, Terminator, Running Man, Gattaca. I submit Blade Runner because, yes, we cheer for this when it comes to fiction and pretend we don't see it in the real world. Not us here at Redacted, not you, dear chat. So we're going to get to that. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at Bank on Yourself, because do you really about their global pandemic treaty? So what is this? This is the WHO's pandemic treaty. That's a proposal that all member states sign that would give them, the WHO, the ultimate powers of law for what they call pandemic and possible pandemic, but it goes way farther than that. We've shown you these documents. This is not my interpretation. This is what they wrote down that they will do. It is a document that will give unelected leaders of the WHO the power to make laws in all WHO countries, the power to survey, the power to instate lockdowns, vaccine mandates, global vaccine passports, and they even say in their documents, I have shown you this. You can search Redacted for WHO and see them. They want the power to prevent pandemics, and in doing so, they will reorder all agriculture and business and food supply in your country to prevent the possibility of a pandemic. They wrote it down. So we've been following the amendments to this document and the global opposition as well. The global opposition to this document is not coming from the White House. The White House thinks this is a great idea. Let's give the WHO all the powers that currently reside with the 3 branches of government. Nah. Let's give it to them. Well, now the House has passed an act that we showed you when it was first introduced last year. It's called the No WHO Pandemic Preparedness Treaty Without Senate Approval Act. What it does is would require a majority vote in the Senate, a supermajority, before the president can sign this and hand power to the WHO. Now, here this week is Representative Thomas Massey discussing his related amendments to recognize that the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And not only can we not sign the WHO treaty, but we can sign no treaty in order to supersede the laws of the Constitution. Listen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of my amendment, which simply recognizes that the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Our Constitution establishes a very clear framework for making treaties by the executive and with the advice and consent of the Senate. But our Constitution also establishes a clear framework for making laws that affect our domestic affairs. If any provisions of a treaty are to have legal bearing on United States citizens, those provisions must pass both the United States House of Representatives and the Senate and be presented to the president, as all federal laws must. Treaties don't override our constitutional process for making law. Presidents can't make U.S. law by agreeing to new terms in an international treaty. Every law that American citizens live under must pass the House and the Senate. My colleagues have eloquently made the point that a president can't enter into a treaty without advice and consent of the Senate. And in doing so, they are standing up for the sovereignty of American citizens. But they are requiring the Senate to be that portion of the legislative branch that decides what laws will bear on citizens, depending on what the treaty is. My amendment here is very simple. It says that if a treaty has a law in it that has the bearing on United States citizens, on our domestic activities, then it has to follow the lawmaking process of the Constitution. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, so here he's making a point that scares me almost more than the WHO. And I had not thought of this because I've been so focused on this document alone. I've been worried about these specific powers. But what he's saying is that if the president signs this without congressional approval, he could sign over powers to any other globalist organization that would take away our rights. And here he plays it out. So think about not just the WHO, but all the bad guys that we talk about, the IMF, the United Nations, the World Economic Forum. Listen to how he plays this out.
You know, the bulk of my speech in support of my amendment, it actually doesn't come from me. It's going to come from Alexander Hamilton, who described in Federalist 75 the treaty-making powers of the executive. He states, its objects are contracts with foreign nations, which have the force of law, but derive it from the obligations of good faith. And this is the most important part. They are not rules prescribed by the sovereign to the subject, but agreements between sovereign and sovereign. The power in question seems therefore to form a distinct department and to belong properly neither to the legislative nor the executive. The qualities elsewhere detailed as indispensable in the management of foreign negotiations point out the executive as the most fit agent in those transactions, while the vast importance of the trust and the operation of treaties as laws plead strongly for the participation of the whole or a portion of the legislative body in the office of making them. So what's he saying here? He's saying you can't make laws, domestic laws, using a treaty. Treaties can't bind the United States to declare war. Treaties can't raise taxes. Treaties can't create new laws for us. And the United States should not take part in international institutions that erode our sovereignty. Congress should not legitimize blatantly unconstitutional notions that agreements that come out of these institutions supersede the Constitution of the United States.
Okay, we can stop it there because he goes on about different ways that this could play out. So think about this, you guys. If we can hand over laws under the auspices of emergency to the WHO, we can do that for any unelected globalist body. So I was just kind of spitballing today, and I came up with this list of a nightmare of globalist powers being taken from the United States and put into these treaties or these organizations that we do not vote for. So if we can do this, could we sign over the right of NATO to supersede gun control in our own country? Absolutely, we could. Yeah. Could the IMF treaty supersede our monetary policy and instate global currency? Yes, that could be a thing. Could the WEF, the World Economic Forum, and the Davos man supersede environmental and global business laws?
They already do.
Absolutely.
They already do.
Could the United Nations force us to go to war? Absolutely. All of these things would be possible if they can do it for the WHO. They can do it for any of those bad guys, any of them. Yeah, you got any more? Let me know. Yeah.
Even if they give it to the power to the WHO, who says that they can't, these other places by proxy can't work with the WHO to say, hey, this is a health concern, you know, and right. Get those things passed.
Yes. Yeah. It all comes in a Trojan horse of emergency. We know this. Mm-hmm. All power grabs come inside the Trojan horse of emergency. So this is terrifying. And if you can think of any other globalist organization that can present us with an emergency treaty and therefore take powers in many countries at once and supersede local laws, let me know. This is an exercise that we should have done a long time ago, and I didn't think to until Thomas Massie published this speech, and yikes. Crap. Okay, so let's check in on where this pandemic treaty is currently. There was originally going to be a vote on this treaty to put it into law in May of 2024, but so many countries opposed it that the WHO says they'll have a new proposal hammered out in 2025. You can thank leaders from Japan, Slovakia, Australia for tanking these talks. It was not the United States that pushed back against this treaty. Joe Biden was ready to sign on the dotted line, and there's nothing to make us think that Kamala Harris would not also do this. But would the law that passed the House now pass the democratically controlled Senate? Who knows? But if the vote this week is a template, then probably the House would not. Democrats are not that concerned with civil liberties other than the right to have an abortion. Only 4 Democrats voted in the House for this. Here's the roll call of the House vote that happened this week. So you see Republicans voted in unity, not to have any pandemic treaty without congressional approval. The Democrats, only 4 of them sided. So they don't give a crap at all. Here are the 4 Democrats. At least you can have their names who were brave enough to say, yeah, we don't like this. We think that Congress should be involved in agreeing to the WHO. But look, silver lining is that all of our yelling and screaming has got somewhere. People are paying attention. There are now major roadblocks to the WHO grabbing this power in all, I think, 194 member states. So we have to keep being squeaky wheels. You do the same. If you read this bill, you read the pandemic treaty, and it scares you, tell your senator that you want them to vote for this law. If you read it and you're fine with it, do nothing, I guess, but then don't complain when you have to live under imperial credits when the empire is in control and not your locally elected government. And instead you live under the Sith Empire. More fictional warnings coming up in our last segment today. We're going to talk about how fiction has warned us about globalist control and war. That's coming up.
Real Age Mom, I think I'm saying that right. Real Age Mom says we need to stand together and demand that the government stand down. No more support for Ukraine or any other nations. No war. Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? Like if we put America first?
Well, that would be nice.
But you spend 15 minutes during the debate talking about Israel. Mm-hmm. Like that's an American presidential debate. We need to take out of a 90-minute debate. That's a chunk we need to take out for other countries. And then we need, of course, send billions of dollars to Ukraine. And all hell is about to break loose in the Middle East, and we need to take care of our own. Thank you guys so much for weighing in our chat today. Good to see all of our friends over on YouTube, on Rumble, on X as well. Thank you guys for subscribing. By the way, when you subscribe, I know, by the way, so David was telling me today, when you subscribe to the channel now, or when you mention subscribe, it'll now like highlight the subscribe button on YouTube. YouTube's added that new little feature.
That's nice.
Oh, nice. Well, then maybe YouTube can stop unsubscribing people from our channel without their consent, which is what YouTube also does. They love to unsubscribe
They're working
people.
on that one. They're working on that button.
Right. Thanks. Great.
Subscribe and stay subscribed.
Like subscribe. I want the notifications. Yes, I actually mean it. That's
yes.
what they need.
I want to be notified when we go live. Yes, please. So thank you all for that. We're going to talk about Haitians in America. And of course, are there dogs and cats and Haitians and Ohio and all of the craziness that's been happening to the citizens there in Springfield, Ohio. But what's the root cause of it? I think we're missing the bigger story. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first,
we should tell you about our friends over at HomeLock.
Completely, which is the destabilization of these countries at the hands of the United States and the Biden administration going in and destroying these countries, and then all of these immigrants flooding into the United States. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. I mean, first of all, the stories that have been widely promoted all over X in particular by Elon Musk and his influencers, who is now, of course, very close to President Trump. These stories are totally phony and discredited. The one that they claim is a Haitian woman eating a cat is actually in Springfield, Ohio, is actually from another city. And it happened in August last month. And it's not of a Haitian woman at all. It's an American woman who presumably to kill a cat and eat it, you've got to be, I don't know, probably on some kind of heavy drugs, have some serious mental issues. Maybe that would be an issue for, President Trump to focus on, but he made it about supposedly what's going on in with Haitians eating cats. There's another video of a guy carrying a goose, and that's also not of a Haitian. That's just some photo that appeared on Reddit. So the stories, as far as I can see, are totally phony. I mean, one of the reasons I think people don't believe it is look at who's debunking these stories in the first place. We have like NBC, major liberal media outlets, the same media outlets that for years said Trump was elected by Russia. He was put in by Russia. And they said the Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation. So those outlets have a history of deception and lying. And so, they've lost all their credibility. The New York Post, ironically, did a pretty good piece, which broke the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? They did a pretty good piece debunking this. So I suggest people check that out. But I think, there is a bigger issue, and that is, well, why is there so much migration into the United States from Haiti, from a variety of countries? Haiti in particular is now in the spotlight. And that's a real question that I think does need to be addressed. And J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate, when he was asked about these stories, saying these aren't even true, so what's going on? Even the Springfield police have said they don't have any reports. He, kind of changed the subject and said, well, this is about, migration. Why are there so many Haitians in Springfield, Ohio? And it's not
That's
only
a good question.
Springfield. Yeah, it's a real question. So why are there so many Haitians in Springfield, Ohio? I don't know how many Haitians there actually are. Haitian, I want to be clear, not Haitian Americans, American citizens, but Haitian illegal immigrants, people who came here illegally. How many are there in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio? I don't know, but there are many in Florida, in New York, in different parts of the country. And the reason is, and J.D. Vance, nor Donald Trump, nor Elon Musk, nor any of these influencers who are claiming to be so worried about the United States and these, Haitian migrants destabilizing our country or eating cats or anything else, none of them want to talk about the real reason Haitians are coming here in boats and dying on the way. And the fact is that for decades and decades, I mean, really, you can trace this back even to the Haitian Revolution, but of 1804. But in particular, the last really, few decades we can just focus on, the U.S. has repeatedly and consistently destabilized Haiti, among other countries in Latin America in particular, leading to massive amounts of immigration, of illegal immigration. In Haiti, in the case of Haiti in particular, the United States overthrew or assisted or engineered the overthrow, not once, but twice, of the popular elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. What happened after that is basically Haiti was, in particular after the 2004 coup that the Bush administration oversaw, is the country was dismembered. And then you had the earthquake in 2010, which the Clinton Foundation came in and basically made the country's it just took apart. It ruined the state. There's no state services. So these videos that you see going viral on Twitter of garbage everywhere, piles of garbage and disgusting water and sewage everywhere, that's not the fault of people living in that. That is the fault of the regime that is put in place by the U.S. after these coups d'etats. And meddling and interference in elections. Back in 2010, 2011, Hillary Clinton, when she was Obama's Secretary of State, put in the Zelensky before Zelensky of Haiti, a totally corrupt puppet who was just a singer. He was an entertainer, and installed him as the president. And he basically did his best to gut the country, to pillage wealth, to take money from the Petro-Caribe Fund. This is I should say his name is Michel Martelly. He was a singer and it goes by the name Sweet Mickey. And he's the brother-in-law of a huge alleged drug dealer, for example. So this is just an example of the kind of chicanery that the United States has been doing in Haiti, meddling. And then you have the 2021 assassination of the president, Jovenel Moise, which is still unsolved. It's like there's no real impetus, and it has U.S. fingerprints all over it. It's basically an open secret that the U.S. knows who did it, and there's no interest. There's no interest in solving that assassination, which is very curious. So, I mean, I could go on, but I also want to point out that this isn't just the Democrats who did this. This isn't just the Clintons and the Biden administration. Now the policy is something called the Global Fragility Act, which was passed under Donald Trump when he was president in 2019. And it's basically, maybe better said as the Crumbling Empire Act. The whole idea is to reinforce U.S. control of these colonies that it's losing its grip on and Haiti is the test case. And that's what is happening right now. Is the Biden administration, following the Trump administration's passage of this act, has engineered an invasion of Haiti, where it's basically paid Kenyan troops, specifically Kenyan, because they are black. It's like, I feel like if conservatives were actually with their criticism DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, this is the DEI invasion of Haiti. That's what imperialism is doing. What Biden is doing is they went to Kenya specifically because they are black and paid them a whole bunch of money in order to send these mercenaries, what are really have been in Kenya. They've operated as death squads in order to fight so-called gangs, which is, in Haiti. That's another question, if they're gangs, which we've addressed a lot on this show with our documentaries and have addressed a lot.
How you doing, AB? Hey, sorry. You good? Those motherfuckers went all handsy with you earlier, didn't they? He's probably talking to his chicken.
A lot elsewhere, and they're not really gangs per se. They're people with guns. Worse. So now this invasion of Haiti that the Biden administration has engineered it's not enough to do what they want. So they're trying to get the United Nations to approve another occupation. Haiti was under UN occupation for, I think, 17 years, from 2004 to 2021. I want to say, or maybe 2019 was when it ended. And then now, a few years later, the Biden administration wants a new UN occupation of blue helmets, which committed all kinds of horrible crimes. So this is the constant meddling, the constant interference, whether economic, political, military. And that's why Haitians are fleeing, because they're not allowed to have a normal country. So not only are people online, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, et cetera, inciting against Haitian Americans, but also the people that are coming to this country because their country's destabilized. They don't have any power. So what we need to do is talk about the corrupt politicians we have in the U.S. who won't stop messing with other countries and destabilizing them. And in terms of what Biden has been doing, Biden actually, under the Biden administration, they actually encouraged Haitians to come through temporary protected status, to get like a temporary visa to come here. And the same with Venezuelans and Nicaraguans, whereas migrants from other countries did not have it so easy. So when Venezuelans, for example, got to the border, they were facilitated through, and sent to different cities. That was, of course, a huge crisis last year, I believe. But and now we have gangs in Aurora, a Venezuelan gang in Aurora, Colorado. So it's like we create. So there's a geopolitical agenda behind which countries the U.S. government encourages migration from, and which countries it doesn't. If they want to destabilize your country and make it look really bad, so they can say Nicolas Maduro is a terrible dictator, they'll put sanctions on the country, try to overthrow the president, and encourage Venezuelans to come here. But hey, who are you going to get? Sure, lots of people are hardworking people who just want to survive and can't live when their economy is sanctioned and suffocated to death. But definitely, you're also going to get some questionable, shady characters. So when you create chaos, you are inevitably on the outside. When you create chaos in foreign countries, you are inevitably going to import that chaos into the country. And that's exactly what's going to happen, what's happening now. And the political class is basically, instead of taking responsibility and saying, we're going to change policy in the foreign arena and domestic, they're just blaming it on everyday people. And so Haitian Americans who are hardworking, who are, citizens, who pay their taxes and are part of this country just as much as you or me or anyone else are, they're being demonized. And, along with Haitian migrants who may not have any other choice and are just trying to find a better life. And, none of it actually solves the problems. It's just a sideshow to get Trump, some political points.
Right. We had the political, we had the Springfield council meeting the other night, and you heard from Springfield residents saying, you know, my mother-in-law was killed by an elite, you know, an immigrant from Haiti, and this is happening, of course, all across the country. You saw what's happening in Aurora, and yes, you're going to get some awful people as a result of this. Do you think you're going to get all doctoral students, you know, that are coming to the United States? No, these are people on the margins. And so when you destabilize and destroy their country, in the case of the United States with sanctions in Venezuela, you're going to get hardened individuals who are going to try to, you know, take advantage of the system and get away from there. And the same with Haiti. And so that's the real story. And so I think the media has been totally distracted. Of course, social media is focused on the cats and the dogs and all of that piece of it, eating pets and whatever. But they're missing the larger story, which is the total geopolitical move to have the United States destabilize these countries. And people at home might be saying, well, why would the U.S. want to destabilize Haiti? What's the purpose of destabilizing Haiti? Can you answer that question? Does it all come back to money and control and minerals?
You know, there's a number of reasons with Haiti. I mean, one thing you can look at is the sweatshop labor industry that's existed there for decades. There's an incredible film my colleague Kim Ives did called Bitter Cane that shows in the 70s these sweatshops, you know, where it's people working in factories for next to nothing, sewing up baseballs and making electronics. That has existed for decades. It's the cheapest labor source in, you know, basically in the Americas. And then with the bifurcation of the global economy, this whole Cold War against China, countries are pulling, or companies rather, corporations are pulling their factories out of China and Southeast Asia. They want to put them back in Haiti. And that's really what a big part of the Clinton machine was doing post 2010, is opening an industrial park that promised to bring good jobs to Haitians, but actually was just making sure that they were making, you know, no more than a couple dollars a day. In fact, the Clinton State Department interfered in Haitian affairs to make sure that to make sure their wages were especially low. So you have the demand for cheap labor, and then certainly there are resources in Haiti. I think some of it has been overstated to a degree. There have been a lot of claims that I've seen about large iridium deposits, for example, in Haiti. As far as I know, that is not true. So I don't know how much the mineral aspect plays into it, but definitely the labor pool. And then, you know, the other thing I think is the U.S. I mean, the world is a big chessboard, as Zbigniew Brzezinski called it. You know, the grand chessboard. So if Haiti, for example, falls out of the U.S. orbit, is basically not controlled by the U.S. anymore, well, then it would look to presumably other countries. It would rekindle relations with Venezuela, you know, maybe with Russia, maybe with China, maybe with Turkey, other countries that the U.S. doesn't want it to. And in fact, Jovenel Moïse, the president who was assassinated in 2021, shortly before he was assassinated, he was starting to look to other countries. He was installed as basically a puppet of the U.S. By that same guy, Michel Martelly, who the Clintons had installed. But then he started to get his own ideas when he, you know, wanted to do his own projects, and the local oligarchs who were tied to the U.S. weren't funding him, weren't backing him anymore. So he started to look to the multipolar world, and the U.S. does not want that for Haiti or for an example. So it's basically, you know, that's what this whole Global Fragility Act is about reasserting U.S. control of these countries that are, you know, so-called fragile, that it's losing its grip on. So that's, I think, the real reason for you know, the U.S. continues to meddle in Haiti.
Well, no one knows it better than you do. Dan Cohen from Uncaptured Media, thank you so much for this and putting this all in context. So when you guys see the cat videos floating all around social media, put it in perspective. Why are these individuals in the United States in the first place? And it's very clear to see what the motivations are. Dan, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Clayton. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. I see a lot of people here in the chat as I'm watching this. I mean, people are like, Dan's clueless. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, he's clueless. Have you been to Haiti? That's interesting.
No American journalist has spent more time in Haiti than Dan, by the way. But when you say that, when you say Dan is clueless, Just be specific. What is he clueless about? Let's have a conversation. This show is not like we don't want to be like other shows.
Yeah.
Most other shows suck. Okay. We don't want this sort of one-way street where you don't get to talk, and we want to hear from you. So when I see other people in the chat say Dan is spot on, then someone says Dan is clueless. Don't just say that. Say, what specifically is he clueless about? Maybe you have a lot more experience in Haiti than he does. Maybe you are a journalist and you've done a lot more documentaries than Dan has, and you know a lot more about it. Then you've interviewed all of these individuals and owners of the prisons and the hospitals in Haiti. Maybe you have a lot more experience than Dan. So if he's clueless about something, then just say that.
And look, if you live in one of these communities and you have immigrants there and you see things that you might find disturbing, what do you want for those people? You don't want them to poof, or you don't want harm for them. You want them to live safely in their home culture.
Yeah.
That is what we are always advocating for, is don't disrupt other countries and create migrant crises.
So, I mean, I hope you understand what the only thing Dan said about Springfield, by what was the video that's been now debunked. She's from Canton, Ohio. She's not from Springfield. So that's the only thing he talked about actually from Springfield. And I brought up the city council meetings last night where you heard from multiple residents saying that they had, their mother-in-law killed by an illegal Haitian immigrant. You had other individuals driving cars into businesses, that their city is being overrun. I said that. I'm saying that right now. So, an American Cowboy here in our Rumble chat says, Clayton, I'm from Central Ohio. It's not only Springfield being overrun. Different towns are receiving different immigrants. It's been happening since COVID. Reynoldsburg has a huge influx of Nepalese immigrants. It's all being orchestrated right before your eyes. And it comes from, so why, you have to ask yourself, why is the Biden administration just waving Venezuelans across the border, allowing them, we know that from factual documentation of individuals, they're just waving them across the border, allowing them to come in from certain countries, these countries where we've gone in and specifically destabilized them. Like in the case of Haiti, we have destroyed that country. And then it's a shock that 300,000 Haitians are now in America, and 20,000 of them showed up in Springfield, Ohio, completely destabilizing that population. Just a few minutes ago, a bomb threat all through Springfield, Ohio. According to the city of Springfield, multiple city, county school buildings in Springfield, Ohio, just this afternoon were closed today following a bomb threat received early this morning. That one elementary school, Daily News is reporting that Springfield Mayor Rob Sue said that the threat mentioned frustration with the city related to Haitian immigrant issues. It's a disaster. But, don't get this. All I'm saying is don't get distracted by cat videos. Okay. Yes, there might be some crazy people out there, some crazy Haitians eating cats, and there might be some of them, killing dogs, and that's awful and terrible. But don't forget the root of it. Don't be distracted, and don't get sucked into what the mainstream media wants you to do. Is they want you to look like idiots. They want you to look like idiots by sharing cat videos. And then you get painted by these liberals as crazy cat people. So just stay focused on the issue, which is our border is wide open and the criminality in the United States has skyrocketed, and we are destabilizing these countries and destroying them and welcoming these people in with open arms as a great replacement unfolds in the United States. So don't be distracted by cat videos. That's all we're saying.
I'm not. Don't worry about it.
There was some funny memes today going around with Trump's voice with a lot of, TikTok videos. I mean, they're funny to watch, but don't get distracted by it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
All right. And if Dan got something specifically wrong, more about Haiti on a particular subject, or that the guy with the goose is actually from Haiti and he turns out, it's not just a Reddit video or photo that's been making the rounds, then please share it. Share it with America. We'd love to hear it. But
yeah. And detach from the outcome. Who cares, right? We care about the root cause of these things.
Yeah,
so whether it's true or whether it's not, like, you have to detach from this and be willing to say, okay, I was wrong about that. But the real cause here is illegal immigration and how it's destabilizing countries and our country as well. So that's what we care about. All right. We're going to talk about how the debates showed us that we are in the dystopic fiction that we've been warned about. Have we missed the signs? Well, we haven't. You haven't, and we haven't. And we're going to talk about that and the warning signs that actually put me in a deep depression after this debate. And we're going to talk about that. But first, Clayton.
But first, I'm clicking around like crazy. Yeah, I know we all talk about, I don't know if you guys saw it today, gold just hit an all-time high. Why?
And so this is basically like fighting over the remote control. I don't like what you're doing there.
I'm moving
do
the
it my
windows
way.
around. No, I don't want to do it your way.
Can I just have it?
No, you cannot have the mouse.
Give it to me
It's on my
right
side
now.
of the table. Keep your hands off the mouse.
In my car, we also have like this temperature sync, and I'm always pushing sync so he can't change it on his side. So I don't like this.
That's why they have those beds that have like different temperature controls.
And you paused the YouTube one. Okay.
All right, I'll click it down. All right, there. It's rolling now. The YouTube chat is rolling as well.
Okay.
Old Hickory says it's lecture time.
Don't fight in front of our audience. It makes them
lecture time.
uncomfortable.
Exactly.
All right. Well, the presidential debate shows that we are living in a war-loving, dystopic, authoritarian system. And a lot of good fiction has warned us about this. And we are missing it. Now, before we started this segment, I talked about how fiction has warned us, and a lot of people will sort of cheer for these movies like The Hunger Games, Star Wars, Harry Potter, 1984, and you'll say, oh yeah, we'd recognize authoritarianism and fight back when we see it, but we're missing it, and the debates showed it to us clearly. Now, I put it to the chat at the beginning of the show. What are some other fictional pieces, either movies or books, that have warned us about this that you recognize today? Philip said V for Vendetta. Some of you said Soylent Green, Terminator, Running Man. I've never seen that. Gattaca, Blade Runner. Honestly, I saw it so clearly in this debate this week that I had to take Wednesday off because I was so upset, because it says to me that we are living in a black hole of terror and war that will affect our children. Sometimes I can brush off these stories and go to my regular life. This week I couldn't. The debate really got to me. It could be that this was totally engineered to give Democrats power. It feels like that. My concern is more about the war rhetoric than the actual bias, although that's a concern too. Just hours ago, an ABC whistleblower said they will allegedly release an affidavit claiming that the Harris campaign was given sample questions, as well as assurances that Trump would be fact-checked and that she would not. Now, I'm not that upset about one candidate over another, because again, what I'm concerned about is the war rhetoric that is being pushed around one party and not another. It felt to me like we literally are living in the Hunger Games, and the media is controlled by those who will send your children to their deaths. And as a mother, I want to make this case to you so that we don't miss it. Now, if you haven't read The Hunger Games, please read it. Every day as a journalist, we see terrifying parallels between this fictional novel and the authoritarianism at play in our world that does not have any value for life or death. In The Hunger Games, Suzanne Collins paints this world where citizens work for the government. They own nothing. They have no rights. There are constant shortages of food, clothing, shelter. There's constant suffering, except in the Capitol. Who is the Capitol in this? The media, the globalists. In the Capitol, they live with abundance. They are aligned with the globalist agenda, and they risk no death. Their children are not sent to their deaths. Their children do not work. They are never at a threat. The capitalist, or the Capitol rather, makes sure that citizens never rise up against them by hosting the Hunger Games every year, where children are picked to play in a lottery to have to fight for their death. Now, the main news anchor in the Hunger Games is Caesar Flickerman, and tell me you did not see this parallel. He is a mouthpiece of government control. He will never go into the Hunger Games, and he will never have a child die or a family member, so he can broadcast in this way. This is what I saw so clearly when these two anchors that hosted the debate, specifically when they asked President Trump, do you want Ukraine to win the war? That is a fundamentally ignorant question about the state of the war, and only someone who risks neither their own life nor the life of someone that they love could ask it. And honestly, I'm choked up even thinking about it, because it shows how much they want war to be a zero-sum game. And they don't care about death. They risk nothing. It's a horrifically biased question. Now, President Trump's answer was that he just wants the death to stop, and the media perceives that as a failure because either they have not studied the conflict or they want the war to continue, or both. Watch.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president. Okay. They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's, where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here.
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest?
They threw him out like a dog.
I think it's the U.S.
I love
best
that
interest
bit.
to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice
You
President
don't know
Harris.
if he's alive.
Yes, I mean, to me, I was like that. To me, that was like the applause line of the night. Absolutely, and then that smug asshole asking. I just want to be clear. You already answered it.
He is Caesar Flickerman. He doesn't care about anybody's deaths.
I just want to be clear. I know you already answered it when you told me you want the war to end, but I want to go back and ask it again. Does that mean you don't want Ukraine to win? Let me say it again. I want the war to be over. I don't want these human beings being killed.
If he did not live in the capital where he risks no death, he risks nothing, he would not ask a question like that. If your relatives were dying or your children could die for this, would you ask a question like that? Like war is a zero-sum game? That it's win or lose? Of course you wouldn't. If you care about humans, someone else put another dystopic warning in here, Planet of the Apes, good one. Well, look at how the legacy media spun this, that Trump refuses to say if he wants Ukraine to win or lose. Again, if your relatives are dying, or if your children might be at risk to be sent to this war, do you care about win or lose? No. You care only about peace. Now, Kamala Harris's answer was that Trump would end the war just by giving it up. Well, what is it to give up? Is it ours to give up? Well, let's take a look. Here's what she says the U.S. should not give up. That's not our land. That's Ukraine right there. The territory that is red and dark gray are the regions that have been attacked by Ukraine since 2014, because those regions were aligned with Russia or they were ethnic Russians.
Yeah, 99% of them.
They did not support the Maidan coup, and the Ukrainian army started attacking those regions in 2014, so much so that in 2015, the International Monetary Fund told them that they would stop lending them money unless they stopped spending $1 million per day attacking their own people. But Ukraine never stopped. In 2022, those regions were continuously attacked, and those attacks escalated. They asked Russia to come in and support them and stop the attacks. Russian parliament voted to do that. It was not the whim of Putin. And now, once the Russian army had control of those places, those people voted to join Russia. So when Kamala Harris says we can't give that up, it's not ours. It's not up to us. We absolutely have nothing to give up when you don't make decisions for the people in those regions. Now, Trump was right when he said that Kamala Harris had her chance to prevent the war, and she did not. She failed. She went to Ukraine in early 2022 to negotiate. What could she have done? Well, she could have told Ukraine, stop attacking those regions and Russia won't have to come in and do anything. She could have stopped giving them money and weapons to keep attacking their own people in order to honor the Minsk agreements. Instead, she did the opposite. Here she is explaining what she did that led to more war in February of 2022.
Now, during your meeting with President Zelensky, he spoke a little bit about asking the U.S. for specific defense aid. Could you talk a little bit about what he asked the United States for and what the U.S. has agreed to offer?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you what I think you already know. So far, we have offered, and not even offered, we have transferred and given $650 million in aid. We have also made certain loan guarantees around, in particular, $1 billion. And that is on top of all of the work that we have done collectively through the NATO alliance to provide support for Ukraine.
She created the war. The war was escalating because Ukraine was attacking those places, and she gave them more weapons and money to keep doing that. And Russia then came in and stopped it. So no, she's not going to want this war to end. She never did. She never even tried to prevent it. Now, Trump is not actually saying the whole story about Ukraine. He frames this conflict still as Putin's invasion. But again, does it matter if he's willing to facilitate peace in this moment? In the short term, no. In the long term, I would like him to say the truth that Ukraine has been playing dirty and attacking civilians and never honored the Minsk agreements, never had the intention to. But again, his main message that he wants death to stop, and the Hunger Games anchors could not accept that. That's what you can see. I'm really upset about it.
Oh, you want death to stop? That's not in our cards. I don't see that. We're not talking about death stopping here. Let's move along to the next question.
Absolutely not. They didn't hear
climate
it.
Change.
They didn't say boo about how she has no plan for peace in Ukraine. She has no plan for peace in Gaza. They didn't push her on that because obviously a vote for her is a vote for war if you have studied this. Now, this is how journalist Seymour Hersh put it in his newsletter today, and I give him a high five for this, that the one vital area that scared the hell out of me, foreign policy. Harris did not deviate from Biden's horrific and dangerous foreign policy in two areas: continued personal and military support for the ongoing Israeli terror in Gaza, and his administration's continuing support in dollars and war goods for Ukraine and its delusional president, Zelensky. So Kamala Harris doesn't have to say that because she lives in the Capitol and she doesn't have children that would be drafted into the Hunger Games of this war. She has a stepchild, but they would not be drafted, obviously, because they live in the Capitol. Neither does David Muir. He's not a parent. The other anchor, Lindsay Davis, she is a mother, so you would think that maybe she would stop and think, but maybe she has privileges of the Pan Am Capitol because she's in the Hunger Games. But the rest of us who do not live in the Capitol, who do not speak for that, whose children may be sent into this dystopic Hunger Games, have to see this. So again, I put it to you, have these ABC moderators either not studied the war in Ukraine, or are they broadcasting for the violence of the globalist wars? Just think about that and let me know how you think. Now, again, the backlash has been all around their bias, but what about the backlash about their warmongering? That's what I want to know. They deserve to be fired for not doing the job of journalism and continuing to sell us a war based on a lie, and they will not sacrifice a damn thing. Personally. Now, in the Hunger Games, I just want to finish with this. There is a time when the tables turn and the globalists actually do come down on hard times, and then the people in the Capitol have nothing, and then they have to get a taste of their own medicine. It's hard to not think of that as a revenge fantasy when I think about these globalists. I don't want anything bad to happen to them, but I definitely have this sort of poetic justice idea for anyone who continues to support war like this. So shame on them.
I do wish bad things for them. I do wish they would go to prison. They'd be locked up. They're war criminals. They are vile. They're evil human beings, and they should not be a part of our society. They should not be a part of our ruling class telling us how to live our lives.
Well, the journalists, I want to, throw them in the gulag. Let them, work in District 12 in the coal mines. That's how I feel.
They're part of the state-run
media. Go to
media.
the cobalt mines that might collapse on you at any given time for your electric vehicle. That's what I want.
Someone in the chat says all of the mainstream media is pro-war, including including Fox News. Yeah, I mean, that's why my
Yes,
friend
absolutely.
Tucker Carlson lost his job, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you cannot be on any of the mainstream media, Fox News, MSNBC, CNN. They
Yeah.
might have different flavors, they might have their different flavors, but it's all one machine.
Oh, the warmongering that went on Fox News around September 11th memorials about how like we need to up our military industrial complex because we haven't dealt with a threat that continues since 9/11 was horrifying. Yes, they too are part of the Capitol.
We here on this show spend an entire week, and we will continue today to honor the victims of 9/11 and showing you the truth around 9/11. We've done a whole week-long special. Every day we've launched a new premiere here on the show, specifically focused on 9/11, how the hijackings were not hijackings at all. They were remotely controlled vehicles. These pilots did not have any kind of experience to do these amazing advanced maneuvers, descending 10,000 feet in 1 minute and pulling off unbelievable maneuvers that not even advanced pilots from Top Gun could pull off. Don't be a fool. You're not an idiot. What types of vehicles actually hit the Pentagon? What happened to the vehicles in the vehicle in Shanksville, Pennsylvania? All of that we've covered here this week on the show. And all of the evidence, even former Fox News employees or Fox anchors who were there on camera saying we heard demolitions, we saw explosions. That stuff has been hidden. And of course, the military-industrial complex of the mainstream media continues to push this narrative that we need to go to war in the Middle East and Americans will die, $1 trillion in spending, while cities like Springfield, Ohio and Aurora, Colorado descend into chaos because these guys, they have no, I don't know. They're more focused on money and power than they are the United States.
You have no moral code if you can ask a question like that. Do you want Ukraine to win? Clearly, you have no conscience. Either you're really stupid or you really don't care about death. And I lean towards the second one. And I just can't stand it. I literally can't stand it. So I wanted to have a talk with you guys about it.
Especially when you can't even define what winning is. Like, what is winning anyway?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great if Trump said, David, I know you're a news anchor, probably not terribly smart, but what does it mean to win in Ukraine?
Yeah.
And then throw it back on David. What do you mean by win? Can you be specific? Get their land back, take over Crimea. They have no answer for
that
this.
same land they've tortured. I don't care about that. Who cares about that?
Yeah.
They're poor Ukrainian miners. Mostly ethnic Russians.
Well, we want to thank you guys so much for subscribing to the show here. We really appreciate it. If you're on and Grover's excited, our little mini pincher. Thank you guys. Someone said, you can connect more than one mouse to the computer.
But that would be war.
Yes,
that would be all
this is
war.
my mouse. The desk here. There's no more attachments going to happen here.
Yeah,
but we want to tell you,
could have two cursors.
He's a megalomaniac.
That's right.
Yeah.
Got to have control. I'm a Capricorn, we're the ones that build businesses and we're in control. We're strong, ambitious people. That's right. You're a Virgo. That drives you nuts because you're a crazy spreadsheet freak.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Virgos are.
Yeah. But I'm also a good reader.
That's right. Okay, so we are going to launch our premiere. David, you want to tell us about this? So it's our 9/11. Our 9/11 week continues here. We have a big interview coming up in just moments. How does this premiere work? So if people are watching on YouTube?
Yeah, so if you're on YouTube, you're going to immediately after the stream be redirected. I'll also be posting the link repetitively in the chat in case you aren't redirected. If you're on Rumble, the video will be posted immediately. It's going to be posted actually at 3:25 p.m. So you can watch it there, as well as X. It'll be posted at 3:25. But on YouTube, stick around and it should redirect you. But if not, then click the link that I'll be spamming in chat here in about 1 minute.
All right, great. So stay here on YouTube, and if not on Rumble, we'll be posting the video right there so you can watch that interview on 9/11. We're continuing our deep dive on that. Thank you guys so much for joining us on this Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us on this September 12th. We much love to all of you, and watch that premiere. We'll see you real soon. Have a great night, everyone.
Wow.
Right. I think I had to run off to go and do some chores, probably. Sorry about that. He had some interesting videos he wanted to show us.
Yes, I did pull it up.
Yeah. It was a bit of a long video.
Yeah, I did pull up his police station video.
Yeah. No, the one where he got arrested.
The Sunshine Police Station.
No. It was a couple of lives. It's one of the lives. It's just that he done 2 lives. One before was at a protest.
Okay, the arrested video. I've got that one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okie dokie.
Attacking the pigeons! Fucking rats. Look at them all. Little fucking rats. Yo, walk right around, mate. There you go, right around.
Yeah.
You gotta walk right around, bud. You know, unfortunately. It is what it is,
It's been a long struggle. That was maybe 15 years ago. Unfortunately, he's not over today.
Sorry? I just got here, so I think it all kicked off on what's it called, Wednesday, really. There was some potatoes coming as well, I think. Despicable, really. I mean, what do the horses do? You know, you don't see shit like that. The horses. It's pretty easy, yeah. I mean, you know those big square milk crates, bread crates? They deliver bread. Ram it into the horses and that, man. Well, the horses are, you know what I mean? But it's still not the point, man. No, in Australia, it's not. Yeah, it's not El Salvador or Brazil or something like that. You know what I mean? Never has been. Melbourne's a protest capital of Australia, though, isn't it? There's a protest on nearly every second day. Take care, guys. So mainstream media have been given the privilege of being behind police lines, of course. How you going, Tracy? How you going, Deb? How you going, Rick? Howdy.
No, miss, if you go behind the pole, we can still see you. We see you. We know what you're doing. Unacceptable.
How about John yourself?
Sure. Busy today, huh?
I just got here, man, so...
Hasn't been much going on, really. I've been here since about 8.
Yeah.
Hasn't been much.
Just a sit-in at the moment, virtually, yeah?
Sorry?
Just a sit-in at the moment, isn't it?
I reckon they'll have something planned, though. You know what I mean? They'll have some trick up their
What have you been doing today, sir? Why are you smoking?
There was a lot of protests, man, but when you start fucking hurting people, there's an issue, isn't there? Hurting people, hurting animals. destroying people's property. You know what I mean? Like,
How you going, mate? Where are you from? Oh, Coaches. I just come around and have a look around. Yeah, I knew yours too, yeah. Yeah, good, mate. Warmer at least.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Fucking summer's coming. Yeah, it's fishing again, man. Give me something else to do instead of filming these fucks.
Yeah, I bought a couple. Actually, I bought 6 rods. So I'm going to go fishing too.
Snapper are starting to come in. I've been seeing reports of like some big snap being caught off the Port Arlington, off the breakwater and that there.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of a drive. It's like an hour and 20 minute drive, hour and a half drive. And if you do go all that way and you don't catch, it's like, fuck.
I'm in the process of learning.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's a good hobby, man. You know?
Yeah.
You got patience, man.
100%, man.
Straight down, yeah, it's all that. Kirkland Road and all that.
That's good.
Come down yesterday?
Yeah, but it's stuck over that side.
04 or 07.
Yeah, we had your video on last night.
Okay,
And Source TV, whoever that is.
I know what it's. He's all right.
He did a good job.
He gets past as a Nazi as well, man, just for filming.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're doing this.
Oh, yeah. We don't even have to disagree with him. You know what I mean? You sit on the fence and you're an enemy as well, bro.
That's what the other guy over there was just saying
Yeah.
5 minutes ago.
That's true, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you tell your children this? And you too, sir, if you have any. There are better ways to earn a living.
Well, apparently, anybody who's in the suit. It doesn't matter, I mean, it could have been a doctor or whatever, not even, you know what I mean, and they were abusing him.
What was it a couple of days before they attacked that bus guy?
Why? Those tight pants don't absolve you, mate.
I'm going to give him $10 tomorrow.
He's going to go fuck his set up there, he'll give a fuck.
You have no morals.
You know, just give him some support.
After damage is caused by the copper stopping on his gun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, no, he could stop right, you know what I mean? But yeah.
But the next day, the Muslims showed up and they were having a go in the
Oh, did they?
Yeah, the news reporters were there and they caught him.
Yeah. Gloving up. Get rid of your hands on. We're going to glove up. We're getting rid of your hands on.
Yeah.
We're going to try and find someone with a mask on, probably. Oh, yeah, follow this guy. Something's going down, man.
Germanic affairs.
I'll put my glasses on, guys, and I'll have a bit of a read of the chat. No, sorry, Aussie Carlton's not playing in the grand final, so there'll be no barbecue at my house. Good morning, Rex. Good morning, Rex Riches, my whole community. Aussie. Boondock, yeah, sort of agree with that comment. So they've definitely not got their 25,000 expected turnout that the police said they were going to get. Even on day one, they would have been lucky to be 1,000 people here. Lucky. Uh, 10-4 at South Melbourne. Or NAM, or whatever you want to call it. Either either. It's always going to be Melbourne to me. Yeah, these guys are protesting the conference that's going on here. What about yourself?
Stop here for a second. This is the area which is covered by the Omni Powers, which gives us a direction to be able to search them.
Yeah.
So
what are you searching for?
We're searching for weapons.
What sort of weapons?
Doesn't matter. Any sort of weapons.
Okay, so what do you deem as a weapon?
Anything.
Because this is a walking stick to me.
No, what about what's on your person in your bum bag?
My wallet?
Can you empty your pockets for me, please?
Oh, yeah.
That's an offence to do so. There's a copy of the.
I don't want your copy. You can take your fingers on it. So you've done this to everybody around here, yeah?
Not everyone, no.
No, you single me out, yeah?
No, not particularly.
All right, just don't touch me because I'll empty everything myself, all right?
No, that's okay.
No, you won't be touching none of my stuff.
So you don't want a copy of this? Okay.
Is this all for the camera?
No. No, that's all right. Thank you. And what's your name?
What do you find my name for?
Because we're searching. If you want to make a complaint, we need to be able to record.
No, it's all on here, and I'll be getting your name and number after this.
No, that's all right.
Everyone's. All right.
guys feel powerful to have 7 cops around one person? Does that make you feel really powerful? That's all right. All good. Too easy. Next one.
I won't have any weapons on me. Go and search all these people up. I'm here to record you guys. Now, your name and number, your station? No, I want you to recite it to me. Yep.
29318.
Yep. You've asked me for your name. I want it on a card, please.
I don't have a card.
Well, can you get a piece of paper and write it down for me? You're obligated under 456A, C, if you've asked me for my name, to produce it on a card. That is legislation.
Tell me your email address and I'll send it.
No, not on a card. One of you guys will have a card. You got pens on you? Name and number, please. All of them on a card. Every one of you.
I'm the one who's conducted the search, so
Doesn't matter. You've all surrounded me.
You're not surrounded.
Oh, I am.
Turn around behind you. There's no one behind you.
There's a brick wall behind me. And if I took 2 steps back, you took 2 steps forward.
No. All right.
Who wants to be the thumbnail? You want to be the thumbnail? Do you want to be the thumbnail?
What's the thumbnail?
The thumbnail.
You all right? That's my number.
Everybody else, please. Everyone.
All right, thank you.
Everybody's number, please. You've all approached me. You're all involved in this situation, in this thing. I want everybody's number.
From my number and his number.
Everybody's number. Simple as that. And it's just a number. I don't know what the big deal is.
Oh, I'm giving you my number.
Yeah, I want everybody's number.
What's your name?
You don't get it. Haven't committed a crime.
Yeah, you want our name?
Yeah, because you're a public servant.
Be respectful.
You're a public servant, and under 456C, you're required to. Everybody, please. You don't know the law then, do you?
You got that. It's already checked in.
Oh, thank you. You put everybody's on there? Thank you, sir. I'll be better day than yours. Fucking tyrants, man. You having a laugh about it, are you? Go and fucking do some real fucking work. You fucking slobs. You are fucking slobs. That's what you are, a fucking slob. What? No, look. I cop it for these cunts all the time, bro. I'm all right, bro. You're a fucking idiot too. Suck my dick, cunt. Got some good, bro. It's like intimidation sort of tactics, man, you know what I mean? That they don't work. They should fucking realise by now. Well, all they're trying to do is get my blood pressure up, but I took my blood pressure tablets today, so it's not going to work, guys. Fucking idiots. So now I come and start filming your police stations and all your private registrations of your vehicles, and I'm going to put it online. Your police stations, I'm allowed to film. Enjoy it when your registration is all over the internet. All of you. Enjoy it. First station, Sunshine. All right? You're at Sunshine Station? They'll be the ones first, all right? Closest to my home. Open up a can of worms. They're not. They're not. All your regos are going online, guys. All of them. I hope you got to hide your cars. Better go and hide your cars. Got an eye problem. Keep on staring, it's going to be classed as sexual assault. Keep it up.
Boy, they watching him like a hawk.
Did they just de-arrest him?
Yeah, but they're just watching him like a freaking hawk.
They're coming back again, guys.
Right over here, sir.
What, am I under arrest?
Yeah, you are.
What for? What am I under arrest
You
for?
threw your cigarette on the ground.
No, I didn't. It's in the actual can.
Yeah, but you put it on the
It's
ground
in the
first.
can.
Get out
No,
of my
I
face.
didn't.
Get
A cigarette on the ground.
Move out of my face.
It's in the can.
Okay.
It's in the can. Go get the can.
ground?
No, I didn't. I put it in the can.
Pure
It's on
retaliation.
video. I knew you guys were going to come, so I got the cigarette, but I put it in the can and put it in the bin.
This way, were you swearing before?
Yeah, I was.
What, and you think that's okay?
Yes, I do.
Even then there's children.
Yes,
here?
I do.
It's called offensive behaviour.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And they're required to give me your name and address.
Yeah,
for
it's not
offensive
happening.
Behaviour.
You want to place me under arrest then?
I will place you under arrest if you don't provide your name and address. All right. For the purposes of identification, you've been placed under arrest for offensive behaviour and swearing in a public place. You've been placed under arrest for swearing your name and identity.
I want my name and not getting it.
Excuse me, leave him alone. This man has done nothing wrong. He's not selling weapons. He's not wielding his gun. You guys are the ones looking dangerous. You guys are the ones holding guns right now.
Behaviour and swearing in a public place.
Where we going this way?
Arrest the war criminals!
Sorry, I'm moving this.
Arrest the war criminals, not this man! The war criminals are inside, not out here!
What's going on?
Arrest
Can you inform this guy from the other side that you're going as well? He's trying to pull me one way, and you're pulling me the other. That's going on. It's not going on.
Unbelievable. Okay. He had a couple of other videos.
Sorry about that. I was just making a sandwich.
It's okay. I'm trying to pull up the other video. I want to make sure I got them in order.
Oh, the one where he got all their reg numbers. I saw that one as well.
Okay. Here is the second one he shared. This was right here. This is the other one he shared.
Use it. Who turned my camera off? Yeah, and someone's pressed stop. Right? You're not allowed to do it. So whoever took my phone off me, right, has pressed stop. You need a search warrant to do that. You're not allowed to access my phone. Someone's turned it off. It's on footage. I'm going to find out who it was.
Then talk to them once you find out who it is.
Wonder why you guys get the hate. Wonder why there's such a high turnover of police officers as well.
All right, that's everyone.
You get the sergeant who arrested me initially?
Yes.
He's not here.
No, it's
No, the sergeant who went and...
oh, the senior sergeant.
Yep, that's why I want his number. You'd have to know it. He's your superior.
I do know. You know what?
He was the first one to approach me. He's one of taking a piece of paper off with all the names and numbers. Sorry?
What are you girls? So
Yeah.
you can contact us and we'll provide those.
But on the tour, it's going to be everyone's number. Yeah?
There you go. Thanks.
Sorry, I can't make out these numbers, man. What that? Can you read that? That is scribble. Can you read that?
Yeah.
I can't. Provide a fucking number properly.
Yeah, you just got to go around this way. Yeah.
Fucking Joe.
All the way down there and
Look at this writing. That's like fucking prep writing.
Thank you.
Prep school writing. Off where? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Absolutely nothing.
Boring me.
You're boring.
Yeah, all right.
Fat fuck.
You've got the same body shape as me.
Yeah, I got 20 years on you too. And still run rings around you. I'm staying here all day now.
Okay.
Better than you.
Nice quiet day, boys.
Good. Get there.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Have a good night.
Hey guys, thanks for all your work you guys do. Put out the tickets.
How's it going, guys? Fucking gooses, man. All right, so you want the heads up? I got put in cuffs because they tried to stay, but I threw my cigarette butt on the ground. But the thing is, I put the cigarette butt in the can, and then I put the can in the bin. So he fucked up. So what they did then, they went fishing. They said, you were swearing. Oh my God, I'm swearing in public. All I wanted to do was just try to intimidate. That's a failure, but they just opened a can of worms. You know what I mean? Actually, no marks this time, guys. Oh, a little bit, not much. Sorry guys, I'm not talking. I can't read. I haven't got my glasses on. I'm just walking around back to the other side of. When they escorted me right across Spencer Street Bridge to the other side of the convention centre, just to fuck me around. Yeah, casino guys. No, you can't give a move on order at a fucking protest, dude. And they know very well I can't. Oh yeah, no, of course it was a setup. They're coming for me hard.
They don't want.
I didn't give them my name, guys. They fucking end up searching me, going through all my stuff.
They don't want independent journalists filming.
So I was contemplating on coming here without my ID on me. Fucking make me walk. Nathan, there's a reason why I had it on me. It's all good, bro. These cunts knew who I was anyhow, man. While they're marching me over the bridge, one of them turns around and he goes, "There's fucking what's it called?" See, I triggered them when I said I was going to go and film all their red jays. They didn't like that. They really don't like that. Round two. Ding, ding. Of course not. Why would you fear a piece of tin foil? So the piece of paper that I got the coppers to write down all their names and numbers, the first time when they searched me, when they arrested me, they decided to relieve me of that paper. So now I haven't got their badge numbers. I crack the shits over that, and they go, oh, we don't know nothing about it, don't know nothing about it. I'm pretty sure the fucking senior sergeant didn't want me having his badge number, because here's the thing. Their badge number is their email address. And you get enough badge numbers, you spam them out, man.
But this is why you need to record the paper, and he did get a good look at it with his camera, so we might be able to rewind it,
Didn't know move on directions, didn't even know
close it, and get all those
the
numbers.
area or anything like that. We'll see what I come up with now.
That's why you record, always record everything. They took the paper off him. After they gave him a piece of paper with the budget, they took it. Can you imagine it? That's how petty they are. That's pure retaliation. And then they had second thoughts about it because they knew he was going to make a complaint. And it was going to go online. So they went back, further violated and abused his rights just to take that piece of paper off him. Wow. That's petty. That's petty and retaliatory.
Oh, he's back there.
Well, you might want to mute this music if it starts playing. It seems like this is what the reason why they play music.
Of course they want me out of the way, Gregory.
And dirty.
New South Wales police as well, Tom. Hey, the stupid cunt didn't realise that I was being videoed when I put the fucking cigarette butt in the can. What a dumb cunt. What an absolute dumb cunt. Vic Pole, fuck, eat a dick. Melbourne Mafia, oh yeah. Oh, thanks, bro. At first, he tried to get me for my secret button, but the cops were recording me, and I knew what they were up to. I grabbed the button, I put it in my can, and he was recording me, but this guy didn't know. So you're arrested for throwing a cigarette button. And I go, no, I can do it. Well, now you're arrested for swearing. It's like a fishing expedition. All they wanted to do was move me on.
Because you're offending them. You're telling the truth.
They know who I am because all I do is film headphones. You know what I mean? And I hate it.
No, who's telling them? You got all the red guys.
We can bring it down.
How you doing, mate?
Are you okay now?
No, good, brother.
You're out. I was wondering if they're going to let you back.
They wanted to find out what my name was. So what it was at first, I'm smoking a cigarette, right? And I thought, you know what? Then watch it with the door. Flipped it, I put it in my can, and the thing is, that's what recording it. And then this guy come up to the side saying that I threw a cigarette. And I turned around and said, no, I put it in the can. And he goes, well, you were swearing. Yeah, what? Indecent language or something.
They just come and get you.
He didn't like the fact that I turned around and said, I'm going to put come. That's what it is. There's that cookery again. Right? That one there, the one with the purple hat. Right? Now listen to this, right? Her partner is a copper, and more than likely he's stationed here at the moment. So she's coming to his work.
That's what you was trying to say. You like it.
Yeah.
Can't understand.
They're wandering people down trying to find knives and shit.
Yeah, they got sorted.
When you come in, you can be searched, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Good morning, DPA.
What? No, I didn't.
Hi, mate. How you doing, bro?
What they're doing today, they're getting paid enough.
Okay. Legitimate question. If you wanted to get into a job helping people, why are you working for an organisation that is you're basically security guards for warmongers?
Oh no, it's not you too! The staff is good, but you're not!
It's a health tech. You're not helping anyone.
What about your job is positive? So what?
Did you kill today? I'm sure your family's fair.
Thanks, Joel. Hey, I'm a targeted individual, bro.
Boy, she wants him to see that sign.
You gonna try and do it again?
Probably still watching it.
Oh, definitely, cuz. fucking sniper rifle.
Or they're watching him like a hawk.
They haven't wanted me. I was a bit surprised because I know who I am.
What is your plan? What's tonight? There's another way. Shane! You can't get another with impediments! Why have you chosen this career? It's not funny! It is not funny!
Hey, what's your plan for today?
I've got half an hour. Yeah, my glasses are on, man.
You're arrested, huh? Fuck off. You're going to get arrested.
Hey, yeah, Mellow, thanks for joining, man. I was on the audit.
Don't laugh. It's gonna happen.
Shine! Shine! And I'm talking about your shirt!
They aren't getting arrested for swearing in public.
How long? 3 months, did you say? 3 weeks. Oh, 3 weeks.
Shame on you. You're standing in line.
What is this event? It's a protest against a convention for military weapons.
What are you doing, fat boy?
Fuck with. I see you ain't gonna fucking mouthful. What are you gonna do with fucking cops? Huh?
Robocop! You take your glasses off! Shamefulness! Absolutely shameful!
Get a better fucking job.
There's bollards and signs up when you come in this area that you can be searched, you can be wandered, check your baggage and all that crap.
Everyone's on the side or like that.
I'll be it. Not one of you.
Let's look at this.
I've got hope. Because they would hate me. They did what? Say, look, I reckon you like that if you go. You have sex with that.
This is the last day, isn't it?
I thought that had some surprise pack for the police.
No.
Hasn't happened.
No. You see that mine bird attacking the fucking pickers? The Indian miners, man. Yeah, come in and they kill everything, man. Here we go, we gotta go again. Look, no, that's a little bird. Kill everything, man. I'll start making my way back to my car, I think.
Oh, I'm just going to stand there until I'm bored and then go on. It's sort of interesting enough to keep me here.
That's a big female copper, isn't it? It's fucking huge.
Don't go in there, miss. Please don't go in there, please. What about that conference? Get you going.
Bloody Indian miner birds, get out of here. They're pests. They kill everything.
These things get on the windowsill.
Fucking flying rats, man. Bill Gates, what's it called? Spy pigeons. The red eyes.
Probably got mosquitoes and spies too.
No, sir, the wrong way. That's the wrong way. Do you know where you're going? I doubt it. You've got no moral compass. No credentials.
I've always wanted to. I just can't be right? There's our mate over there. He's everywhere.
Which one?
No, just near the guy. He's everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Every protest.
Yeah.
Ukrainian.
I know what you've done, sir. I know what you're doing. I can see your emails.
Noel D, I'll tell you what's going on. This is a protest rally for, there's a convention going over in a thing called Jeff Shed, ex-Melbourne Exhibition Building. It's a military expo, and these people are protesting against it. It's a joke, actually, the logistics of this and how they go about it. I could talk someone about 10 different ways, right, to block this off. The fucking 3/4 of the number of people opposite the door. It's so easy.
Undercover security around. When you stand around for one, you see.
Oh, here we go. Jay Leno coming on. This will take about 5 minutes.
I've got fucking 70 people in here. I gotta go and fucking back to the car. I gotta call it, guys. I gotta get back to my car. I don't want to get a $99 fine.
Mate, did you eat the ammunition?
Yeah, exactly, Big D.
What about this gives you job satisfaction, sir?
How many kids did you kill today?
Your fly's undone yet. Suspend your
that's right. One line is easy for us. One line, isn't it?
I'll catch you later, John.
No, I'll see you later.
See you, man. Look after yourself, bud.
Just took me down and I said,
I'm not going to film that way. There's a class of kids. Looks like a school excursion or something. So I'll wrap it up now, guys. You never know. I might come back in a bit. I might just go and move my car to another spot. We'll see how we go. How you go, mate? Had the braces on today? Had the bracelets on today? No, those bracelets.
Well, that was interesting. You notice how other people were screaming profanities and they did not get arrested. But AA did. Now, isn't that interesting? Oh, others got arrested. Did not get arrested, but AA did. That's going to be interesting how it plays out in court. Did you notice that? And that was a very interesting very, very interesting how he was the only one arrested. Very interesting how he was the only one arrested.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel and a flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear his new chain, big house, fast cars, so bored. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel and a flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm deciding to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
Oh, I like that one, Mellows. That's pretty cool. I come with songs, Inferno. The new songs you've made lately. Is that one you made? When did it get put on? What was the name of it? Inferno? Smile, wasn't it? There it is.
Smiling faces sometimes pretend to be your friend. Smiling faces show no traces of the evil that lurks within. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. The truth is in the eyes, 'cause the eyes don't lie, amen. Remember, a smile is just a frown turned upside down, my friend. So hear me when I'm saying, smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. Beware of the handshake that hides the snake. I'm telling you, beware of the pat on the back. It just might hold you back. Jealousy, misery, envy. I tell you, you can't see behind. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. Your enemy won't do you no harm, 'cause you know where he's coming from. Don't let the handshake and the smile fool you. Take my advice, I'm only trying to school you. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies and I got proof. Smiling faces sometimes. Nice to meet you, where you been? I can show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. I saw you there and I thought, oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, wanna play? Hey. New money, suit and tie. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors fly. And I know you heard about me, so hey, let's be friends. I'm dying to see how this one ends. Grab your passport in my hand. I can make the bad guys good for a weekend. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Cherry lips, crystal skies, I could show you incredible things. Stolen kisses, pretty lies. You're the king, baby, I'm your queen. Find out what you want, be that girl for a month. Wait, the worst is yet to come. Oh no, screaming, crying, perfect storms. I can make all the tables turn. Rose garden filled with thorns, keep you second go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. Cause you know I love the players and you love the game. So young and reckless, won't take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't, say I did, I warn ya. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't, say I did, I warn ya. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. Cause you know I love the players and you love the game. For young and reckless, won't take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name.
What sounds better, Inferno?
I turned the volume up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. I just
down.
caught.
I didn't even notice it was down.
Yeah, when it always starts at half volume actually.
Oh,
We actually have normal volume, and then we pull it full. It's at 100%.
I
Normal.
didn't notice it was down. My mistake.
Doggone it.
Doggone it. How you coming on videos?
We are about to start work.
You about to start work?
I'm about to start.
Good deal. I'm gonna figure out how to get you out of the slump. We gotta get back on track. We're gonna get back on track.
Watching you, every move you make, every step you take. I'll be watching you, 2050. I'll be watching you. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take. I'll be watching every single thing, every word you say, every game you play, every night you wake, you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I'll be watching every step you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step. I'll be watching you, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay. I'll be watching every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step. I'll be watching you, single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night. I'll be watching every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim. I'll be watching you, breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step. I'll be watching.
If it's the last thing I do this week, I'm gonna get you motivated and get you going. Got to get motivated. Not gonna let you have another heart attack. Not gonna let you get down in the dumps. Gonna get you motivated and get you working. Got it? Yeah, I've been down in the dumps all week too. Shit's happened, but you got to get motivated. Okay?
He deals the cards as a meditation, and those he plays never suspect. He doesn't play for the money he wins. He don't play for respect. He deals the cards to find the answer, the sacred geometry of chance, the hidden law of a probable outcome. The numbers lead a dance. I know that the spades are the swords of a soldier.
know that the clubs are weapons of war. I know that diamonds mean money for this art, but that's not the shape of my heart. He may play the jack of diamonds, he may lay the queen of spades, he may conceal a king in his hand while the memory of it fades. I know that the spades are the swords of a soldier. I know that the clubs are weapons of war. I know that diamonds mean money for this art, but that's not the shape of my heart. That's not the shape of my heart. And if I told you that I loved you, you maybe think there's something wrong. I'm not a man of too many faces, the mask I wear is one. But those who speak and know nothing and find out to their cost. Like those who curse their luck in too many places, and those who fear are lost. I know that the spades are the swords of a soldier. I know that the clubs are weapons of war. I know that diamonds mean money for this art, but that's not the shape of my heart. That's not the shape of my heart. Shape of my heart. That's not the shape of my heart.
We're gonna kick your butt and get you motivated.
Yep, back on track.
Yeah.
Got a lot of work to do. I've got a lot of work to do, got a lot of ground to cover.
Yep. I don't know what we got to do, but we're gonna get you back on track.
I know how we're gonna do it.
I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first take care of it. So now, I smoke 2 joints when I get up. In the car, I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints when I play video gaming and every 10,000 points. I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first take care of it. So now, I smoke 2 joints in the morning, I smoke 2 joints at night. I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Smoke 2 joints, that's what I do. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the morning. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the afternoon.
some likes over on Rumble with it. People over there watching. It's like.
And you gonna say that? Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. That's what I do. Smoke 2 joints.
Grim came in earlier. Do you know which short he was talking about?
I have no idea. Where is the message?
You have to play his short like and share it. Oh, it's laugh out loud. We'll have to go to his channel and see what it is.
We'll bring it up.
I'm going to his channel now to find out what it is. Let's see what it is.
All right. Let's go with
short.
Big bro, I know it's you. Guess it.
Oh, that's why you come.
I'll lay down, I'm so tired. Just come eat. I'll lay down, be there in a minute, I promise. Stop, but wake up. Shut the door. Somebody save me. Me from myself. I spent so long living in hell. Another pill as I start to spiral. Message to my daughters, I don't even deserve the father title. Haley, I'm so sorry. I know I wasn't there for your first guitar recital. Didn't walk you down the aisle. Missed the birth of your first child. Your first podcast, looking down, sweetie. I'm so proud of how you turned out. Sorry that I chose drugs and put them above you. Sorry that I didn't love you enough to give them up. How the fuck do I not love you more than a pill? Looking up to the ceiling from this floor, wonder will somebody save me? Me from myself. I spent so long living in hell. They say my lifestyle is bad for my health. It's the only thing that seems to help. Sorry that you had to hear me fall in the bathroom. Sorry that I missed your graduate, Nate. I should just congratulate you on being the dad that Carter and Liam. Look at you, little bro. Sorry I left you. Sorry that I'll never get to hold or hug my little nephew Stevie. I'm sorry I missed you. Grow up and I didn't get to be the dad I wanted to be to you. Things I wanted to see you do. This is my song from me to you. Sorry I gave up, but I'm just so defeated. God, what the fuck do you want me to do? Somebody save me. Me from myself. I spent so long living in hell. They say my lifestyle is bad for my health. It's the only thing that seems to help. I've been staring at the video of Haley almost daily, of her playing the guitar, in hopes maybe that'll give me the power to fight. But the addict in me's a coward. He told me that I can't do it. Had a second chance, blew it. It's like I'm stuck inside an alternate reality, but I know I'll turn it around and be able to walk her and Lady one day to the altar as proud as can be. Right now I'm just weak as I fall further down in this deep hole and farther in the ground that I sink as they lower with me in my coffin. I feel the tears all falling down on my cheek. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams.
Individuals, half of whom have had the vaccine. What you can did you hear what he said? Impact on the transmission of the check in a.
I'm stunning. Listen to this pussy.
Yeah. The vaccine on
listen. This is ops. Listen.
43,000 individuals, half of whom have had the vaccine. What you can.
Did you hear what he said?
Impact on the transmission of the.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Did I hear it?
I will put it in chat for everybody. For everybody. To share. That is Grim Reaper. Found that. For everybody. That is on the Grim Reaper. That is interesting. Yeah. That's a good one. Oh, God. Grim can come up with some good ones. Grim can come up with some good ones. He can surely come up with some good ones. He can come up with some good ones, I'll tell you. He can come up with some good ones. So he certainly can come up with.
Yeah. I've had that on my channel for 4 years. I've had that on Eyes on the Audit for about 4 years. I got punished for it as well back in the day. I had to put it in private. I'll show you.
Well, maybe now you can unprivate it.
This one. 2020. They gave me a strike back then, and I was like, fuck it. And I put everything on private. No, it's public now. Whoop. Screen. Yeah, let's get it out there. You might punish me again for it.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers. It's like Grim was like, fuck it, give me it, I'll put it up. Yeah. Motherfucker.
We'll see if we get strikes today.
They're scared to come outside. Tell them boys they better pray. Tell them boys stay out the way. Tell them ain't nobody safe. On my mama, on my game, we gon' put it in their face. Yeah. They scared to come outside. I know we stepping night and day. God know I'm stepping now or later. Until it hurts, it ain't no mercy. That's just how we made it. You hear that church up in my verses, cause that's how I'm raised. I told God he gotta forgive me, I'm insane, oh. Get down on my knees when I'm in pain, oh. Tired of the rain on my name. I clean this blood off my Jesus piece. Oh Jesus, please, can you feel my needs? Yeah. Tired of fucking up, I'm in the streets. Yeah. Trying to take away this hurt inside of me. They're scared to come outside. God, I need a second chance. Knowing that I love you, but sometimes I do the devil dance. Lost a couple of my partners, so I'm slide out on whoever in. Drop one of them niggas when I kill them, call the reverend. Yeah. Cause no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Yeah. God know I'm clutching on this chopper. Yeah. Waiting on them boys outside. They know we stepping night and day. They know we stepping out and later. Until it hurts, it ain't no mercy, that's just how we made it. You hear that church up in my verses, that's just how we raised. Though I feel cursed, I pray for better days. Seems like yesterday we was catching plays, and it's been harder on me lately, I can't catch a break. I'm losing niggas on the day-to-day. Every day I pray, only God can take this hate away. Lord knows if I see him, I'ma have to spray. You know that same spot I seen him is the spot he lay. Blood off my Jesus, Jesus, please say there's a heaven for a real one. I had to smoke him, even Moses had to kill one. Do it for the bills, I swear this shit is getting ill. They know we stepping night and day. They know we stepping an hour later. Until it hurts, it ain't no mercy, that's just how we raised. You hear that church up in my verses, that's just how we raised. Oh, you hear that church up in my verse, cause that's just how I'm raised. Glock off in my britches, that's just how I'm came. Keep a 30 on me, blood, don't get out the way. Lord, I get my preacher on. Yeah. Big old desert eagle, flyer than an eagle. Big old shooter, pull up in them Regals. Drop out down on my people. This the gang, I put them demons on you. Fake ass rappers not equal. We told healers I got that ether. They didn't believe I'm the people's choice. They didn't believe in us. Ran down on you in them Adidas. Yeah. Everybody knows that it's moving fast. Everybody knows that the naked man or woman are just a shining artifact of the past. Everybody knows the scene is dead, but there's gonna be a meter on your bed that will disclose what everybody knows. And everybody knows that you're in trouble. Everybody knows what you've been through. From the bloody cross on top of Calvary to the beach of Malibu. Everybody knows it's coming apart. Take one last look at this sacred heart before it blows. Everybody knows.
Mellows, I sent you a copy of the follow-up email to you look at. I sent it to the AI for you to look at so that we can do a follow-up email to the ones that haven't responded to our emails. So hopefully we can get responses.
Wild roses, morning dew, dusty roads I travel through. Mother Nature guides my way, mountain tops where I will stay. Meadows wide, fields of gold, clear mountain lakes, icy cold. Burning wood on a fire bright, whiskey warms this chilly night. Wild roses bloom a story new, morning light and sky so blue. Dusty roads where dreams unfold, fields of gold and secrets told. Wander through these timeless lands, Mother Nature holds my hands. From the peaks to valleys low, in her arms my heart will glow. Wild roses bloom a story new, morning light and sky so blue. Dusty roads where dreams unfold, fields of gold and secrets told. Running through these timeless lands, Mother Nature holds my hands. From the peaks to valleys low, in her arms my heart will glow, will glow. Burning wood, a glowing ember, in my heart I will remember. Dusty roads and mountain air, nature's love beyond compare.
So it looks okay, Mellows?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I'll get them out today. Day 7 of the manhunt in Kentucky. Just listened to a news report. They have no sightings on him. So I guess he is still at large. $35,000 reward is on his head now. So he is still at large. So he is still not found. He is still wandering the streets, or the mountains, or whatever you want to call them. He is still unaccounted for. Did you listen yesterday to your Prime Minister about the health care yesterday?
I missed it.
He did a he did a speech yesterday. About the hospitals.
Darcy's report recognises the broader poor state of the nation's health, and we've published extensively on this. Life expectancy has stalled over the past decade. In some groups, it's gone backwards. And on a visit to West London Trust last week, I spent time with the mental health teams talking about the increasing numbers of people seeking their help. They reflected on the social context fueling some of this, the poor quality housing, the unemployment, rising levels of poverty. And we know from our work with the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and cited by Lord Darcy in his report, if you are poor, you are likely
This is a private so-called charity fund.
Live more years of life in poor health and find it harder to access NHS services.
They stopped funding for the hospitals that they were to build.
This is money influence from WEF and the like. These are unelected bureaucrats, basically non-governmental bodies dictating to government what they should and shouldn't do. This is the slush fund, you know, where they push their political will over our government. King's Fund. Slush fund, I should have called it.
You want to continue watching it?
Please.
And Chris Van Tulleken, or one half of Operation Ouch, as he's better known in my house, reminded us yesterday here at the conference that a quarter of 10 and 11-year-olds are obese, and it's a stat that always shocks me. We need to pay urgent attention to our public health and creating environments that give children a great start and help us all to live healthier lives. It's also impossible to consider the health of the NHS without acknowledging the deep challenges in social care, which is long overdue reform. At the King's Fund, we
Fortunately, it's not your job to do that, love.
every year to provide a status update on our care system. And the bottom line is that more people are requesting care and fewer are able to access it, putting huge pressure on families and leaving people in really difficult situations. We need change. I'm so pleased that Lord Darcy's report talks extensively about the importance of valuing our NHS staff and our social care staff. We do work here at the King's Fund in the health and care system on culture and leadership with leaders. And we hear every day about the moral injury that staff face. They want to do a good job, but it's increasingly hard to do so. So we need to change to value our staff and equip them effectively to do the jobs they've come into the health service to do. The final theme of our conference is hope. And we have, over the past day, heard some brilliant and hopeful stories of staff doing great things. For example, to better integrate care, wrap it around people and patients, or to innovate with new treatments and technologies up and down the country. We've also heard from patients and communities who've really made their voices heard to improve services, most vividly this week in the work we published on the healthcare response to the Grenfell fire. So although today is a day to reflect on the challenges we face and the change that we need, we are hopeful too that change is coming and that by working in partnership, we can deliver a better healthcare system for all of us, one that is there in our most difficult and our most joyful human moments. And with that, I'm delighted to welcome the Prime Minister to the stage. Thank you.
Wow, he's got time to speak to this. What a press point.
Thank you, Sarah, for that introduction. Thank you. That was a really powerful introduction and really thought-provoking as well, with some of those statistics in there. And thank you all for being here. Probably, actually, I should say thank you for letting me gate crash your conference. You were here anyway. It's me that's come along, but it is really good to come and join you on day 2. And I hear you had a really good day yesterday, and I hope today is just as good as that. As you've heard today, Lord Darcy has published his independent report on the state of our NHS. It is an incredibly comprehensive analysis. Some of you will have seen it. There's copies available. Please read it. It is a raw and honest assessment. That's what we asked for. And that's why I wanted to come here to the King's Fund, home to many of our country's leading healthcare experts, because your contributions are going to be vital as we get this precious institution back on its feet and build an NHS that is truly fit for the future. And look, our starting point couldn't be further from that goal. Public satisfaction in the NHS has fallen from an all-time high when the last Labour government left office to an all-time low today. Think of the impact that has on the staff who put in so much day in, day out, knowing that confidence is at an all-time low. And that's because, as everybody in the country knows, the last government broke the NHS. Until this morning, we didn't know the full scale of the damage, which is laid bare in the report. Even Lord Darcy, with all his years of experience, is shocked by what is discovered. It is unforgivable. And people have every right to be angry. Not just because the NHS is so personal to all of us, or because when people can't get the care they need, they're off work sick, with huge cost to our economy. It's because some of these failings are literally life and death. Take the waiting times in A&E. More than 100,000 infants waited more than 6 hours last year. And nearly 1/10 of all patients are now waiting for 12 hours or more. That's not just a source of fear and anxiety. It's leading to thousands of avoidable deaths. And that phrase, avoidable deaths, should always be chilling. That's people's loved ones who could have been saved. Doctors and nurses whose whole vocation is to save them, hampered from doing so. It's devastating, heartbreaking, infuriating. And that's just scratching the surface. High-risk heart attack patients waiting too long for urgent treatment. Cancer diagnosis, waiting too long, with cancer death rates higher than in other countries. And when it comes to getting help for mental health, 345,000 are waiting over a year. That's roughly the entire population of Leicester. And look, here's the crucial point. The Tories would have you believe that all of this is because of a once-in-a-generation pandemic. But today's report clearly shows that this is just not true. COVID hit our NHS harder than healthcare systems in other countries. The NHS delayed, cancelled, or postponed far more routine care during the pandemic than any comparable health system. And why? Because our NHS went into the pandemic in a much more fragile state. Fewer doctors, fewer nurses, fewer beds than most other high-income health systems. And let's be really clear about what caused that. That ideologically driven top-down reorganisation of 2012 from the former Health Secretary, Andrew Lansley, hopelessly misconceived, cost a fortune, and then all had to be reversed. It's what Lord Darcy describes as a calamity without international precedent, a scorched earth approach to health reform, the effects of which are still being felt today. And at the same time, they inflicted what the report describes as the most austere decade since the NH was founded. Crumbling buildings, decrepit porter cabins, mental health patients in Victorian-era cells infested with vermin. When we say they broke the NHS, that's not performative politics. Just look at it. The 2010s were a lost decade for our NHS. A lost decade in which the Conservatives left the NHS unable to be there for patients today and totally unprepared for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. And it's not just the state of our National Health Service in crisis. It's also the state of our national health. We're becoming a sicker society, spending more of our lives in ill health than 10 years ago. There are 2.8 million people economically inactive because of long-term sickness. As today's report makes clear, the NHS is not contributing to national prosperity as it could. Getting people back to health and work would not only reduce the costs on the NHS, it would help drive economic growth and fund public services. But perhaps Lord Darcy's most damning finding is about the declining physical and mental health of our children. Fewer children getting vaccinated, while those from the most deprived backgrounds are twice as likely to be obese by reception age. Twice as likely. Much of this is a direct result of wider social injustices, poor quality housing, lower incomes, insecure employment. All of it not just damaging the health of our nation, it's piling up the pressures on our NHS. So that's the report. But look, I haven't come here just to set out this appalling inheritance, though it is really important that we know it and properly understand it in detail. But my Labour government was elected on a mandate for change. So I'm also here to talk about how together we can fix it. I feel very profoundly the responsibility for this, and indeed the opportunity of this moment. The NHS may be broken, but it's not beaten. As the report says, the NHS may be in a critical condition, but its vital signs are strong. And we need to have the courage to deliver long-term reform. Major surgery, not sticking plasters. We've got to face up to the challenges. Look at our aging society, the higher burden of disease. And so the NHS is at a fork in the road. And we have a choice about how it should meet those demands. Don't act and leave it to die. Raise taxes on working people, or reform to secure its future. Now, working people can't afford to pay more, so it's reform or die. So let me be clear from the outset what reform does not mean. First, it does not mean abandoning those founding ideals of a public service, publicly funded, free at the point of use. The basic principle of dignity, inspired, of course, by Bevan, that when you fall ill, you should never have to worry about the bill. That is as true today as when the NHS was founded 76 years ago. And I believe in that very deeply. As some of you will know, my mum and my sister both worked in the NHS. My wife works in the NHS, and the NHS cared for my mum throughout what was a very long illness. So the NHS runs through my family like a stick of rock. But you know, this isn't just about emotion. It's about hard facts too. The NHS is uniquely placed for the opportunities of big data and predictive and preventative medicine. So the problem isn't that the NHS is the wrong model, it's the right model. It's just not taking advantage of the opportunities in front of it. And that's what we need to change. Second, reform does not mean just putting more money in. Now, of course, even in difficult financial circumstances, a Labour government will always make the investment in our NHS that is needed, always. But we have to fix the plumbing before turning on the taps. So hear me when I say this. No more money without reform. I'm not prepared to see even more of your money spent on agency staff who cost £5,000 a shift, on appointment letters which arrive after the appointment, or on paying for people to be stuck in hospital just because they can't get the care they need in the community. And tonight, there'll be 12,000 patients in that very position. That's enough to fill 28 hospitals. So we can't go on like this. As Lord Darcy has said, NHS staff are working harder than ever, but productivity has fallen because patients can't be discharged. Clinicians are spending their time trying to find beds rather than treating more patients. That isn't just solved by more money, it's solved by reform. And third, reform does not mean trying to fix everything from Whitehall. It really doesn't. When Lord Darcy says there are vital signs of the NHS and they're strong, he's talking about the talents and passions of our NHS workforce. That's what he's talking about, the breadth and depth of clinical talent, the extraordinary compassion and care of our NHS staff. If we're going to build an NHS that's fit for the future, then I tell you, we're going to do it with our NHS staff and with our patients too. We're going to change it together. Now that starts with the first steps, the 40,000 extra appointments every week. But we've also got to do the hard yards of long-term reform. So this government is working at pace to build a 10-year plan. Something so different from anything that's gone before. This plan will be framed around 3 big shifts, 3 fundamental reforms, which are rooted in what Lord Darcy has set out today. First, moving from an analog to a digital NHS. We can already see glimpses of the extraordinary potential of technology. like the world's first ever non-invasive, knifeless surgery for kidney cancer. Just imagine that. It's pioneered by Leeds teaching hospitals. Or the precision cancer scanners. I saw some of them yesterday. Or simply transforming how we manage a condition. We went to Kingsmill Hospital earlier this year and met a 12-year-old girl called Molly. She's using her smartphone to monitor her glucose levels instead of being forced to repeatedly prick her fingers. It made such a difference to her daily life and gave great reassurance to her mum, who could remotely check on the settings and the findings. So we've got to make these opportunities available to everyone. We've got to use technology to empower patients and give them much greater control over their healthcare. Take an innovation like the NHS app. This could be a whole digital front door to the NHS. Appointments, self-referral, reminders for checkups and screenings, patients in control of their own data, healthcare so much more transparent, so you always know your options and the standards that you should expect. And you know, earlier this year, I went to Alderhay Hospital. Many of you will know it. It's a fantastic hospital where they carry out heart surgery on infants, which is really humbling to see. And I met the parents of a 2-year-old who'd had extremely complicated heart surgery. Tiny infant, incredible surgery. I asked the parents about their child's history and conditions. How did he come to be here? What's the story behind this? And as they told me, I could see them welling up as they went through the history, the conditions, all the background. And then they told me that every time they went to a different hospital, they had to go through all of that over and over again. They really struggled to tell the story, and they had to do it every single time because the records weren't held electronically. So we've got to have fully digital patient records so that crucial information is there for you whenever you go to the NHS. And while I'm on technology, we're also going to throw the full weight of the British government behind our world-leading life sciences. Second, and Sarah mentioned this, we've got to shift more care from hospitals to communities. Now, the King's Fund has long called for this. Successive governments have repeatedly promised it. But what's happened? The opposite. The share of the NHS budget spent on hospitals has actually increased. Now, this 10-year plan has to be the moment that we change that. The moment we begin to turn our national health service into a neighbourhood health service. That means more tests, scans, healthcare offered on high streets and town centres, improved GP access, bringing back the family doctor, offering digital consultations for those that want them, virtual wards, and more patients safely looked after in their own homes, where we can deal with problems early before people are off work sick and before they need to go to hospital. And we have to make good on the integration of health and social care, so we can discharge those 26 hospital worth of patients.
He's pushing for a digital
reducing the strain
NHS.
on our NHS and giving people better treatment. And third, in terms of the shifts, we have got to be much bolder in moving from sickness to prevention.
But that also means
already announced
selling their private
NHS health
confidential
checks
data
in
to
workplaces.
companies.
Blood pressure checks at dentists,
Pharmaceutical companies have got no business
that's just the
knowing their
beginning.
personal private data.
Planning for 10 years means we can make long-term investments in new technologies that will help catch and prevent problems earlier. And there are some areas in particular where we've just got to be more ambitious, like children's mental health or children's dentistry. You know, one of the most shocking things that I saw, this was actually when I was at Alderhay Hospital again, I mentioned the heart operations, but whilst I was there talking to the staff, it became clear that the single biggest cause of children going into that hospital between the ages of 6 and 10 was to have their rotting teeth taken out. I couldn't believe it. I was genuinely shocked. All politicians say they're shocked too often, but I was really shocked. The single biggest cause of going into hospital, 6 to 10-year-olds, have your teeth taken out. Can you think of anything more soul-destroying? For the children, what a price to pay. For that brilliant NHS team who want to use their talents to save lives, spending their time taking out rotting teeth, something that could so easily have been prevented. And look, I know some prevention measures will be controversial, but I'm prepared to be bold even in the face of loud opposition. So no, some of our changes won't be universally popular. We know that. But I will do the right thing for our NHS, our economy, and our children. Now, the task before us is the work of our generation. We've already hit the ground running, negotiating an end to the strikes, which the Tories refused to do, strikes which were costing us a fortune. And we inherited 1,000 trainee GPs who were set to graduate into unemployment. Instead, we've hired them. But only fundamental reform and a plan for the long term can turn around the NHS and build a healthy society. Now, it won't be easy. It won't be quick. It will take a 10-year plan, not just the work of one parliament, but I know we can do it because we've done reform before. The last Labour government reformed the NHS to deliver better outcomes for patients and better value for taxpayers. Conservative governments then undid that good work, which only goes to prove once again that only a Labour government can reform the NHS. And my Labour government has a huge mandate for change. We're mission driven. And I think the themes of this conference today are fitting for this moment: challenge, change, and hope. Because the challenge is clear before us. The change could amount to the biggest reimagining of the NHS since its birth. And the hope, well, that's what's really exciting and galvanizing about this moment. Because if we get this right, people can look back and say, this was the generation that took the NHS from the worst crisis in its history
and totally fucked it all up, even
made it
more.
Fit for the future.
Oh, wait.
Thank you very much for listening.
We heard it all.
This is the Prime Minister that totally fucked up the entire country and broke the fucking NHS. Thank you very much, Mr. fucking Peter Protector.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a number of media questions, so bear with me as we go through. I've got BBC First, Hugh.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You talk about shifting resources into community healthcare, improving technology and prevention of ill health. But these ideas have been talked about for some time. Some progress has already been made. What's new and different about your reform ideas?
That we've got a raw and honest assessment of where we're really at, that we're clear-eyed about this, meaning we need a 10-year plan, not a short-term set of decisions, and that we've got the mandate for change to carry this through. Because what's happened in the past is there's been talk about change, sometimes steps towards change, then steps back again, but not what I would call mission-driven, this driving sense of purpose to get the NHS not just on its feet, but fit for the future. And what drives that is this sense of the future. In the Labour Party, we look back so proudly at what we did 76 years ago. I want people in generations to look back so proudly at what this Labour government 2024 did. So it's that determination, this drive, my personal mission, Wes's mission, to see this through with a mandate for real change. Thank you, Hugh. Can I go to Ashish, please, from Sky?
Good morning, Prime Minister.
Morning.
Thank you. Lord Darcy's conclusion is that there is no quick fix for the NHS. It's going to cost time and money. That's money you don't have, and it's time sick and suffering patients can't afford. If you were to speak to one single patient who's been suffering in agony for so long, what would you say to him or her about how you're going to fix the NHS and make them better in the short term?
I'm going to say we're going to fix this with the first steps. We're going to do the long-term change. I accept your challenge, and it's repeatedly put to me, which is the long-term change takes too long. So tell me what you're going to do this Christmas, because we'll have an NHS crisis, and that's a good challenge. The trouble is, for the last 10 years, we're going round and round in circles. So we do short-term stuff to just about get the NHS through the winter crisis, because there's one every year. They're just bigger than the last one. But we never do the long-term. We go round and round. It gets worse and worse. So I accept the challenge to me, which is it's going to take a long time. It's going to be measured in years, not months. And we need to have something to say for someone who's ill now, which is getting the NHS back on its feet. But we can't duck the long-term change. That's the problem. It's what I call sticking plaster politics, which is knowing that you need to do big change, thinking it's going to take too long, so I won't do it. I'll put it off. I'll just do little bits here, patch things over, and guess what? It just gets worse. That is one of the big mistakes, in my view, of the last 14 years. We're not going to repeat it. So yes, we need to answer to those that are ill now, but we also need to answer to those that are going to be ill in 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And we've got to do the long-term change. Thank you. Harry from ITV.
Morning, Prime Minister. A question on another important topic, if I may. Gerald Hamilton, former sub-postmaster, has said that almost all sub-postmasters wrongly convicted by the Post Office are yet to receive their full compensation. Nothing has changed, she says, under your government. Why is your new government seemingly still dragging its feet on delivering the compensation to these sub-postmasters that they're entitled to?
Well, look, we've made a commitment in relation to this compensation, and we will keep to that commitment. Obviously, you know, almost everywhere we look, there's a bigger problem than we anticipated. Everything pretty well has been broken by the last government. So we are getting on with this as quickly as we can. But I did make that commitment. I stick by that commitment. We'll get on with this just as quickly as we can. Thank you, Harry. Victoria from Channel 4.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You talked earlier about integration of health and social care, and you also talked about the people stuck in hospital tonight who don't need to be there. When is your government going to tell us what your plans are for reforming social care?
Well, we need a national care service. That is our ambition. That's the work that we will start on. I want this to be done as consensually as possible because it's difficult. I want to be cross-party. I want to involve as many people as possible. I genuinely think that the start for care is with the staff, and that's why we'll have a fair pay agreement for staff, because without the staff, we can't make the change that we need. My sister, by the way, works in the care sector, so I know this pretty well. So we want that national service. We will start with the staff and build up from there with a vehicle for the consensus that we need. But the challenge is absolutely right. We have to fix social care, because I don't think it's possible to build an NHS for the future if we don't fix social care as we do it. And that makes the challenge greater. But the point of this report and the 10-year plan really is to look beyond just the NHS itself and broaden it out. And social care is obviously part of that 10-year plan. Thank you. Olivia from GB News.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Professor John Bell said this morning that doctors in the BMA have been a major drag on reforming healthcare. Do you predict that the BMA will now embrace productivity reform with open arms?
Well, look, I've said we'll do this with the staff, and we will. But I know from my old job running the Crown Prosecution Service that whenever you try to reform anything, there will be some people, I'm afraid, who will say, oh, don't do that. It's better as it is. I wouldn't do that. Keep things as they are. We have to take that attitude on, in my view. It's an inhibitor of change. So whilst we say we will do it with people, and we will, do it together, and we will, I know in my heart of hearts, we will meet pockets of people who will say, don't do it, slow down, go over there, not over there, leave things as they are. We have to take that on, and we will take that on. That's part and parcel of the change that we need to bring about. Thank you. I've got Natasha from LBC.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Lord Darcy says this is obviously going to take a very long time to fix. Do you expect it to take 2 terms? And what will you learn from the botched Lansley reforms to make sure that yours are not as dreadful as his?
Well, a lot. Where to start? Totally misconceived, totally done from the top down, and no real sense of where they were going. It was, I think, they were stripping the money out of the NHS, and Lord Darcy touches on this, and pretended that these top-down reforms were going to somehow make up. We are not going to make that mistake. In answer to the first part of your question, yes, it's going to take time. That's why it's a 10-year plan. And I know that, obviously parliamentary terms are 5 years. But again, one of the problems in politics is politicians pretending you can fix everything before the next election. This is going to take 10 years. That's why I want to be invitational about it, because I want everybody on that journey so that it's enduring change. But is it going to take a decade? Yes, it will take a decade to do it properly. We'll obviously see the results as we go along, make the improvements as we go along, and that will be very uplifting. But it is going to take more than one parliamentary term. Thank you. Chris from The Times.
Thank you. Lord Darcy is very clear that the crisis is not just in the NHS, it is in the broader health of the nation, and prevention is not just about the health service, it's about what the whole of government and society can do. So you said you're shocked by this, you said you're prepared to take bold and controversial action here, and you signalled on things like smoking what that might look like. Can we expect similar changes for things like obesity, inactivity, poor diet, social media, all the other drivers of ill health, both physical and mental, and what will that look like?
We have to go to the preventative model. I'm absolutely convinced about that. And that will be part of the 10-year plan. I think it can take different forms. You mentioned smoking. Obviously, I think it's 88,000 deaths a year from smoking. Huge imposition on the NHS, awful for the individuals. And that's only the cases that end up in death. I have to say that the teeth decay was a real shocker for me. I didn't appreciate until I was at Alderhay that things were so bad that more children were going in to have their teeth taken out than anything else. And that is a very easily preventable disease. But of course, there's diet, there's healthy lifestyle, etc. We are going to have to get into that space because we've got more and more conditions. We're living for longer. This is a good thing. But simply putting more and more money into the NHS as it currently is configured isn't going to work. We need preventative measures as well. And we'll set those out in the 10-year plan. And obviously, I know some of them will be welcome and I know some of them will be controversial. They always are. But unless we shift the model, I don't think we can bring about the change that we need. Thank you, Chris. Sophie from the Mirror.
Hi, Prime Minister. So you say it's going to take 10 years to fix the NHS. Does that mean people will continue to sit in A&E for hours on end for 10 years? Can you tell those people when they'll see a difference in their experiences?
Well, we're already on this in terms of the early steps that we want to take. A&E, Lord Darcy and I discussed this, I think, on Monday of this week. A&E is a classic example of where we need more technology because anybody who's been in A&E, and some of you will have been, or knows people have been, you wait a very, very long time. Mainly, you're waiting for the results of tests because the technology isn't quick enough. So you go in, you wait a while to have a test, and then you wait forever for the test to come back before you go on to the next stage. So some of this we can start to change more quickly because I accept that whilst the overall change needs a 10-year plan, we've got to show the change along the way. I think A&E, or a large part of the answer for A&E, is what we do with technology, much better use of technology and tests and being able to get those test results back much, much more quickly. Thank you. I've got Noah from The Sun.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Given you caved to train drivers, junior doctors and teachers, how can Sun readers really expect you personally to stand up to resistance from the NHS unions to reform?
Because I've reformed before. I reformed when I was heading up the Crown Prosecution Service. I wanted to change it to make it much more victim-oriented. And we faced huge challenge, we took it on and we changed it. I wanted to drive up conviction rates for violence against women and girls. We faced resistance about how we were doing it. We burst through that and made the change. So I could give any number of examples. I worked in Northern Ireland where we had to create a new police service in Northern Ireland. There was resistance, but we pressed on and did it. When I arrived as leader of the Labour Party, I knew we had to change it. There was a lot of resistance, but we pressed on and did it. So if there's one sort of common theme of what I've done for a living for some time now, it's coming in and bringing about change. And I'm determined that we will bring about the change here. Thank you. Laura from the Telegraph.
Prime Minister, in the Darcy report, he said that the NHS had been starved of capital funding and that lack of kit and tools meant that medics are wasting a lot of time. Given one of the first actions under your government was pay increases for junior doctors, and we've got GPs now threatening to strike, isn't anything extra going to be soaked up by staff?
No, I was struck by what Lord Darcy said about capital funding, which I think was really profound. And obviously that has to be part of the 10-year plan in terms of the investment and where we put it. But look, simply continuing with strike action in the NHS was not going to fix the NHS. Continuing with strike action, we had, I think, 3 million days lost a year under the last Prime Minister, every year to strike action. I don't think that you can grow the economy. I don't think that you can fix the health service whilst you carry on with that kind of strike action. So actually what we did was come in, do the sensible thing, fix it, and now we're able to get on and launch our 10-year plan. I couldn't stand here and say there's a 10-year plan whilst we still didn't have the workforce at work getting on with the job. So it's a vital part of rebuilding as we go forward. Thank you. Eleni from The Guardian.
Thank you, Prime Minister. One of the Chancellor's first acts was to put a pause on the previous government's plans to build 40 new hospitals by 2030. Isn't that a case of the kind of damaging short-term thinking that this report talks about? And can you tell us today, are you still committed to building all new 40 hospitals?
Yes, we are. Let me explain why we put it on pause to review. Because the last government went on and on and on about 40 new hospitals, which sounds great. There weren't 40, there weren't new, and many of them weren't hospitals. And the programme was undeliverable. This is exactly what's wrong with politics, because no wonder people lose faith in politics if they're told over and over again, you're going to get a brand new hospital, and it's not happening. So we reviewed it, we will deliver against it, but I want a realistic timetable for delivery so I can look people in the eye and tell them we are going to do it, and this is how we're going to do it and when we're going to do it, not just make a promise. Which is unbelievable in the true sense of the word. Thank you. And Harriet from the Mail.
Are they going to do hospitals or aren't they going to do
a
hospitals?
national care service, but when will that come in? And can you commit to capping care costs? And secondly, if I may, you're heading to the US tomorrow to meet the president. Do you now support allowing Ukraine to use Storm Shadow missiles to strike targets inside Russia?
On social care, this has to be part of the change that we bring about, and it will be part of the change that we bring about. On the capping of the cost, promises were again made by the last government. They were delayed because they were undeliverable. We've looked at them. We don't think they're deliverable in the timeframe the last government said, and that's why we've taken them down and we'll review it. Now, it is an issue we're going to have to look at. I readily accept that. We will have it within the 10-year plan, but again, it's got to be done properly. It's got to be deliverable. On the going, obviously, as you mentioned, to Washington actually this afternoon for meetings tomorrow with the president. These are strategic meetings to discuss Ukraine and to discuss the Middle East. And so it'll be at that level of strategic discussion that we'll be involved in tomorrow with the president. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and thank you for everything that you do. Thank you.
What a knob. What's she big getting? Knobby.
Well, we all know what those meetings are. Don't we?
One second, one bit.
We do know what those meetings are.
He's a total knobhead, basically. He's just put forward a 10-year plan. In other words, he's going to spend 10 years worth of money, right? And he's only going to be around for 5 minutes. And then the next knobhead's going to come in and spend another 10 years worth of money, 10-year plan. What the fuck you mean 10 years plan?
Yeah, and we do not know how many. You don't know how many hospitals because he wouldn't answer.
No, he just basically blamed the opposition. It was his plan in the first place. Do you know what I mean? He didn't know the full extent until today, so you got to give him a day. You know, another day. He's been in government now. How long?
Yeah.
He's been shadow government for how long? So what? You didn't know then? And when he was shadow, when he was shadowing the government, he didn't know. He knew everything. That's why he was criticizing every day, promising us questions. So he knows everything.
Yeah, he knows nothing.
Yeah, which is nothing. Exactly.
Nothing.
You know, so where he was speaking, right, is this organization. It's called the King's Fund, right? Basically, they are like a think tank, if you like, of investors, right? So people who want to invest, corporations and big money people, like big wigs, the billionaires, these World Economic Forum types who can invest in our NHS, right? Because they're so benevolent, and they're really interested in. I mean, in the meantime, none of these fuckers, including Keir Starmer, uses the NHS. He's lied about him using. He don't use no NHS, man. He's got fucking private fucking doctors, man, coming out of his ears. Right, so these people are just bullshitting to us. Everything he said is a fucking lie. He was just speaking to the investors. Telling them how he intends to sell the NHS to the private digital companies that want to take over our NHS, right? That's what he's talking about. He's going to reimagine and change the whole thing, and it's going to be scary, and it's going to be motherfucker wants to sell off our fucking NHS, man. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
You're gonna piss on me and call it rain, mate. See you coming a mile away.
Yeah. Well, I guess there is a big, huge news conference getting ready to happen. Justin Timberlake is in driving hearing.
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Pay his ticket like the rest of us.
Yeah, appears before court. I guess it's in Sag Harbor.
A little bit of distraction there. Oh, let's get some Amber Turd up there and
so I guess there's going to be a news conference afterwards. But there's also a news conference going to happen at noon.
The news conference about Justin Timberlake driving while intoxicated.
No. There is a news conference on Biden.
Oh. Is he still alive then?
Yeah. No, not Biden. I mean, Trump.
Oh. Perfect.
There's going to be after Judge Nukes Georgia charges.
New charges, right? Yeah,
the judge nukes them. I guess the judge nukes the charges.
So they've dismissed the charges. He's dismissed the
I guess
charges.
the judge nukes the charges. That's what's going on. That's what's being said. I guess the judge nukes the charges. I guess there's going to be a news conference on it. I am trying to find a channel right now that's going to feature it. But I guess Donald Trump's news conference coming up soon. In 18 minutes, it's going to be live on Fox. I've got the channel up. I will bring it live when it happens.
Perfect. Trump.
We got it. We got it ready.
Trump.
We'll bring it live when it comes up.
Do you people realize that Donald Trump, he took a bullet to the face for your sins. He took a bullet for you.
I
The great
am ready.
In the face. For your sins. Donald Trump, he saves us. Every day he's going to turn my water into wine.
I have it ready as soon as it comes.
He's going to walk on the water of the swamp. And he's going to drain the swamp after he fills it. You got to fill the swamp to drain it.
Just like it's all over Twitter, it's all over many news stations that Kamala Harris cheated. I don't know if it's true. It's the allegations.
It's not ready yet.
No.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm monitoring it. As soon as it goes live, I will let you know.
In the face. He took a bullet in the face, man. For you. You ungrateful bunch of people. So
Okay.
ungrateful.
I'm going to eat my candy.
In the face. And he's still standing.
Okay, what times are we going to put up on BNC today? While we're waiting.
I don't know. We got a video here. Hang on. Let's get this one up. Where is it?
Here's the problem with America, the country is broken. Cause they minds stay closed, but they mouths stay open. Get attacked and we blame terrorists, go broke and we blame the price. Blame racists for the racism, but only if their skin is white. We don't need guns, we can call the police. We don't need fire extinguishers, call a fireman please. You didn't want to build a wall and now the border is weak. Your favorite actor has a gate that's like 15 feet. Racism is gay, if you're offended, that's retarded. Intolerance is great until you speak and you're a target. If a white man paints his face like he's a racist piece of garbage, but you put him in a dress and he's courageous and he's gorgeous. All these double standards, man, I'm tired of the noise. Freedom's an illusion if they censor your voice. Call a dad a deadbeat for neglecting his boys, but a mom kills a baby and you call it pro-choice. You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? Screw a new world order. You facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. Screw a new world order. Why they hate the flag? They try to burn it to the ground. Don't do that in front of me, I'ma let off a round. Scream loud, burn the city down now. Put it on the news, make them all feel proud. Look, make a system where 85% of black people fill the prison. Is it cause they black or they make bad decisions? I ain't good at math, but it sounds like it's division. Or is it white privilege? I believe politicians need to be locked up. Try to take our freedoms, that's how you get shot up. Got our back against the wall, try to just stop us. More guns, more ammunition, please stock up. Election gets rigged, rights get infringed. everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing. We don't have no one to blame, we take responsibility. They tell you be a man, they call it toxic masculinity. Then when you act feminine, they call it white fragility. I don't understand trans man with humility. I'm just trying to rap, I get the best of my ability. If I disagree, try to cancel, get rid of me. You can't, so you can't be the answer, you killing me. And I hate white supremacy just as much as you, but I ain't feeling guilty for stuff that I didn't do. The system's killing everyone, and everyone blames white folks forever. And us, who told you that you're so special? To a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Good job, you lose. Here's your medal. Screw a new world order. And everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing.
Hey, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon.
Grim snuck in as well.
Hey, Grim. Here's part 2 to that one. I think I'm going to put these on the same upload.
Here's the issue at the heart of the states, we're divided. Minds clamped shut, but the arguments are heightened. Blaming others when the trouble's deepen and stretching the truth. When it's hatred based on color, only wrong if it's white, we lose. Claiming guns are pointless cause the cops are on speed dial, but won't keep a fire extinguisher to save their own child. Omitted walls will leave our borders in despair. So let's preach from behind high gates, hypocrisy lay bare. Throw it around racist like it's only one shade, but dress a dude in skirts and suddenly praise gets paid. Tired of these double standards, chaos every day. When voices get censored, there's nothing left to say. Call a man a deadbeat, shaming him for his flaws. But when life is taken by choice, it's suddenly a cause. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. The sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. All sorrow to where there's your crown, pushing a new world order. They despise the flag, aim to burn it down to ashes. Step against that, in my view, response comes in flashes. They're loud and proud, their violence taking center stage. Media spins it into pride while inside our rage. A system skewed where majority themselves unfairly. Is the color to blame, or the choices made barely? Not a math whiz, but the divide's crystal clear. Questioning if it's the shade of my skin I fear. Lock away those politicians, stripping freedoms bit by bit. Tread on us, find out how quickly we're lit. Corner us, and see if we don't push back. Stop all the defense, no attention to lack. Rights trample, realities rape, they insist. Pointing guns at liberty, but we persist. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. All sorrows to where there's your crown, pushing a new world order. Now it seems every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own accountability certain. They preach manhood, but scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with a hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak out, get canceled, the punishment brisk. This culture of cancellation, a toxic remedy. A chasm fueled by blame, stealing our energy. Rejecting supremacy in all of its forms. Guilty not by my acts, but by the norms. One system grinding all, the evidence is there. Broadcasting our pain, as if they truly care. Wake up to screens that manipulate and bleed us. Stand firm, remember we're the home of the fearless. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. It seems every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own, accountability certain. They preach manhood and scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak.
What do you think?
Oh my God, Grim, that's funny.
Which one's funny?
I just put it in private chat. He shared it on his channel.
Yeah. The one you just put in the back, short.
Yeah, I put it back short.
Is it something I can? Well, I've got to share it. Or just watch it.
Just Grim dropped it in his channel, on his channel.
Oh, this is
short?
Hippie.
Yeah, it's from Hippie.
All right, awesome.
Hippie put it on his channel.
Free to go, man.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. You're free to go, man. That was good. That was a good one.
No, he said it's hilarious. Like I said, it's hilarious. It's a good one. Hey, Grim.
Absolutely nothing to do with me. That was sent to me by Wandering Hippie. Free to go, man. Really? Oh, thank you, officer.
That's a good one. That is a good one. That is a good one.
All right, I'll catch you later, guys.
Yeah.
Sort of drop it, but see you in a bit. Bye.
Hey, Grim, I need to catch up with you when you get a minute.
Sometime over the weekend, mate. All right.
All right, man.
Bye.
Oh, let's play this one.
I'm a badass have whiskey with your water or sugar with your tea? What are these crazy questions that they're asking of me? This is the wildest party that there ever could be. Oh, don't turn on the light, 'cause I don't want to see. Mama Bear told me to have fun. Mama Bear told me not to come. Mama Bear said that ain't no way to have fun. Mama Bear, open up the window, let some air into this room. I think I'm almost choking on the smell of stale perfume. And that cigarette you're smoking about to scare me half to death. Mama Bear, open up the window, let me catch my breath. Mama Bear told me to have fun. Mama Bear told me not to come. Mama Bear said that ain't no way to have fun. Radio was blasting. Mama Bear, someone's beating on the door. Our hostess is not lasting. She's out on the floor. I've seen so many things here I ain't never seen before. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to see no more. Mama Bear told me to have fun. Mama Bear told me not to come. Mama Bear said that ain't no way to have fun.
Hey, Northwood, how are ya? Well, they have pushed back the news conference 15 more minutes. So, you're late to the party, Northwoods. We've already been live for 5 hours, 5.5 hours. You're late to the party. You're late to the party. We have been jamming now for 5 hours now. You just woke up? Well, let's see what else Grim has on his.
Mr. Hippie walks so frail, Mrs. Hippie's down the trail. Dogs are barking for a spell, forest stories we can tell. Sunlight dancing through the trees, breezes whisper melodies. Dogs in front with steady ease, guarding all from mysteries. Hippie hearts and loving souls, through the woods they stroll. Dogs protecting as they go, harmony, sweet glow. Echoes of a gentle time, birds are singing in their prime. Dogs unguarded, so sublime. Peaceful hearts in perfect rhyme. Hippie hearts and loving souls, through the woods they stroll. Dogs protecting as they go, harmony, sweet glow. Of a gentle time, birds are singing in their prime. Dogs unguarded, so sublime. Peaceful hearts in perfect rhyme. Hippie hearts and loving souls, through the woods they stroll. Dogs protecting as they go, harmony, sweet glow. Strangers stare, but dogs stand tall. In the woods they feel it all. Mr. and Mrs. Hippie love will never fall. Together strong through every call. Loving souls, through the woods they stroll. Dogs protecting as they go, harmony, sweet glow.
Mr. Hippie walks so frail, Mrs. Hippie is down the trail. Dogs are barking for a spell, forest stories we can tell. Together, strong through every call. Strangers, Stanby walks, a dog stand tall. In the woods they feel it all. Mr. and Mrs. Hippie love will never fall. Together strong through every call. Loving souls, through the woods they stroll. Dogs protecting as they go, harmony, sweet glow. Strangers stare, but dogs stand tall. In the woods they feel it all. Mr. and Mrs. Hippie love will never fall. Together strong through every...
I believe we're a loop.
Hello, music roll to the night beat. Downtown music roll, Tennessee. Singing songs that they wrote wasn't meant for me. In the knockoff boots and the flannel tee. You've never been from where I'm from, so how do you know me? I'm 35's red clay down in PCB. Never been to the Mason-Dixons, but I seen those county lines. Mud graphs on the back road drifting, Southern Belle rubbing on my thigh. 22 in the backseat loaded, mag lights sitting by my side. Game warden trying to catch me, trail cams on the power line. Red dirt on my square toes, but I wear those when I go out to break this. My tattoos on my cut off, she cleaned the mud off and I didn't even make her. She in West Palm, but she a Bama girl. She got baby blues, but I could never date her. And rock bar with express cars, popping bottles like I'm Sandy. Trying to find something I could be. Downtown Music Road, Tennessee. Singing songs that they wrote wasn't meant for me. In the knockoff boots and the flannel tee. You've never been from where I'm from, so how do you know me? Yeah. On 35's red clay down in PCB. Yo. Red dirt on my square toes, but I wear those when I go out to yeah. When I go out to breakers. Red dirt on my square toes, but I wear those when I go out to breakers. Yeah, when I go out to breakers. My twang's real, but y'all fake y'all's got scholarships off the late docs. I was a rapper just for TikTok till I started country. Y'all hate on me. I like acoustic and I like trap. Out in Nolensville's where my mic's at. I'm a little different, so the rappers know me, but the buckle buddies don't like that. Big truck, I just killed a big buck, sipping on some good stuff, open to some hood stuff. 808 mixed it with badge on foreign rapping camo. I bet all you fans know about Kid G. I was trying to find something I could be. I was trying to find something I could be. Downtown Music Road, Tennessee, singing songs that they wrote wasn't meant for me. Then the knockoff boots and the flannel tee. Never been from where I'm from, so how do you know me? Yeah, I'm 35's red clay down the PCB. Yeah, yeah, I'm 35's red clay down the PCB. Yeah, yeah. Singing songs that they wrote wasn't meant for me. In the knockoff boots and the flannel tee. Never been from where I'm from, so how do you know me? I'm 35's red clay down in PCB. Never been from where I'm from, so how do you know me? Yeah. I'm 35's red clay down in PCB. Yeah, I'm 35's red clay down in PCB. Yeah. Yeah. 35's red clay down in PCB. Throw it up.
I'm doing better, Northwoods. My sleep's off because of my infusion. So this morning I decided to start a live early this morning. We hadn't gone live in a couple days, so I decided this morning to start a live early this morning. And I jumped on early this morning and started a live. Kenny shocked Mellows because he wasn't ready for a live. He was actually in Jitsu, and I didn't know he was in Jitsu. I hadn't seen him in Jitsu, so I kind of figured he was sleeping. I was in there early this morning. Nobody was there, and I decided to jump on and do a live this morning. By myself. I figured, well, he's done them by himself, so I did one myself, and he ended up jumping on. So get him motivated because he's been down in the dumps. As you know, his sister passed away, and he's got the funeral coming up, and I'll be darned if it stresses him out like it did the last funeral he went to. I'm going to do my best to keep him motivated. I myself have a funeral coming up for my neighbor who passed away tragically. So I will keep him motivated. He will keep me motivated, and we've got to keep each other motivated and keep things going. Because they are both in the same week. Next week. So we've got to keep each other going, keep the stream going, keep each other motivated and going. Right now, we are waiting for a news conference. Something has happened with the Georgia courts. Something about it being nuked. Not sure what is going on with the Georgia things. But yesterday I did get a phone call from my son. He was in that earthquake that happened in California yesterday. He felt it, but he had no damage at his home. But he's also near those fires in California. My girlfriend's son lives out in California. Her son is one of the firemen in California. He has been called to the fires. So please pray for the firemen out there in California because those fires are dangerous. There's 4 major fires. And I'll pray for you, Northwoods, because you had one of those phone calls this morning. I'll pray for you and hopefully everything is okay. But there is lots of those phone calls going on. So there's 3 of them. So hopefully we don't get any more of those phone calls within our network. They are saying the news conference is supposed to happen in a minute, but they've already pushed it back 15 minutes. So we will see what's going to happen. I have it ready. And I will share it if it does start. If it does start, I will share it. Yeah, it's that time of the year getting that firewood ready. It's that time of year. I remember doing them. I remember getting that firewood ready. We used to burn wood in our house. That was our main source of heat. For many, many years. That's all we did was burn wood. Was burn wood. And ours. Oh. I bet you it's still wet with all the rain we've had. I bet you it is soaked. I bet you it is soaked. I will be right.
I think you put it here. Get some covers. Cover it up.
Yeah.
How you doing? You right?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Tried to find some normal people. You're abnormal, aren't you? Oh,
What's
mate. I've been listening to a fucking live for the most of today. The host, no problem with the host of the live. But all they've done is sit there and bitch and moan and moan and bitch about auditing and things like that, when not one of them stopped to realise that if it wasn't for auditing, everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat, they wouldn't even be relevant on these YouTube streets. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube literally made half of these people, like, give them their name. It's how people know them. And then all the ungrateful bastards sit there and moan about it. I mean, I don't get it. I do not get it.
I won't even ask what channel.
Like I say, man, the host, I've got no issue. It's not like a grudge against the host, but yeah. I mean, if these people spent half as much time looking for a job or going out and working or seeing to their family or something productive in their day, they would feel a lot better about themselves and they wouldn't be sat there every day moaning, bitching and whining. What's up, Mama Bear?
Hey, BBA.
What's up? You good?
Good. How are you?
I am fantastic. Now I'm home.
I kind of shocked you this morning, I heard.
And then?
I kind of shocked you this morning when I hit the live button.
Oh, yes, because me and Mellows were chatting and that, and like, I was like, hey, you gone live? No. Oh, well, we're live. He's like, no, we're not. Like, we fucking are. I just had an email to say I'm live. But yes, the weekend's here again. Woohoo! Unfortunately, though, it doesn't ever last long enough. The weekend.
Well, I kept checking Jitsu. Nobody was there. Nobody was there. Nobody was there. Nobody was there. And then this morning I got up and I said, shit, I'm going live. Nobody's been live. I'm going live. And I didn't check Jitsu.
Yo, Northwood Press, all fucking word. What's up, bro? What's up? What's up?
And I hit the live button, so I shocked y'all.
You did? You did indeed.
I'm not the one that usually goes live. The first time I've done it.
I don't always like, not that I don't always like auditing, that's wrong. Sometimes I see things within auditing where I'm like, really? Do I want to put my name to that? But you can't sit there and flag auditing off when your whole channel, your audience, your whole being, your whole like existence on YouTube is because of auditing. It's what put you on the map, you know? And then to sit there and now run it down and slag it off and make out like they all know what should be audited and what shouldn't. I mean, get a fucking grip.
Yeah.
No? Sorry. So yeah, I've been listening to a bit of that today. I don't know why I don't.
People who don't do auditing, who've never done it, are going to sit there and talk about how auditing should be done.
I've literally just heard people say auditing has had its day.
Right.
Now, listen, if auditing has had its day, what that tells me is the individual saying that auditing's had its day, if they're auditors or have audited or whatever, they're the type of people with no originality. So what they mean is all the things that they go out and copy off of the next content creator, the next auditor, that's had its day. Of course it has, because you're all fucking doing the same bastard thing.
It's had its day. The only thing that motivates them is the views and the clicks and the monetization of it, right? So is auditing over? I don't think it is over, because there's still fucking corrupt bastards out there.
Correct. Until they're all...
It's not about the clicks and the views. It's about holding the fucking government accountable.
Exactly, but the numbnuts that have been around the old fucking auditing community for 3 years can't even work that shit out yet. They're all sat there still trying to figure it out all these years later. Duh.
Until they're all exposed.
It's had its day. All the corruption has ended. And the police are no longer fucking violating people's rights, so we can all go home now. Let's all jump down.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Never going to end. The corruption is never going to.
Two-tier policing. That's all right. You know, two-tier policing? No, it doesn't exist. These are not the droids you're looking for. Auditing, it's at its day. You mean it's at its day? You mean it's at its day, you dumb piece of shit? These people...
Hey, Mike, hello. They're
just getting started, man.
Yeah, but these are the people. These are not the free-thinking people. These are the people that need someone to think for them. They need someone to go out and make the first bit of content so that they've got something to replicate. I'll sit there and say, yeah, if that's the case, auditing's probably seen its day. However, we both know fucking auditing's far from over. The day you can walk down your local high street or in your town centre or whatever, and you can walk around with a camera without being fucking bothered by anybody, then auditing might just have fucking served its purpose. But until then, as long as people are still getting all twisted and butthurt about a camera, it's not over. Far from. Far from. Music too loud, can't really hear. There's no music playing, mate. There's no music playing, Scooby, mate. But yeah, like, regardless, man, I've got a lot to be grateful to fucking audit for the whole auditing movement and the community that built, well, I say the community, those that watch auditing. I have a lot to be grateful for. Those people auditing in itself, the auditors that come before me, the auditors in America where it all started, like all of these people, man, I've got like, I'm grateful for, you know. I'm not going to sit here and be like, auditing's had its day. This person went in a job centre. What are you going to expose in a job centre? Get a fucking grip, man. Loads. There's loads of shit to be exposed in a job centre. You not think, Mellows? Like, just the way they genuinely interact with the public's a good start, right?
Who? The job centre?
Yeah.
They're dirty as fucking there. They treat the fucking members of the public like pieces of shit.
You know what I don't get? And no disrespect to DJ, because I get it. I get that whole side of it. But they've literally just said, yeah, DJ's got it all run. But DJ don't actually do anything that the purpose of auditing was about, which is about holding government, as you just said, government officials to account. Now, apparently, if you go and audit government officials, you're just doing it for clicks and views. But if you go to an Amazon, you're fucking in it for the right reasons. Work that out. Work it out. Make that make sense, because I can't. And big up Northwood Press. What's up, bro?
BBA, how are you, brother?
What's up, man? What's up? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just getting up. Just getting going today. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks, bro.
How's it?
Friday. I'm home. I've finished work for the week, so everything's good, man. Everything's good.
That's awesome. Happy Friday. Hello, it's my guy.
Yeah,
You say your mate's video the other day. I don't have any mates, so who are you on about? I don't know who you're on about, mate. I'm not too sure who we're speaking of. Who are we speaking of?
Well, who is it that said that auditing is done? Let me just read this out.
Well, the live had about 144 people in, and I see many comments all saying the same thing.
All right. Here's a little smidgen, a little list, right, for today. PC David Smith and Sergeant Tim Hanna. Breaches, authority, respect, courtesy, quality, diversity, blah, blah, blah. Right. PC David Smith, it is alleged that PC Smith used swear words to address his sergeant used racist and other derogatory language about sections of the community, including Turkish people, Somali people, Jewish people, Eastern European people, made sexual inappropriate remarks about female colleagues and other women, used the derogatory term in reference to a Turkish colleague, right? And done some other shit, right? Sergeant Luke Gilmore breaches authority, respect, courtesy, and conduct. Circumstances are that it is alleged that the officer has assaulted a female police officer whilst off duty in April 23. PC James Tilcock breaches honesty, integrity. In June 24, Police Constable Tilcock was searching a vehicle following the arrest of a driver. During the search, he took money amounting to £2.50 from the vehicle. Police Constable Tilcock admitted to taking the money and subsequently received the police caution for theft. It is if
he had to steal £2.50.
If the allegation is proven, it would amount to gross misconduct for which dismissal would be appropriate. Right. So, Sergeant Barber, it is alleged that around 2:55 hours on the 22nd of January 22, PC Barber and other officers dealt with a public order incident involving a group of young males at Castle Street, Oxford. P.S. Barber dealt with one of the males, male A, and when he did so, he used unnecessary, disproportionate, and unreasonable force. Right?
Does that sound like auditing's dead to you?
PC Sinner Barmania, right? On the 16th of December, a search was undertaken in the officer's jacket. In his police locker, 2 pots of medication were found. One pot containing tablets of a drug, oxandrolone, and the other containing tablets of tanazolo. Both drugs are anabolic steroids. PC Mohammed Patel. It is alleged that on 3 separate occasions between May 2022 and October 2023, whilst off duty, PC Patel was witnessed inhaling nitrous oxide from a balloon and or in possession of nitrous oxide whilst in a car with others. It is further alleged that on February 23, PC Patel submitted a written declaration to BTP Professional Standards Department in relation to it. PC Ozan Yelkin, Sergeant Emil Josh. PC Ozan Yelkin, it is alleged that on 28 September, when responding to a robbery incident and used force to restrain a man when he resisted the handcuffing. PC Yelkin's conduct in relation to that incident breached the following standards of professional behaviour.
I asked the question again. Does that sound like auditing's dead to you? Oh, I mean.
These are just the court cases of this week.
Because people started going after low-hanging fruit. Don't blame the movement. Blame the people that decided to go out and go after low-hanging fruit, right?
Right. PC Corey Cattenhorn, right? Breaches. It is alleged that the officer has used excessive force while arresting an offender. He is heard to making offensive, inappropriate, discriminatory comments. It is alleged that the officer has failed to be honest and act with integrity. Chief Superintendent Daniel Greenwood. This guy's a chief superintendent, right? Greenwood faces allegations of gross misconduct relating to the conduct towards a constable between March 2019 and 2021. And it leaves us there. This is why we need to get bums on the seats in these places so we can hear exactly what kind of conduct he did, right? On September 4th, 2020, during the stop and search, an officer pressed his taser against a 16-year-old Master Powell's neck and threatened him that if he moved, he would deploy the taser. The officer's actions were influenced by an ethnicity of Master Powell, and the officer improperly assumed that the Master Powell was a greater threat than he was. Right? Some bullshit fucking totalitarian circumstances. It's clearly a power trip when you stick a fucking taser in a 16-year-old kid's neck and you tell him don't fucking move or I'll use this fucking on you. That's a power trip, right? Excessive force, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
PC Kevin Courtney. Mr. Courtney is alleged to have breached the standards of authority, respect, courtesy, discreditable conduct by stating that two colleagues could not understand each other because one was Irish, referring to the colleague as a Fenian. DC Chapman. The hearing relates to officer conduct when it is alleged that he was transported in a vehicle by a driver who was intoxicated, and his subsequent interactions with investigating officers were contrary to the PSPBs. At the this one has got no name to this one. At the family court hearing of 27th of January, police officer A made an admission that 2021 he subjected his ex-partner to domestic abuse, during which he assaulted her and destroyed property. The admission is recorded in court records. It didn't give his name. PC Jack Hurst. Officers sent messages to two separate sex workers, the content of which references meeting and procuring of sexual activity with sex workers. SC Ben Smith. Whilst off duty in Wetherspoon pub in Greenwich, it is alleged that MSC Smith groped the breast of Miss A. After Miss A asked MS Smith to stop, it is alleged that he groped her breast again and touched her bottom. And the 22nd of April 2017, whilst off duty in Wetherspoon pub in Greenwich.
An ice cream, please.
And he carries on. I mean, does that sound like auditing is done? It's over, and the list continues. It goes on forever. I could sit here for the next 2 hours reading.
Exactly. I'll go back to it. Does it sound like auditing's over? None.
No.
Far from. And this is again where, like, I'm not gonna no names, nobody, right? Just anybody. This is like a blanket statement. Anybody that done auditing then turns their back on it. Sorry, but I question whether you were ever genuine in the first place. I got it, because it's not the type of thing where you can have your certain view on something and wake up overnight and all of a sudden be dead against the thing that you were advocating to everybody else. That makes no sense. It means that clearly your time on YouTube didn't go quite as well as you hoped it would. Maybe your subscriber base hasn't ended up blowing up as much as what you thought it might. So what you've done is decided to just call it a day, right? Right? No, but seriously, I'm trying to be serious. I'm like, do you know what I mean? This is what I've always said. If you took away everybody's monetization, right? And I believe it's probably the same in America as well. If you took away everybody's monetization, I believe you'd only be left with about 15, maybe 20% of the auditors. 80% would just disappear overnight, never to be seen again. I don't know, maybe they'll go to unboxing kittens or something like that. But I'm telling you, financial gain is what drives most of these people to go out and audit and hold the authorities to account. I believe it's only a very small percentage of people that could lose their monetization, would carry on going out and making content, would carry on advocating for what auditing's about. A lot of people, I think, use auditing as a way to get recognized, get a name for themselves on YouTube. And then once they kind of got that following, once they got their platform, once they felt comfortable, all of a sudden they kind of turned their back on it like it was something to be ashamed of. A shame, really. It's a shame, really.
They're just there for the money.
It's a shame, though, man, because I think auditing or
UK transparency.
But I think it's quite important, and I think it's good that there's people out there willing to put their neck on the line. Because let's be honest, it's not an official job. It's not an official position. Nothing like that. So,
someone's got to do it, right?
Well, I think so.
If we don't do it, who will? If not now, when? I mean, shit. with the reason why they're so corrupt and they've gotten away with it so long is because none of us has done anything about it. So maybe if some of us start doing something about it, maybe it might start changing. How about that?
But for me, I just can't listen to people that literally their whole existence on YouTube is because of auditing, and now they want to sit there and slag it off. Like, come on, man. You'd be a nobody without auditing as far as the internet's concerned. Some people. In fact, me, I'd be one of them people. If it wasn't for auditing, none of you would know me. None of you. None of you. None of you would have, I don't know, fucking said kind words to me. Some of you who have in the past would never have donated a penny to the channel. None of that. I've got auditing to, no, but I've got auditing to thank for that, right?
He's dead.
Yeah, I literally have that to thank. I mean, but to sit there and be like, yeah, auditing's this, auditing's that, when you've spent 3 years telling everybody else that auditing's the most vital, important thing to fucking society these days, and exactly what you just said, someone's got to do it.
Well, no one else is. I mean, shit. Fucking, we're gonna leave it to someone else. This is why we're in this mess in the first place, right? And you can't be about the money. Yeah, sure, the money helps. Of course, it'll help. It'll make you more efficient, more effective. But you know, it can't be the primary goal. It can't be the reason why you get up in the morning, man. This is if the reason is the money, then you're in the wrong job. You're doing the wrong thing. You just go to vlogging, go and do some other YouTube
No,
shit.
go get a fucking 9 to 5. Stop being a lazy bastard. Get off your fucking ass and go get your hands dirty and pull a bit of fucking weight and contribute something to society, like, rather than sit around bitching and moaning about everybody and everything. Like, you know what? If life's that bad, get off your fat ass, yeah, and go make life better. Because life ain't gonna just like, you're not gonna wake up one day and, oh wow, the world's treating me so well. No. You want something fucking in life, you gotta go out there, grab it by the fucking bollocks with both hands, and give it a good fucking squeeze. You know what I mean? You have,
Well,
mate. You have.
if you're waiting around for people to give you your freedom, it doesn't work that way. Right? Freedom is always taken.
Yes, Ariel, what's up, bro? Nice to see you in a little while. So yeah, that's my rant for the day. I'm annoyed that I'm hearing people sound like ungrateful bastards, and now auditing needs to be, you know, I just don't get it.
There's no need for auditing.
No need for it.
No. You just sit back and watch this authoritarian two-state policing take over. And
You know what I think so hard to deal with the most when I hear that shit, yeah, is I'm hearing it from a so-called, what they used to like to call themselves, the auditing community, yeah? The same auditing community are now the ones all acting like traitors.
well, not all.
Not all, but there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a big brush you're painting everybody in, man. Yeah.
I did say before I started it was a blanket statement, didn't I?
There are a few out there that do it for the right reasons.
There's a few. I mean, listen, I might not always act in the right way. I admit that. And sometimes maybe in the way that I act, it doesn't, maybe it sometimes looks like my intentions are disingenuous, maybe. But when I was demonetized, I probably had the most busiest period I've ever had on my channel when I was demonetized. Yeah. You know, I didn't sit around like certain content creators. Oh, I can't put out another video. I'm going to go out and film, but I'm not putting any videos out until I'm monetized again in 3 months' time. So by the time you drop those videos, they're kind of no longer relevant to that current time that you've dropped it, right? You need to get that out straight away. If it's something to do with the police, and it's kind of like, you know, you can't just be sat on that for 3 months before releasing it. Because by the time you release it, it's kind of old news, right? But there's people that will literally sit there and go, I'm not putting anything up because I'm not monetized. I must be monetized. You got people this morning fucking putting up community posts going, I want to go out on my next trip. Please donate to me so this can happen. No. Like, get off your ass again and do something to make money so you can go out and do what you do. Or think outside the box. Think of a way that you can still run your channel on minimal money, right? Don't sit there and basically tell your viewers that if they want to see more fucking content from you, they've got to pay for it. Like, because no offense, you're not the only person out there, yeah? People will jump ship before they start paying you to bring them content. That's just a fact. You know, I'm nothing special. If I started saying to all of you lot in the chat now, right, that's it. I no longer can afford to go. I'm never going out again because whatever. I want to go out though. Can you lot pay for me to go out on Monday? You're going to go, fuck off. There's like 20 of 1,000 auditors that ain't going to ask me for money.
There's a few I remember tried that.
Right?
I remember. Do you remember them? I remember them. Oh, I can't go anywhere. I need some money. Send me some money so I can go to here and I can
Well,
do
one
this.
of the people's, like the person I see this morning, that was like, wow, you're still doing that. Like, this same person had donations off of Nunya for things like gimbals, and like 2 years later, still no gimbal. Still no gimbal.
I remember. No, Nunya went and bought everybody gimbals and shit.
Right?
Remember?
Yeah, used to. Ask yourself why he doesn't anymore. Ask yourself why so many people have a negative opinion. It's because some of these fucktards, but they literally spoil it for everybody.
Yeah. Well, it's about the competition thing, right?
Shouldn't be about competition. Again, if it's about competition,
it's not about the work that they put in, the good work that they do. Because I mean, there are also,
Yep.
That's exactly it. There ain't no competition. Listen, there is no competition. I'm not in competition with no other person that's on YouTube that does the same kind of content as me. I'm not in competition with nobody. Because it ain't a competition
with them, it doesn't mean they're not in competition with you.
No, I know, but this is what I'm saying, like that mindset. What the fuck? Like, again, if you're in competition with someone, you're in it for the wrong reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about being the next biggest fucking, you know, the next in with the Joneses or whatever. Then you're in it for the wrong reasons, man.
Yeah, it's about it's about fucking George Orwell's prediction. That's what it's about. It's about preventing it if we can. But I think it's gone past that. Well, at this point, it's about documenting George Orwell's prediction, right? We are, whether you like it or not, in an authoritarian regime, right? And the more we sit back and do nothing and not question and not, you know, highlight the corruption and expose all the wrongs, the more we stay silent, we are complicit in those crimes, right? Our silence is our consent. Right.
Yeah, man.
It's just like our election. It's like our election here in the U.S.
You know, when you see, it doesn't matter who he is. It could be somebody that you fucking hate, but when you see him being violated, right, and being unjustly punished by your government, right, you shouldn't cheer. You shouldn't be happy about that. Even if you do hate that fucking moron that's just been violated by your government, you should not cheer him. Because when you cheer that, you cheer your own demise, right? When you allow that to happen to somebody that you don't like, you allow them to do it to you. Injustice done to one of us is injustice done to all.
Hey,
Sooner we
fucking
realise
man.
that,
I'll smoke to that.
it's too late to stand by and allow others to do it, to do the job for us. We have to do out. We have to speak out. We have to stand up, and we have to be measured. You know? What are we made of? Now you need to justify your existence.
And
You're
that
worth your
UK's got it right. You want to go on a trip further out and do some local videos till you got the money to pay for it. Like, I listen. I won't be too hypocritical, right? Because there have been times where people have donated to my channel for me to get to certain places. That is true. But you ain't really gonna see me telling everybody, "Oh, Mellows, I want to go out Monday, but you know, here, buddy, send us a fucking score." You know what I mean? Like, just you know. It's like fucking UK Transparency saying to me, "I want to go fishing at the weekend, but I can't afford the maggots. Can you donate me some maggots?"
If you don't donate the maggots, I won't be able to catch the fish.
You know what I mean? When actually you can use plenty of other things other than maggots, sweet corn, bread, luncheon meat, dog biscuit. Dog biscuit's a good one for carp fishing. There's a little bit for you if you didn't know. Dog biscuit is brilliant. But yeah, no, on a serious note, it's the same. It's the same principle. Think outside the box, man, and there's loads of things to go out and make content over. And I guarantee most of that content's in your local area. If you bother to look, I'm kind of lazy and I really can't be asked for my local area much anymore. I mean, if I come past something, I will, but I mean, I ain't going looking for it in my local area.
You've got loads of things that you can highlight in your own towns, in your own homes, you know. The council, I guarantee right now, is riddled with corruption in every town, in every city. So you're not going to go far there looking for stuff. And then you've got almost every major town has misconduct hearings that are open to the public that you could go along to and find out what our fine officers have been up to in your local area. And there are multiple cases that are in your local crown and magistrates courts that you can attend public galleries to and be nosy and write reports. So there's always things that you can find if you want, right? And this is all publicly available and public knowledge and of public interest. If you're a citizen journalist, want to create content for your YouTube channel, there's loads of stuff that you can do.
When you see these channels, asking for donations to go out, and then when they eventually do put videos out, it's not even their content. it's like not even their content, and then like they're there a couple of weeks later asking for donations again. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a few people that push the button subscribe that are a bit, you know, not all there in their head. But if you think that you can fool 1,000, 2,000, 90,000 people, you can't. The more people you have watching you, the harder it is to fool them. Lying to one person, you might get away with it. Lying to a few, you might get away with it. Lying to like a whole football stadium full of people, nah, mate, you ain't getting away with that one. No, not happening. Now that's a nice spliff, BB-8, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. We tend to put a bit of tobacco in ours. Not this one, Scooby. Not this. The pure marijuana. Whoop. I'm going to come from the front garden. Kids have decided to go in the back garden, and I like to keep the old smoke.
This is tobacco.
Eh?
This is a tobacco.
Yep. Yep.
That is not tobacco.
You.
No, it's not.
I know, I'm a bit weird.
And you know, the other day, Mel's and I were talking, and he said, "You don't smoke, do you?" And I go, "Yeah, I know, but not the wacky."
Yeah, not the wacky.
Mel hasn't got the wacky. What time is it? Almost. In 30 minutes, it's going to be 4.
It's always 4:20.
Yeah, I know. It's always 4:20 somewhere.
Always 4:20.
But it shocked Mellows. He didn't even know I smoked. As long as he's known me, he didn't know I smoked.
That's because I've never seen you smoke online.
I always take the camera off before I smoke.
Oh, Mama Bear, the dark horse and that. Here, watch this, yeah? I think I can't even remember this now. Fucking. Watch this. Oh, no. Maybe. Have you eaten your ice creams, kid? You had your ice cream. Have you had your ice cream? Huh.
Did you see what I posted in Discord?
No.
Yeah, did you see that what I posted in Discord?
In which Discord?
Yours.
Oh. No? Hang on.
Oh, it's hilarious, isn't it, Mouse? He's gone to watch it. He's going to come back laughing. You know that.
Which one is it? The hippie one?
No, it's the one about Biden and ice cream
Oh.
and the roller skates.
I've got that one here. I've got it on in StreamYards.
Yeah, show us.
On StreamYards. I don't know if we were able to play it on YouTube though.
Oh, what? Is it that bad?
You go watch it.
It's funny.
Send it me on. Well, I can't find it in my Discord, man. Send it me on Telegram or something.
If you go into the back room, I could play it there.
The back room?
Yeah, in the back room.
Ah, yeah.
Forgotten which one I put it. What branding I put it in. No, here it is.
Put it on Mama Bear.
It's funny shit. There's some sad stuff. We're gonna have to play it to these guys on Twitter and Rumble. When we disconnect from YouTube, we'll have to play it for you guys. You like it? It's funny.
Yeah.
Kamalasaurus.
They still haven't started the news conference. I did look up a few things about Trump. Judge tosses out 2 more counts against Trump in Georgia election interference case.
Oh my God, man. I'm currently just removing the rest of my head out of bleach. Like, what the fuck have I just watched? That should come with a health warning. That's fucking serious one. And it's not dementia either. Jesus. In fact, I wish I had fucking dementia after seeing that. That's funny, man. And he's there with his favorite chocolate ice cream.
Kamalasaurus. Oh, that's funny. What do you reckon? Not for YouTube, right?
I don't know. Why can't you? Can you not play that on YouTube?
I don't know, man. I don't think they're gonna like it too much.
People are fucking hilarious, man.
I put it in Discord, your Discord. I posted it the other day in Discord.
I was thinking when we disconnect from YouTube, we just bring everyone over onto Rumble and X, and then we play for them.
All right.
That was hilarious. We died laughing the other day about it. We put the link. We posted the link. We didn't get in trouble for posting the link.
For now.
Yeah, we didn't get in trouble for posting the link. So that we didn't get in trouble for. So, but yeah, that was hilarious. When I seen that on X, I sent it to Mellows. And I told he had his camera up, and I said, "Don't shut your camera off. I want to see your facial expression." And he watched it, and he had his camera up. He died laughing. It was hilarious. And Bear's sitting and sending that to people. I can tell you right now.
Yeah.
Me? Oh no, I don't even have it. I just. If I had it, I'd probably post that shit.
Okay, wait, let me get the link to it. Let me get the link. Let me get the link.
The one the other day I see where Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are fucking having a baby. You got to have seen that one, right? Where they're like kissing and then he's there holding her pregnant belly. I'm sure you've all seen that one, right?
There's the link in private chat. Okay. Here's put the link in private chat for you. And if anybody else wants the link to the video we are talking about, it is in. There is the link to it. Anybody wants the link of what we're talking about, it is in chat. If anybody wants to go look at the link of what we are talking about, you can go watch the video. And there is the link to the video that we are laughing about. And the news conference still has not started. but I did look up some information about the Georgia elections. And the judge overseeing the Georgia election on Thursday tossed out 3 more counts in the indictment. So far, throwing out 6 more. The judge previously threw out 6 of the indictments. So the courts have decided that 15 of the 27 indictments must be squashed or dismissed. So Trump still faces 8 counts in the case. So they are, so they are slowly working down on the indictments. So 6 counts in the indictment have been thrown out. So they threw out 2 more counts of the indictments. So Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case has tossed out 3 more of the indictments per the new order, 2 of which Donald Trump was facing. So that is what is happening. That is part of this news conference that is being held in a separate order Thursday. Declined a motion to toss out the top 2 racketeering or RICO charges. So 4 defendants subsequently took plea deals in exchange for agreeing to testify against the other defendants. Georgia Court of Appeals paused the case in June. The resolution of appeals of disqualification rules allowing district court to stay on the case. Oral arguments in that appeal are currently scheduled for December 5th, a month after the presidential elections. The former president has blasted the district attorney investigating and being politically motivated. So that is part of what the news conference is about.
Well, I haven't been around in the last couple of days, so is there any other not Yanks, shouldn't call you Yanks, Americans in the chat want to jump up for a discussion about the Kamala and Trump debate the other day? What did everyone think about that?
I thought it was a farce.
I think,
they
me
both
personally,
lied. They both lied. They both lied. She didn't.
But you say they both lied. That now they did, but this is the thing. Like, to the average person that just will sit and watch that and believe what they're hearing, they'll believe that's the truth. You know, like, obviously you're not one of these people. You're quite free thinking. You'll do your own research. Unfortunately, the majority of people aren't like you, Mama Bear. They won't do that. They'll just sit and listen to what they hear and take what they hear as gospel, right? As if it's 100% the truth.
Scooby, she didn't marry him.
But I do think, if I asked you, Mama Bear, if you had to turn around and say, out of the 2, who do you think won that debate? Who do you think it would be?
Neither.
See, now, I disagree. I think that Kamala Harris come up. Huh?
I think Donald Trump ruined her.
No way.
Yeah.
Come on, did we watch the same thing? And
question.
bearing in mind, this is the same man that doesn't want to go again in a second debate. Donald Trump doesn't want to go up against fucking her in a second debate. Why not? Because he knows that didn't go too well for him the other night.
No,
And if anybody can come out and look,
it was skewed against him. She was obviously ready for the questions, so she knew the questions, and he didn't. Right? Plus,
when he
lied, the guys called him out on it, and when she lied, they didn't say nothing. They just allowed it. Right? They didn't question it. They didn't call it. They didn't call her out on it.
I agree with that. It was very biased moderating.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But I feel like Donald Trump, it weren't his usual self. And I do think that the other day he looked shit. I'll be honest. I think if anyone come out, I don't think anyone won, but I definitely think that
Did you watch the whole thing or highlights?
I watched the whole thing, man. As soon as I got in from work, I sat there and fucking watched it. The whole thing. No highlights, bro.
When asked about the economy, she started to tell us about, when I was a teenager, my mom bought a house.
I agree with that. That was at the very beginning, and I agree with that. But you could tell she was nervous, not excusing it, but you could kind of tell she was a little bit nervous. And then once she had kind of got rid of that, I think whether it was rehearsed, which yes, I do believe it was. But what I'm saying is Kamala Harris come out of that not really damaged. It didn't damage her in any way, right? So that's kind of a win for Kamala Harris. If she can go into that debate and come out of it unscathed, then that's kind of for her a win, right? But Donald Trump, I expected a lot better from. He weren't his usual self. I don't think he was as cutthroat as what he usually is.
No.
And to be honest, all he had to do was mention a few bits of policy, right? And it's game, set, and match. Because it's quite clear that she ain't got no policy. She's got nothing in, do you know what I mean? Other than Biden's raised that's all she is Biden, really. Let's be honest. I'm sounding like Trump now.
He flew off the cuff, right? Because he knew he could handle anything she threw at him. And she went in there prepared to fuck. Right? She knew all the questions before.
Number one, the one moderator, the female moderator, is a sorority sister.
Yeah.
That's a sorority sister.
Thing with Trump is, he's too predictable. He literally played him like a banjo and he played her a tune. He's the banjo, she's playing it, and all of a sudden out comes this noise. She literally played him like a banjo, man. And sorry, I don't even like Kamala Harris in any way, shape, or form, by the way. So I don't think I'm sat here like, oh yeah, brilliant, Kamala, but I'm just saying what I see. And I think Donald Trump done shit. And she held herself better than I thought she would.
Yeah,
even if it was rehearsed. The fact that I expected.
She did hold herself better than I thought she would. But she doesn't have a plan.
I reckon she had help as well. Those earrings were her people talking in her ear. Because she's not normally as coherent as that, She normally says things like, she doesn't know what to say. You know what I mean?
And one thing that she actually didn't do was that horrible nails down a fucking blackboard screech she does. When she kind of laughs, she heckles, doesn't she?
Yeah.
You know what I'm on about, right? She almost can't help herself. She didn't do it once. Not once.
The penguin laugh.
Right? Not once. So, I mean, whoever trained her there, they need a fucking medal. Whoever that person was.
Medal.
They need a fucking medal. In fact, they deserve to be the next president of the United States. Just on that. You got that bitch not to make that horrible, dreaded noise not once. And if you look throughout fucking Kamala Harris's fucking existence in as a public figure, she's always had that fucking horrible screech, man.
Yeah. She had it clear back when she was dating the actor.
In fact, I'll do it before Mellows does. Or was it a double? Was it even her? Was it someone else?
Oh, who was that actor she was dating? Oh, who was it? Oh, what was his name?
How many of them?
Come on, 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 come on. Who was the actor she was dating? Come on.
Who was dating Kamala Harris?
Yes, yes, the actor she was dating.
Oh, I really don't know.
Oh God, oh God, who's the actor?
Google search. Google, tell you.
But
Oh, yeah,
yeah, I mean, the biggest, the saddest thing about it all, right? And again, it's not a dig. It really isn't a dig at your country. But on a whole, that just was weak. It was weak. It was a shambles. And once again, unfortunately, at the moment, the politics in America is making the United States look weak. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that's how they're making it look to anybody else look from the outside looking in. All these other world leaders, I mean, they're fucking laughing right now. And that's the same for us as well. But I mean, we're just not as relevant and as important as you guys.
Got it. Oh, Grim made it into a whole thing.
Times have come. But now they're gone. Ceases no fear the reaper, nor do no blame the sun or the rain. It can be like, yeah, come on, baby, don't fear the reaper. Baby, take my hand, don't fear the reaper. We'll be able to fly. Don't fear the reaper. Baby, I'm going back. Together in eternity, 40,000 men and women every day. 40,000 men and women every day. Another 40,000 coming every day. Like, yeah, come on, baby. Baby, take my hand. We'll be able to fly. Baby, I'm your man.
I forgot all about that. She had quite the Hollywood personality. She made her rounds through California. From San Diego's mayor right down through LA. Is how she got to where she was. Yep.
Not that anyone cares, but this fucking it tastes so good. Bellows, this tastes so good, bro. Yum, yum.
Yep.
Yep.
She went right down the line in California. Big time.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, Mellows.
This one. What's up?
Have you seen Rachel Elnor's video?
Not recently, no. She
That
put one up?
she dropped on YouTube today.
No.
Oh my days, man. Oh my days. This is probably gonna boil your piss. Put it this way, even being a fucking millionaire don't mean that you're exempt from being targeted by the corrupt, scummy police force of Britain, the Gestapo of fucking Britain. I put it in the private chat, man, if you want to play it.
Oh, I've seen this. I watched the live, bro.
Ah.
This is the one I was telling you about. I watched the live. Have you reached out to her yet?
I have. I've sent her an email today.
That's probably why she's put it up. Smart girl. Yeah, I watched this. Let's play this one, over. Is that the link in the back?
Most of it's her talking, to be fair, but I'd play it, man, and I'm sure she'll be happy for it to be played as well. It's in the back chat, yeah. I've also commented on the video, Bad. I've also commented on the video. Let her know that I've emailed her.
Tell me if the audio is okay.
How are you doing?
Greetings, freedom lovers. First of all, I want to say huge gratitude to everyone who has sent me such amazing messages of support following my fourth incident with Derbyshire Police. And this is incidents actually since 2020, where they have come at me in various different ways, shall we say. Now, I posted last night on Telegram an abbreviated video of what happened. This happened on Tuesday night at about 11:30 p.m. So I was in bed asleep. Now, my front gate is chained and padlocked, and I did that because I wanted to increase my security while I was standing for election with my address on like 47,000 leaflets. It feels really good, actually, to have like a security gate, a really strong boundary. So one of the first things I said to the police, and I didn't have the presence of mind to record this because I'd just woken up, but I asked them, how did you get inside the gate? And it clearly says visitors by appointment only. And they said, oh, well, we took it off the hinges. So immediately my castle doctrine had been violated. I posted the video about 8 o'clock yesterday evening, just on Telegram, this abbreviated video. So it's had almost 4,000 views as of today. So I'm filming this on, where are we, Thursday, and it's had an overwhelming response. I did actually send the full video. My son had the presence of mind, my son Paul, who is 25. He had the presence of mind to come downstairs and film the entire incident. So I did actually send it to various people who know about these things, about what action, to get some advice on what action I should take. Anyway, have a watch of the video, and I'm going to see you on the other side of the video, and I'm going to be on the other side of the river, just going to cross over the road, and I'll talk a little bit more about the situation. But have a look at this. Let me know in the comments what you think.
Hello, Rachel.
This guy has smashed our door.
I can't believe this. I need you to open the door.
What you doing?
I need you to open the door. Otherwise, we'll have to cause some further damage.
What you doing? This is outrageous.
This guy got bullied.
Step back from the door, please.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh my God!
Just let him.
Oh my God! What are you doing? We do not consent.
We do not consent to this.
We do not consent.
You don't have the right to do this.
You do not have the right to do this. You do not. We do not consent. You do. We do not.
Look at this guy.
This
Oh,
is
you're
terrifying.
fucked. You're screwed.
This is terrifying.
Are you sure you want to do this, mate?
Are you sure?
Are you sure you want to do this?
Surely you need a warrant to do
We
this.
do not consent to you coming into our property.
Oh my God! I can't believe you're doing this.
Stand back over the door, please.
I can't believe.
What's your badge number?
14317. You've already got it.
Mollo,
Stand back
Mollo,
from the door.
though. Is it Mollo?
Stand back from the door.
Is it Mollo?
Stand back from the door, please.
Is it Mollo?
Videoing
Stand back from the
this.
door.
What's your name?
Oh my God!
What's your name? What's your
Oh
name?
my God!
Calm down.
Oh my God! What are you doing?
Look at this guy.
It's alright.
What is this guy doing? You're screwed.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're going viral, mate.
You
are just doing it for the fun
Oh
of it.
my
Fuck me.
God! What are you doing?
insane.
You're going to cause so much damage.
This is insane.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my God!
What the hell are you doing, mate? We do not consent to this.
Oh God! This is terrifying.
What the?
This is terrifying.
What the hell are you doing? Look at this guy. What have you done? We did not give you consent to enter.
You are
We did not give you consent to enter.
We do not consent. We do not understand.
My personal view, let's just pause a second. My personal view is that this whole situation is absolutely unlawful.
Okay, that's your personal view, not based on any legal basis.
3 seconds to decide whether you want to put on this machine or not, otherwise we're going to custody.
For me. Ready?
You sure good with
Go. Fabulous. Go.
You sure good with Yeah, it's good.
Fabulous. Right. Please become off then. So do you want to do me a favour?
What do you mean? He's completely innocent.
You
And
lean
you've
forward
gone
for me.
through
I'll
all
take
of this. Absolutely
Oh, this is brilliant.
First lighting when you turn her motherfucker server.
Oh, you fucking. Oh, I can't believe this. You just did all that for this. Wow. When you walk out the house, you look at the sky, you'll see something up there. Karma's getting your ass. You are fucking cool. Look at this. This is what they did. Look at this.
We'll come back and give you a mistake with our column on.
Sure. Don't worry, you'll go viral.
Which way? Right.
You'll go viral.
Have the nice rest of
And here's a picture of the parked car. The owners of this car apparently alleged that the guest in my home had caused this damage, and they also alleged, apparently, that he was a drunk driver. The police had no evidence whatsoever to substantiate this, and yet they broke into my home. I will be taking this matter further.
Pretty shocking, huh? This wasn't on the video, but when they were leaving, I'm like, well, what are you going to do about our door and all this mess? And they're like, it's not our problem, love. And it actually took 2 calls to Derbyshire Police. I did one actually at the time to basically say there are 4 criminals in my house. I need you to send people because there are 4 criminals who've just broken their way into my house, and you need to come and arrest them. At the door with a blanket because it was like drafty, and we were completely vulnerable. And eventually, a sergeant at Matlock Station agreed to send a guy to board up the door, which he finally came at about 4:30 a.m. and I kind of got to bed eventually. And I was just, I'll just sign it to say I've done the work. I had to make sure and change the wording to say that Matlock Police would be invoiced, not me, because the standard wording is you will be invoiced within 7 days. Like, no, I won't be invoiced for this. Matlock Police will be invoiced for this. But the interesting thing was that the guy who came to fix the door said, oh, this is a regular occurrence. I do this all the time. Yeah, I'm constantly going and boarding up doors that the police have smashed in. It happens every day, all the time. If you don't have a glass door, by the way, they cut it in half with a chainsaw or something. He was saying, if you've got a solid door, it doesn't matter how thick it is, they will saw it down. And I mean, it's actually quite shocking. But I get that each of these incidents really call me to research and investigate, what are these rights and what are our rights? We have basic fundamental law rights. And I did say to the sergeant on the phone, what about castle doctrine, which is an ancient right, which is your home is your castle, and not even the king under castle doctrine, not even the king in common law is allowed to enter your castle without permission. And in America, castle doctrine is a huge thing, because you can shoot people for violating your castle doctrine in certain states, I believe. Don't quote me on that. And, when I spoke to the sergeant, I was talking about human rights and Magna Carta, and he's like, oh, no, that all that's all been overridden, by legislation. I'm like, it can't be overridden by legislation. Fundamental human rights cannot be overridden by legislation. And the reason we have that is to stop totalitarian regimes. That's why we have these laws. And to protect the rights.
Mallow, you got to reset. It's really bad.
It can get to. This is the conclusion it can get to, and that's why the International Declaration of Human Rights was created in 1948 after World War II, precisely to stop the levels of fascism which happened in 1930s Germany from ever happening again. So I'm going to take this further, and I'm getting advice on what to do next. And complaints to the police just don't work; they just get whitewashed. So I think I'm going to have to do some kind of prosecution, but I'm getting advice on it. So let's see. But I did get a very sweet response from my dear friend Mog Fry, Red Deer Sleeping. She's an amazing singer and a very good friend of mine, and she sent me a really sweet message this morning, which I'm going to go and sit on a bench and read out to you. Okay, so I don't have my tripod, so I'm just going to have to do a little juggle, but I printed this out and I wanted to read it to you. She says, maybe an invitation for the monks and nuns when they make their next visit from Plum Village to visit the Derbyshire Police to help bring them back to their hearts. And she sent me this excerpt from Remembering Thich Nhat Hanh, Brother Thai, with Krista Tippett. And this is what it says. I'm Krista Tippett, and this is On Being. Today we're remembering Thich Nhat Hanh, who died last week. I interviewed him in 2003 at a retreat center in eastern Wisconsin. And for the first time at such a gathering, more than 50 people who worked in the criminal justice system were there, about half of them police officers. Sherry Maples was a police captain from Madison, Wisconsin, who helped make this possible. She first encountered Thich Nhat Hanh's teachings in the early 1990s and wondered if she could incorporate such ideas into police work. He surprised her by insisting that there is such a thing as a fierce bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, in Buddhist tradition, being a person who has reached enlightenment and chooses to stay on earth to serve others. Like many of his followers, Sherry Maples grew to call Thich Nhat Hanh Thai, or teacher. But on her first retreat with him, as a person who carried a gun for a living, she balked at his most basic principles. I think balked is how you say it. As a cop, what started to happen to me there got very interesting, because I don't know if you've attended the 5 mindfulness trainings, but that was one of the things that happened at my first retreat. And I just assumed, well, I'd listen to this, but I can't do that. I'm a cop. I mean, I might be in a position where I have to kill somebody at some point. I can't think about taking these. And Sister Chan Chong, who is one of probably the senior monastic here, was at that retreat. And she pulled me aside and she had this very wonderful conversation with me. The essence of it being, who else would we want to carry a gun except somebody who will do it mindfully? Of course you can take these trainings. And what happened to me is my heart started to soften and kind of break open for the first time. Hiya. Hi. So I'm just filming a video.
You're talking to yourself.
Okay, where was I? So, and what happened to me is my heart started to soften and kind of break open for the first time. I had gotten very mechanical about how I was doing my job. I had no idea that I had shut down in that way. And I came home, and especially that first week when it was so new and everything felt so fresh, I started to understand that on a very, very deep level, that it's possible to bring this into your work as a cop. Because as my energy started to change, the energy that I got back from other people started to change, even including the people that I had to arrest and take to jail. But probably the first example of that was I was on a domestic violence call, and it was one of these calls where I would have just arrested the guy. I would have just, hey, enough's enough, you know. This was a scenario where breaking up is hard to do, and there was a little girl, and they were exchanging custody, and he was kind of holding the little girl hostage, not wanting to give her back to her mum. And there had been no violence that had taken place, but both mum and the little girl were very scared and intimidated. And ordinarily, I would have said, that's it. Slapped the handcuffs on him, taken him to jail. But something stopped me. And it was, I had just come out of this retreat. And I got the little girl got him to give me the little girl, took care of her, got her and her mum set, told them just to leave, went back, and I just talked to this guy from my heart. And within 5 minutes, I mean, I've got this big gun belt on. I'm about 5'3", right? And this guy's like 6'6", and he's bawling, you know. And I'm holding this guy with this big gun belt on and everything. And he was just in incredible pain. And that's what I started realizing.
Wow.
Sorry about that. My machine just decided to freeze up on me. So, yeah. Even when you're a rich multimillionaire, this shit will come and find you, right?
Yeah.
Do
Trump's
you know who this girl is? I don't know if you remember who this bird is. You might not know her from over there. She was made famous from a TV show. You must have heard of the Dragons Den.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, she was one of the millionaire investors on the Dragons Den.
Trump's news conference is going on.
It started.
I'm going to pull it back to the beginning.
You can hear something squeaking in the background.
And a lot of people would like, and he'll take care of it. So, John, please.
Well, I was only expecting to come speak with the president today, and he's gracious enough to invite me to speak to you all, which is an important moment for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. In 2002, the Trump golf course opened up here, and they've been a great business here in our community. As the president mentioned, our city has been having a lot of issues with a landslide that's less than a mile from here. We have about 600 homes, several thousand residents that have been affected. They've lost power, gas, and it's been moving at an unprecedented rate for the last couple of years because of the rain. We believe we can solve the problem, but we really need the assistance of the state of California and the federal government. We have solutions out there for that, but the problem is bigger than the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. And so it's important that we get the attention and the help of the people of California and of the federal government. So I'm here to thank the president of having me here today. Obviously, I'm a tiny bit nervous. This is a very big deal. Thank you. So anyhow, we very much appreciate you all being here. And of course, I know you're here for the president, but covering what's going on in our city is really important. And it's meant a lot to our community of 42,000 people. So thank you so much.
He doesn't do too much, but you have a lot of people living over there. And I think John would like to see the help of the state government and the federal government. And so far, they're missing in action. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. This is Trump National Los Angeles, and it's been a tremendous success for a long time. I guess Lily would be 18 or 19 years, I think, right? And I built it. And I have a little bit of a motto, but we never have to advertise because it's always loaded up with golfers, very good golfers. It's a world championship course. It fronts on the Pacific Ocean, as you can see. It actually fronts, very few courses front on the Pacific Ocean. It's Pebble Beach and there's some others, but I always say I have the ocean. Pebble Beach has the bay. The ocean's better than the bay. And this course is one of the best courses anywhere in the world, and it's done really well, and we've had a lot of fun with it. So it's been great. It's a major property, as you can imagine. We do also lots of weddings and lots of events. And,
Is he talking about his golf
in
course?
the
For
ballroom right
fuck's
behind
sakes,
you.
this guy.
And people get married literally on a nightly basis,
Yeah.
looking over the
Yes.
Pacific Ocean. So we have something that's very special. We're proud of it. Well, thank you all for being here.
Promoting his shit.
Before we begin, I want to
Wanda, you got some
express my
sweet
support for all of
background,
the
maybe.
families affected by the
Nowadays.
landslides in Rancho Palos Verdes. The slides are something can be taken care of. This area is very solid. But you go down a couple of miles down, you'll see something that's pretty amazing. The mountain is moving, and it can be stopped, but they need some help from the government. So I hope they get the help, and I'm sure John will have the help. And I want to thank the mayor for the great job he's doing. I tell that to the people, what a great job he's doing. I just
It's
met with
sliding
the
into
mayor
the
and
ocean, just
especially
like out of
want
California
to
is
salute
sliding
all
in
of
the
the
ocean.
public safety and emergency personnel who are working down the road, as well as the utility workers who are fighting to restore service to local residents. It's another thing when you live along the coast. Sometimes that happens. It's a little bit more difficult, but when they fix it, it's there's nothing like it. There really is nothing like it. I'm here today in California with a very simple message for the American people. We cannot allow Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left to do to America what they did to California. The state of California is a mess with people leaving, and nothing's going to stop them. They're going to other states. Some are going to other countries. But what they've done, Gavin Newsom and Kamala, and I want to say Kamala more so, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed the state. When you look at the kind of destruction that's taken place, it's all man-made or woman-made destruction too. It's things that should have never happened, but we're not going to let that happen with 4 more years of her in the White House, because if you have what happened to this country as what they allowed to happen in California and San Francisco, one of the great cities of the world 15 years ago, and today it's not in a very good position, put it mildly, in this state, which is probably the best piece of real estate in the world, the state. You have the sunshine, you have the ocean, you have everything. You have the perfect weather, the best weather. And they've hurt it so badly, so badly. Decades ago, San Francisco was known as one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. A friend of mine, a friend of a lot of the people here, Bob Tisch, used to say San Francisco is the best city in the United States, the best city there is. And he passed away a number of years ago, but he wouldn't believe it. He used to always talk about San Francisco as our greatest city. He owned Lowe's, good company, great company. And he would say it constantly, and now you see what's happened. And it can be brought back, just like our country can be brought back, because we're a nation in decline. The decline of this whole state is one of the sad chapters in what's gone on with the radical left lunatics that we have to put up with. As the San Francisco district attorney, Kamala was the godmother of sanctuary cities. She was right out there at the forefront, and also the movement of defunding the police. She was there right at the beginning. She boasted, quote, "We are a sanctuary city and we always will be." Well, they're sanctuary cities of crime. One of the people that Kamala gave sanctuary city to and put in as DA was Edwin Ramos, an illegal alien MS-13 gang member who savagely murdered a father and his 2 sons after mistaking them for members of a rival gang. She knew this, and she came to his defense. He had previously been arrested for robbing a pregnant woman and killing many, they say. Kamala refused to get him out of our country, and he went on to do very significant damage. She also gave sanctuary to illegal alien Ronnie Aguilera, who murdered a 14-year-old boy nearly decapitating him with a sword. He enjoyed watching this take place with a sword by his hand. Kamala launched her tenure as DA with a San Francisco police group described as a, quote, fire sale for plea deals. They made plea deals. The only one they don't make a plea deal with is Trump. They go after their political opponent, especially when they haven't done anything wrong. So more charges were dropped yesterday in Atlanta, Georgia. It's all politically inspired. It's all against their political opponent. We won the case in the big case. They said the big case, the big case. I've completely won that case. The documents case in Florida. Case was thrown out with deranged Jack Smith, deranged prosecutor, that if he devoted his efforts to violent crime and to the border, which they should have, would be in a lot better position as a country. In one sweetheart deal, Kamala gave only 12 years to a monster known as David Taylor, who got high on crack and murdered a 65-year-old mother with a hammer and a pair of scissors. He wanted to come out, and she wanted to get him out as quickly as possible. In another plea deal, she gave only 6 years to a man who killed a disabled veteran with a knife and then left his body to rot in a bathtub. Kamala refused to seek the death penalty for a gang member who murdered San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinoza during a traffic stop, very innocent traffic stop. To explain her decision, why would you do this? Why would you give such leniency to somebody that just killed his officer's son? A major, the San Francisco Police Officers Association has refused her single race since she became district attorney. The police don't endorse her. She's got virtually no endorsements now, but I have almost every police group in the United States. We just got the endorsement of almost 400,000 police. You saw that. And just police group in the country. The endorsement, just about every single police group in the United States. And unadulterated, they are so happy to endorse. After Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom took charge of San Francisco homelessness, while Comrade Kamala Harris was Attorney General of this state, murders rose significantly, car thefts went through the roof, gun assaults rose at levels never seen before, and forcible rape went up by much more than the 73% that they reported. As Attorney General, she defined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She put them in a new category as nonviolent. Now, as vice president, she's facilitated the largest wave of sex trafficking and human trafficking in history, the history of our country by far. And in case you don't want to write about it, you should, because there can be no bigger scandal than this. We have, under this administration, 325,000 migrant children are missing. 325,000. In other words, take your biggest stadium in California and you could fill it up 5 or 6 times. Those are all missing children. Many of them are dead. Many of them are sex slaves and slaves of different nature. But her destruction of the law and order in California did not end there. In 2020, Kamala Harris proudly endorsed defund the police. We're going to defund the police. Anybody that was even in favor of defunding the police for 1 month, let alone her entire career, should never be president of the United States. She supported a plan to cut the LA Police Department by at least $150 million and ideally more. This is when your crime in LA was reaching very significant heights. Today, it's at the highest level it's ever been. Harris also endorsed the Marxist, Soros-backed prosecutor, George Gascon, to be district attorney of Los Angeles. And with Kamala's support, Gascon has unleashed hell upon the residents of Los Angeles, absolute hell. Kamala supported Gascon's decision to stop prosecuting criminals for trespassing, disturbing the peace, making criminal threats, loitering to commit prostitution, and resisting arrest. And these are some of the best areas in your state. They were left alone. They were protected by him, actually protected by him. They've been trying to get him out for a long time, but she helped. And this is where she's coming from as president. This is where she's coming from. This is why all of her policies changed. She was anti-fracking. She was anti-everything. And all of a sudden, she changed. Even the first question she was given at the debate gave one of the dumbest answers. They were asking about pricing and would you be better off today or 4 years ago? Prices have gone up at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And just the concept of being better off, she didn't give the answer. She talked about when she grew up, nobody knew what the hell she was talking about. And based on the polls, it didn't work because Rasmussen, as you probably saw, just came out and they just lifted me up by 6 points for president, which is one of the biggest increases they've ever had in one little short period of time of a couple of days, up 6 points. And I thought the debate was great. I thought I did very well, but I was fighting three people. I was fighting the crazy left radical lunatics at ABC, I think considered the worst, by me, considered the worst broadcaster out there. George Slobodanopoulos, that whole group, they're bad. And I lost a lot of respect for David Muir. He came at me with things, and we'll go over it in a second, but I was right about the crime stats going way up. The fact is the FBI didn't report them, and we're able to keep the stats essentially flat. But the new numbers came in. I guess somebody in government likes me because the new numbers were just released, and you'll see the kind of numbers that we're talking about went not only up, but up at record levels like nobody's seen before when everything was included. And thanks to Kamala, since 2020, crime and drug overdose deaths here have skyrocketed by 40, 50, and 60%. And murder has reached an all-time high. We don't want this for our country. That's why I'm doing this. I don't like doing this other than I know you all have the nicest view you're going to ever have. But somebody's got to explain this one. There's a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist. As borders are, she then launched a colossal invasion of California's southern border. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that a Venezuelan gang is expanding its deadly reach in the United States. First sentence of the story begins, U.S. law enforcement officials have watched with alarm the spread of a Venezuelan gang known for dismembering people. Dismembering people, right? Dismembering people. From Chile to Colombia, they're all over the place. Now they're in our country. They're known as MS-13. They're considered the meanest, toughest gang in the world. In Long Island, not so long ago, two young 16-year-old girls were walking to school, and they carved them up with a knife. They killed both of them. They carved them up with a knife. They didn't want to shoot them. And we got them out. I got them out so fast, and we did a big number. And I wanted to thank ICE while I'm at it, because ICE has been unbelievable. Border Patrol has been unbelievable. And she wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to dismember ICE. She wants to take them out. And if you didn't have ICE, you'd have a problem in this country. ICE would go in. I remember in Long Island with us, they had a gang that was brutal, MS-13 gang. They came out of prisons from different places. And they formed, for whatever reason, Long Island seems to be a place. And I'll never forget the scene of ICE going into a rat's nest, they call them, when you have a lot of them together, rat's nest. And they walked into that nest, and you just saw arms and fists and feet. Everybody was flying. And 3 minutes later, he saw it. 3 minutes later, they walked out with these guys, dragging them out by their feet and throwing them into paddy wagons and bringing them into jails. And then we got them out of the country and moved them back to where they came from. which Obama was unable to do when he was president. Obama was unable to do because the countries wouldn't participate. They wouldn't allow him back. But I called those countries, 3 of them. Guatemala, take a look. Mexico, too, to a large extent. And I think probably the worst of all, we had 4 countries. Colombia was rough. We had 4 in South America. But the South America is no longer the problem. We have bigger problems elsewhere. Guatemala, a lot of problems in Guatemala. A lot of bad people coming out. We called, I said, let me speak to the president. I told him, you're not getting any more foreign aid. We got $750 million a year. I said, no more foreign aid. Why? Because you send people over in caravans and you won't take them back, and they're criminals, and we don't want them in this country. And you wouldn't take them back with Obama. They would put planes on the runways, big planes on the runways, so you couldn't land the planes loaded up with prisoners. And I said, that's okay. You can keep doing it. We're not paying you 10 cents. And they called me back 20 minutes later. One of them the next day, 3 countries. And they said, we would be honored to take MS-13 back. We like them very much. We're wonderful people. And we got them out by the thousands and thousands. We got them out. And that I attribute to ICE and Border Patrol. They're incredible people. Not only is Comrade Howard, I mean, if you take a look at this, but not only is Comrade Kamala allowing illegal aliens to stampede across our border, but then it was announced about a year ago that they're actually flying them in. Nobody knew that. They were secretly flying in hundreds of thousands of people. Some of the worst murderers and terrorists you've ever seen. They were taking anybody that wanted to come in. And they're flying them in. So when they tell you about their borders a little bit better than it used to be, they only did that for election reasons. Not good, but it's a little bit better. But they don't tell you that the flights are still coming in here, bringing in thousands and thousands of illegal aliens, and they're being dropped into the midsection of our country, because all states are really border states right now. And I'm the border president. I solved it in 2016, probably got elected because of that in 2016. And really, there was nothing to do in 2020. I said to my people, I want to talk about the border, what a job I did. They said, sir, nobody cares you did it. It was good. We went from a terrible border to a great border very quickly. I did a great job. And then I come in and I look at what's happening now. And the only difference is that the border in 2016 was 1/20th what it is now. We have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this. And I want to be the border president. And I hope you call me the border president, because I'm going to show you what a border security job we can do. And we're going to do a job like never has been done before. There's never been a border like this. I believe the real number is 21 million people are here, and many are thugs, criminals. And remember this, if you go to South America and if you go to these countries that have taken their prisoners out of their jails to empty their jails and dumped them into the United States like we're a dumping ground, you're going to see their crime rates have gone down by 50, 60, 70, and 80%. If you look at Caracas, Venezuela, they took their criminals and drug dealers and rapists off the street and they dumped them into the United States of America. Dumping ground, they call it. We're a dumping ground for Venezuela because we have stupid people running our country. And you think Biden's bad? This one's going to be worse than Biden. Over the past 3.5 years, Kamala has resettled 500,000 illegal migrants from Haiti into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane when they couldn't get through the border because the border guards backed up. They were refusing to let them in. They don't want to. They love this country. They're saying, you can't do this to our country. They flew them in right over the top of the border guards. And they're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. In Springfield, Ohio, 20,000 illegal Haitian migrants have descended upon a town of 58,000 people, destroying their way of life. They've destroyed the place. And people don't like to talk about it because even the town doesn't like to talk about it. Because it sounds so bad for the town. They live there. They're proud. They love the town. For years, it was a great place, safe, nice. Now they have 20,000, and I actually heard today it's 32,000. It's the new number. Illegal aliens are now coming in from all over the world, from prisons, jails, mental institutions. They're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. We cannot let this happen to our country. And I will be your border president. And I hope you call me a border president. I never thought I'd have to say that again, because we fixed the border and now it was 100% beautiful. And that includes fentanyl and drugs and everything else. We had it fixed and now nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I guess they want to do it because we built hundreds of miles of wall and we had hundreds of miles, I said, after we completed, much more than I said I was going to complete. And it had a huge impact. But after I completed it, we had all of this wall to be put up. It could have been put up in 200 miles, could have been put up in 3 weeks, would have been totally sealed and much larger than I originally said, but it worked so well. We were doing so well. And not only didn't they put it up, they sold much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. Very expensive wall, has wires inside of it for technology. Hardened steel, hardened concrete, and rebar. They wanted all three. I did it as per the Border Patrol. I disagreed with the look. They said, sir, this is the only way. We had to put a anti-climb panel on top. The panel on top is an anti-climb panel. I said, I don't like the way it looks. They say, I know, but it stops people from climbing. I said, all right, we'll do it the way you want. A president has a duty to keep you safe. Kamala will turn America into a poor, violent, third world refugee camp. It already sort of is. We have elections that are a mess, and we have a border that's the worst of any border ever in the world. There's never been a country ever in the world that's allowed 21 million people to come across in a short period of time. And children and the children of American citizens are at the mercy of barbaric criminals. You take a look at what's happening in Colorado. The governor's afraid to even talk about it. The governor is a Democrat. Colorado, I hope you're going to vote for Trump because you're being stampeded by your own politicians. The governor can't talk about it because he can't go against the policies of these lunatics that want all these people to come into our country without knowing who they are. We don't even know where they come from. As of last week, I was told by Tom Holman, we had 168 countries represented over the last 12 months. In other words, people came in illegally from 168 different countries. Most people don't know there's that many countries. There's more than that in the world. We'll know them all pretty soon, I'm sure. In breaking news yesterday, the premier statistical agency at the Justice Department, you remember where David Muir tried to correct me when I said that crime is rampant like never before. He said, oh, no. He said, crime is going down. I said, where are you coming from? And, you know, you wouldn't have to need a Bureau of Justice statistics to know that crime is worse than it's ever been. And I guess they probably watched the debate and they heard this foolish man, this foolish fool make that statement to me that, no, crime is coming down. The FBI said it was coming down. The FBI defrauded everybody. Because what they did is they used statistics not including some of the worst areas and some of the worst cities. So the real numbers are from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and they just released it. So I think they probably like me because they wanted to defend me from people that are not smart, from a guy who has good hair, but not as good as it was 5 years ago, to be honest. And they just released brand new numbers just out last night, late, showing that since 2020, so this guy, David Muir, was correcting me, the FBI. Now, the FBI defrauded, just like they defrauded on the jobs, 118,000 jobs that didn't exist. The FBI, in this case, defrauded. So violent crime, just out, nationwide is up 40%. Rape is up 42%. Car theft is up 42%. Aggravated assaults are up 55%. And violent attacks on strangers are up much more than 61%. So those are your numbers. See, those are the numbers. Now, I think he corrected me 11 times. Of the 11 times, I don't think he had the right to correct me at all. Didn't correct her once. like on Project 2025. I have no idea about, it had nothing to do with me. He didn't correct her. He knew that. Charlottesville, nothing was done wrong. All you had to do is read my statement one more sentence and you would have seen that. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Jesse, all of them, Greg Gutfeld, they all took that and they corrected it many times, but they keep coming with the same lies. I'm going to save Social Security and I'm going to make it good, and we're not going to raise the age, just as I did for 4 years when many Democrats wanted me to do something about it. And she'll go around saying, oh, Trump is going to do bad things to Social Security. No, she's going to do it because she's putting these illegal immigrants onto Social Security, onto Medicare, and she's going to destroy those programs, and the people are going to have to pay. But I'm going to save them. But David Muir said exactly, I quote, President Trump, as you know, this is after I made the statement that crime is at record numbers. President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is coming down in this country. Now, anybody that says it's coming down, when you look at all of the migrant crime and all of the other crime, and this doesn't even include most of the migrant crime. So it's up 55, 65, 75, and 85. One category is up 89%. And these numbers have just been released by the government. I appreciate the person that released them. I think he came to my defense, actually. But the people understand it. In fact, he was wrong. The FBI totally fudged the numbers. And I really believe it's actually a fraud what the FBI did. It's a fraud. And it was a fraud when the administration, I call it the Kamala, because I don't even know who our president is anymore. Where is this guy? They took it away. This was an overthrow of the president of the United States. This was a coup. He got 14, think of it. He got 14 million votes. She got no votes. She was the first one that lost, and now I'm running against her. They went in. I was 19 points up in the poll. I saw their poll. They went up after the debate with Biden. I have debates with everybody. But the first debate, we had 2 debates. We didn't have one. First, I had Biden, and he was 19 to 21 down. And that's when they went, and they said, you can't win, you're going to get out. And he said, no, I'm not going to get out, which was his right to say. They said, well, if you don't get out, we're going to execute the 25th Amendment. And he said, like I said, I'm going to get out. And he hates her beyond I think he hates her probably almost as much as he hates me. I think he still hates me a little bit more. But he hates her. He hates her. He hates what she did. And, when they talk about democracy, well, that's not democracy. He had 14 million votes. She had none. And she was the first one out of the 22 people or so that ran as a Democrat. She never made it to Iowa, first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out, and now she's running. So you tell me how that works. They wanted to be politically correct, that's all. But we're not going to let her destroy our country. In fact, the David Muir character, he's lost so much respect. Everyone's talking about him. He's a joke. And ABC News is a joke, too. But most of the fake news is pretty much of a joke. He said that the FBI, and he didn't know this, I guess, at the time. He probably did. But the numbers and the cities that weren't included in those numbers were Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, New Orleans, and many others of similar crime numbers. In other words, so they didn't include the worst crime numbers in the country. Look at those numbers. Chicago's not included. Los Angeles not included. So they could say the numbers are flat, but they didn't include the big boys. And that's a fraud on the public. And as I said, it was a fraud also, just like with so it's 818,000 jobs that they said existed that didn't exist. And they thought they could hold the number off until after the election, anytime after November 5th. But that didn't work out because they had a whistleblower that released the numbers. And then you have Kamala's claim that she worked at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. It's a lie. They went in, they investigated it, and the fake news won't report that. They won't report it. The only one that reported it was Fox, but the fake news won't. She never worked at McDonald's. She said she stood over those French fries when they were being fried, and it was so tough work. She never worked there. She's a liar. She's a liar. But the fake news ought to report she's a liar, because that sounds like a little thing, but it's a big thing, because it tells you they lie. They lie about everything. They lie about statements on the military. Nobody loves the military more than me. She got up today. She said things that were just lies. She's just made up. What's bad for Trump? Oh, this would be, say something bad about the military. Oh, he said bad about the military. Just like McDonald's. Total lie. It's the way they do it. Her VP choice, I think, will go down as a catastrophic choice. Now, maybe I'll be wrong. I'll let you know on November 6th. But I can't believe that guy is an asset. They had other people that would have been. Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left have also destroyed the economy and the quality of life all across this state and all across our country. As vice president, what she's done to our country is not even thinkable. California has the highest inflation, the highest taxes, the highest gas prices, the most illegal aliens, the most regulations, the most expensive utilities, and it ranks as the third worst state to start a business. It also has the most people leaving it. I love this place. Look at this. I own this. No partners, no mortgage, no nothing. I own it. And I'm talking so badly about the state. It hurts me to do it. I would never do this except for the fact that I'm running for president and I want to save the country. So I'd rather sacrifice this than lie or not speak. But think of it, I'm knocking the hell out of the state of California. I'm saying how bad she was and what a bad job she's done. What a horrible Governor Newsom has been. He's been horrible. So many people leaving. And I'm hurting my own property. And that cost me lots of money. But it's okay, because this is unimportant compared to saving the United States of America. So I do it for that reason. But those are the numbers, what Kamala Harris's policies will do to America. The cost of living here is nearly 40% higher than the national average. And the cost of housing is 97% higher. And the national average is through the roof. And it all took place in the last 3.5 years because I had no inflation, essentially no inflation. And it stayed that way for 2 years. So it wasn't like, oh, gee, it was ready to pop. No, we had it done. We had it down to a science. We had no inflation, 1.4%, which is perfect. That's better than no. That's a perfect number. If you go to the economists, they said, because you want a little bit, you don't want much. It's a perfect number. It was perfect. The country was perfect. We were drilling, we were taking it out. Now we're buying our oil from Venezuela. It's not even believed. It's interesting. They give him billions of dollars now, Maduro, the dictator. I call him the owner of Venezuela. They give him billions and billions of dollars, but then they foreclose on his plane. They take away an old junky plane. It's not a good plane. They take away an old junky plane. And I said, well, it's okay. He'll buy a much better one. We give him, think of it, a country takes away his airplane, but pays him billions of dollars for their oil, which is the worst oil on the planet. It's tar. And it has to be refined. There's only one plant in the entire world that can refine that junk. And you know where it's located? In Houston, Texas, for the environmentalists. So Houston, Texas is refining tar, and that stuff is going up into the air. It's the only place in the whole world that can refine that very bad stuff. The state is rapidly going busted with a record $68 billion budget deficit last year, $68 billion deficit for a state. And the government is so incompetent that it costs $1.7 million to install a single public toilet in San Francisco. They built a toilet for $1.7 million. And it's not even nice. I saw pictures of it. I built this whole thing for less than that. Unsurprisingly, more Americans are now leaving California than any other state in the union, and over 500 companies have left since 2020. It hurts me to say it. Look, I have this unbelievably valuable asset, and here I am knocking the hell. I'm sitting here thinking, and I know this, I've known it for every time I speak badly of New York. We have a very bad attorney general there. She's a political hack who got elected saying, I will get Trump, I will get Trump, I will get him, Letitia James. and they had a phony case where they value a house that's worth $1 billion to $1.5 billion at $18 million. The judge was corrupt, and she's corrupt, very corrupt person. It's a political hack. And then we have the other cases that they're all headed up by the White House. They sent their people in, one person in particular, but they sent their people in to head up the cases in the state. They sent their people in from the DOJ in Washington, highest officials, to go to Letitia James, work there, get that started, and then go to the DA in Manhattan. But I think the appellate courts are going to see what's happening. I really do. I believe in that. But it's hurting New York because businesses are moving out of New York because of it. They used a consumer fraud statute, which has never been used before for this, to get me in New York. And I had no jury. You can't have a jury. You're not entitled to a jury. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But I'm sure, I feel sure that the appellate courts will come in and defend, because otherwise our country is finished. Thing like that can happen. And no company wants to move into New York because of it. Very, very bad for New York. In the face of this crisis, the Kamala Harris Democrats in Sacramento, they're in Sacramento and all over the place, just passed a bill that I think the governor's rejecting. I hope he rejects, but I think he was given a lot of pressure. $150,000 home loans for only illegal aliens. But the fact that it even passed, I would imagine he'd reject it if he hasn't already done so. They also passed a law that allows state authorities to take children from their parents if they don't, quote, affirm their child's gender identity. When Kamala Harris said the values that she has have never changed, I really think that was probably the only true statement that she made. They've stayed true, and you look at what they are. They're the same as what they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They want to confiscate your guns. They want to take your guns away. They're going to take your guns away if I'm not elected. Anybody that owns a gun, if you vote for them, you're crazy. Any Jewish person that votes for Kamala is crazy. She wouldn't go to see the Prime Minister of Israel in Congress. Think of that, because she had a sorority party, which she considered to be more important. It's a big deal when a Prime Minister comes to Congress and speaks, and she doesn't want to go because she's at a sorority party. But that wasn't really the reason. The really reason is that she hates Israel. And I say that Israel will not exist in 2 years from now if she's elected president. And she'll be very happy if that happened. Israel will not mark me down. You know, they have a hat, and I didn't put it. They say, you know, Trump was right about everything. I've been right about everything. So I end on that, and I just want to say that I'm going to hopefully be elected. Polls have gone way up since the debate. I'm going to be reelected and come in for a second time. We did, as I said, much better the second time than we did the first, but some bad things happened. But we're doing it now, and more importantly, I'm looking to the future. We're going to make our country bigger, better, greater than ever before. We're going to turn it around. We're going to get rid of the criminals that have been allowed to come into our country and prey upon our citizens, their children. We're going to get them out. And it's an honor that you're here. If you'd like to take some questions. No? No, excuse me. Most of my Republican allies had said I was great in the debate. You're just like, you know, a lot of other people at Fox. Well, why don't you say 94% of the Republicans said I did phenomenally in the debate. Some said that I could have been tougher. I don't know how I could have been tougher when I said he's the worst president and she is the worst vice president in the history of our country. 94% of the Republicans, and the only one that wouldn't would maybe a Mitt Romney or somebody like that. But we've gotten great praise for the debate, and based on the polls, like Rasmussen being up 6 today, the first poll out, based on the polls, obviously, I did well in the debate. Also, based on the debate polls, where I sometimes had, in one case, 92% win. So, you know, look, you come from Fox. You shouldn't play the same game as everybody else. Go ahead. Go ahead. Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter. I don't control Laura. Laura has to say what she wants. She's a free spirit. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I can't tell Laura what to do. Laura's a supporter. I have a lot of supporters, but I don't know what exactly you're referring to. That's okay. Yeah, please. I just don't know. Laura's a supporter. I don't know. She is a strong person. She's got strong opinions, and I don't know what she said, but that's not up to me. She's a supporter. Please. Okay, a lot of people do. It's a very big plane. Well, I have to see what the remarks are. You're telling me for the first time we're here discussing the destruction of San Francisco and California by a person that's running for president. So I don't even know what you're talking about. I do know that she may have said something based on what you're telling me, but I don't know what she said. But I'll go take a look and I'll put out a statement later on, but I really don't know. Please. Yes. Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from? That's good. Very good. They're doing a very good job. Yeah, that's very good. No, I will, maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there. I can say this, we will do large deportations from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals. Not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora. Okay? No. The real threat is what's happening at our border, because you have thousands of people being killed by illegal migrants coming in and also dying. You have women dying as they come up. They're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else. Those are your real problems, not the problem that you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Well, you know, if you go to the people of California, they don't want to have sanctuary cities anymore. They're tired of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are really blocks that protect bad people from deportation and other problems. And they're going to do it. And our federal government has tremendous power. But we're not going to let states, even like California, even though I know it's largely a sanctuary state, essentially, but we're not going to let that happen to the people of California. They want these people out. They're just as scared as everybody else. The people of Ohio are scared. The people of Colorado, you have a governor there who's very weak. He doesn't know what to do. And he doesn't want to talk about it. A lot of it, as per your question, they don't want to talk about what's happening. They say it's so bad for the city. Let's not go public. Let's live with it for a little while. Maybe it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad. You know what we're experiencing now is they're just getting settled in. There's 21 million people that have come in. They're just getting settled in. It's going to get much worse. It's going to get worse at a level like nobody's ever seen before. Go ahead. Yeah, that's right. By lowering taxes and regulations. And what they're doing is they're seeing that every time it looks like Kamala's doing well, companies want to leave. stock markets go down. The stock market, there's a great gentleman, Scott Bessent, who is one of the top Wall Street people. He said the market's only up because they all think that Trump is going to get elected. We had a great stock market. Even with COVID, we ended up handing over a market that was higher than previous to COVID or the China virus coming in. No, we are going to make sure that the taxes are going to stay where they are and or come down, ideally come down, both for the middle class and for corporations, because corporations put the people to work. We had the best numbers in the history of our country by far, not even close. And there are companies leaving because they cannot stand what's happening right now to our country. And one of the reasons I'm doing this today is to let them know you're not going to have to leave because we're going to take care of the problem. They have a tremendous crime problem. Like if you're in Los Angeles, look at the crime numbers. And then you have the FBI lying about the numbers, saying the numbers went down. But anybody with common sense know the numbers are through the roof. I didn't know they were as high as they are. But think of it. How good is a person from a government agency that would release the numbers when they saw that I was unfairly targeted by ABC, and you could say by the FBI with false numbers. So, I mean, I have great respect. I have to find out who that person is or who that group is, but I have great respect. Go ahead, one more. You okay? I'll be able to make phone calls and solve most of the problems. I may actually have to meet a couple of times. But, you know, Viktor Orban, and you've heard me say this, but it wasn't long ago, he said the only way you're going to solve the world problem is Trump has to be president again. And I don't say it. I didn't say it. I sort of would be embarrassed to say it. But he said everybody was afraid of Trump. He said China was afraid, Russia was afraid, North Korea was afraid. Everybody was afraid. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. And they said it was going to take 5 years, right? The generals in Washington. I went there and met a great general and some great people. And I said, go to it. And he took them out in 4 weeks, 100% of the ISIS caliphate. I flew there. I flew to Iraq, to the field, and they took them out in a very short period of time, short order. We have a great military, but, you know, a great military needs a leader. If you don't have leaders, then you end up with Afghanistan, the worst withdrawal from a country in the history. Look, I've gotten to know great people. I went to Arlington at their request, and I stood, and I was with them for hours, and I stood with them. They did a ceremony, and then they asked me if I'd go down to the graves of their children. They called them their children, that they always will be their children. And there were tears all over, as there should be. And they said, sir, could you take pictures with me by the grave of my son, in one case, a daughter? And I said, I'd love to. And I took pictures with them for a while, and then I left, and that was it. And I got home, and I got a call from the people in the campaign. Sir, the Biden people are saying that you did this for publicity. If people knew how hard it was to get there, because I was coming from a location that was very far away, and yet they were having the ceremony, and I really felt, you know, I had them up to Bedminster, most of the family members, and I got to know them. They're great people. Their sons and daughter, just as though Kamala shot them with a pistol in her hand or his hand, they were killed by Biden and Kamala. They were killed. They should have never left from that airfield. They should have left for Bagram. We should have never given up Bagram. Bagram now is controlled by China. The reason we shouldn't have given it up was not because of Afghanistan. The reason we shouldn't have given it up, 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, and I wasn't giving it up. We were getting out quickly and effectively. I'm the one that got the numbers down to less than 5,000 soldiers. But I would have never left unless they fulfill their obligations under an agreement. I had a wonderful agreement, but the agreement said you have to do this, this, this. They didn't do 3 of the first 5 things, so therefore they would have done it. Abdul was the leader, and he wouldn't have done it, and he would have never done that to us. And just in finishing up with that, and I appreciate the question, actually, but in finishing up with that, for 18 months, spoke to Abdul over the phone. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot or killed. Not one American soldier was even shot at. Abdul understood. Don't do it. I said, don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it. And for 18 months, not one soldier was even shot at. And that's the way it's supposed to be, right? And then they had that horrible situation with the 13 dead, leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind, and leaving a lot of Americans behind, a lot of Americans. And you know what else? Leaving a lot of soldiers badly wounded. Nobody ever talks about them, but I do. Well, I would have a great relationship with them. And what you have to do is start all over again. You cannot have these policies of high taxation. You can't have these policies of politics where you go after your politicians. You have to have an honest voting system because, you know, you don't have an honest voting system. They send out millions and millions of ballots. They go all over the place. Some people get 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a very dishonest system over here. If I ran with an honest vote counter in California, I would win California. But the votes are not counted honestly. It's a very dishonest system that you have in California. And I'd make it business friendly. Right now, it's business unfriendly. Look, Elon Musk is a friend of mine. He endorsed me very powerfully. He endorses me every time he speaks. He really wants to see us win because he knows we can do a great job and turn it around. He left California. I said to him, Elon, did anybody ever call you? It's a big company. He moved to Texas. A lot of people moving to Texas. Great state. Excellent governor and excellent lieutenant governor. Great people. They love entrepreneurs. They love the people that live there. They want to keep their taxes low. Taxes are way too high here. But I said to Elon, so you have a big company and you're moving it to Texas from California. Did anybody call you, like the governor, to try and get you to stay? No. Did anybody see you, write a letter, do anything to try and keep you to stay? You have thousands of jobs. He said, nobody ever called. There'd be so many things you could do. This would be the easiest place to turn around if they knew what to do. Look at it. I mean, look at the weather. We're standing out here on the Pacific Ocean in the most beautiful weather. A lot of states don't have weather like this. They don't have Pacific Oceans. So it's many things you could do, but you start with lowering taxes and making it friendly. But think of it, Elon Musk, a great guy, brilliant guy, big company, lots of jobs, leaving. Nobody even calls him to try and get him to stay. I would have been on him. I would have said, let's have lunch, let's have dinner, and then let's have breakfast the following morning, right? I would have tried to talk him out of it. Yeah, go ahead, please. No, I don't know that much about it. No, I don't. I know she's a big fan of the campaign, but I really don't know. I would say that, well, she brings a spirit to us that a lot of people have. We have very spirited people. And in all fairness to her, she hates seeing what's happened to the country, I guess. I mean, she hates seeing what's happened to the country. So do I. It's very sad. It's very sad when I have to stand out here on my property and say how bad California is. Did you have another one? They are. Well, we're going to help them. And I told John, the local mayor, but I told John we're going to help him with his slide problem. You know, there are ways of fixing that. We discussed it. He knows better than anybody. And he needs help from the federal government. He needs help from the state government. And it's a very wealthy area. But you also have people living here that are elderly and have fixed incomes and have houses that are going to be, you know, shoved into the Pacific Ocean if something's not done. And he wants it taken care of. He's a great mayor. He wants it taken care of. He wants nothing for himself. He just wants to help these people. And John, I think you said you have about 600 houses on the site that's sliding. And he'd like to be able to save those houses for people, that some of which will never be able to have a house again. You know, it's pretty sad. No, I'm not selling. No, I love it. I mean, I use it as a method of getting out my word. When it opened, it went way high, but then the SEC gave us nothing but problems. We had to go through a long, long process with the SEC. But people think that I'm leaving. That's why they're down. Because if I leave, it's different if I leave. But I'm not leaving. I love it. I think it's great. Mechanically, it works the best. And again, I'm friendly with Elon, and Elon would love me to come over to X. But I just, I have close to 100 million people on X. I had 230 million people on X, and then they shut me down. And I said, I'm not going to let that happen again. You know that I had hundreds of millions of people on X and Facebook and Instagram. I think more than anybody. Zuckerberg told me at the White House, he said, congratulations, you're #1 on Facebook. This is a number of years ago. And then all of a sudden I went from being #1 to having no voice. And after about 2 or 3 weeks, because I have a lot to say, I put out old-fashioned press statements, like a press statement. And they got really successful and they did very well. And then we built this platform. And the reason I built it is because I don't want to have my voice shut down. But a lot of people think that I'll sell my shares. They're worth billions of dollars, but I don't want to sell my shares. I'm not going to sell my shares. I don't need money. And for me, it's a great voice. It's a great voice. And it's a voice, it works so well. And we just won, as you know, we got final approval from the SEC. It took us a long time. And that really turned it off. When I originally opened that stock, it went from about 2 to about 182. Did you know that? It was the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. I believe, I have to say I believe, because you're going to find one company, maybe more, who knows. But I believe it was the single biggest movement. And I think I was worth 61 billion from that one stock. And then we had nothing but problems with the SEC. And it gets whittled down. But I didn't do it for the money. I did it because I really wanted to have a strong voice. And it's a great voice for me. And as long as my voice is on there, it's going to always be good. But a lot of people think the reason it's down is that a lot of people think I'm going to sell. And if I sell, it wouldn't be the same. I could understand that. But I have absolutely no intention of selling. Okay? I agree.
Okay. Enough of that. He went, and then I guess enough of that. He's putting me to sleep. He is putting me to sleep with that shit. He is putting me to sleep. If he hasn't already put Mellows to sleep, he is putting me to sleep. I can't deal with any more of that.
One second, Mama Bear. I think someone's going to join us.
Who's going to join us? Who is coming to join us?
Indy should be coming up to join us. He's got a video for us.
Who is that? I didn't catch what you said.
Indy.
Indy.
Aloha.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm all right, man.
How are you?
I'm good.
I feel like I'm in your attic looking down on you.
You are God.
He's in the basement.
No, I'm in the garage.
You're in the garage, but I feel like I'm in your rafters looking down on you. Hi.
It's because my camera's up there.
I'm looking down on you.
Someone's got to.
Do I get to point the finger at you and say behave?
No, just go. It's you. It means I'm going to win the lottery next week. Then I mean, I'll be happy with that.
I try to win the lottery, but I haven't yet.
I do, and they always get my numbers wrong because I gave up.
Well, I still play.
Someone's got to.
$1 in a dream. That's all you need.
No, forget the dollar. Just have the dream.
I got the dream. I got the dollar, and I should play, but I ain't won yet.
You know what? I keep wishing I win the lottery, but I never play it.
Right, the only time I've ever had any luck, right, I was in college, yeah, and I was doing football science, and I had £1 that was enough to get on the bus to go home. So I thought, stuff it. It's a nice warm day. It was 4 miles home, so I thought, I'll walk it. And on the way, I stopped at a little shop, bought a scratch card, and won 75 quid. That was me in a taxi with some beers, and on the way home.
That's luck.
Yeah, that was luck, mate. And they say it's 1 in every 5. I don't think it is 1 in every 5. I think they're talking crap when they say things like that.
Now I am even on my lottery. I buy, I win, I still even. So I think I got $7 in my lottery pocket.
Yeah.
So I'm still ahead.
That's all right. And as long as you're still ahead, you're not falling behind, like.
Nope. I'm still even.
Cool. There. Take the wire out of that.
So what's this facial recognition video you got for us?
So basically, Croydon today, it's AB, Audit in Britain, yeah? I've noticed it up a little while ago. So basically, the police are going around now, and they are sitting in the local town centres in red vans, which they are quite blatant about, putting the transfer that says Metropolitan Police and scratching it off, so it's a new van. And they've got like basically a red van with about 20, well, not 20, that's exaggerated. I'd say about 10 cameras on it. So if your face ain't, and you've got a warrant, you're getting nicked. They will nab you. It only takes a few seconds for it to work. Just let me pull up this video. Wait there, I've got to pull it up first. All right. Right, just let me go onto YouTube quickly. So I'm really crap when it comes to computers. Just bear with me. Right. So yeah, that's what the police are up to. Driving about and just lifting people for the sake of it. There he is. But it's not just here, neither. It's not just in London, neither. They're going around with basically they're putting cameras on alcohol displays and everything.
That's entrapment.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm just waiting for this video to finish. Yeah, so they're basically expecting people to come in and start shoplifting. Oh, come on, hurry up. And they're just going to catch them. Or if basically the way that it works, they've got them all at Sainsbury's and Tesco's. 1 second. There it is. Right, hopefully it will come up. Oh, it won't come up. Whatever.
Hang on.
Everyone got to take the sound off. Right, so this is Croydon Town Centre. This is like one of the areas in London.
Full screen it.
There's no audio.
What? There's no audio.
Yeah, you're sharing the whole tab instead of a tab. Try sharing the tab.
That's what I've done.
No,
you're sharing the whole screen.
Am I? Okay, 1 second. Right. So share screen, yeah?
Share screen, yeah. And you see it says tab, window, entire screen. Just go over to the tab.
It won't let me put it in the tab.
Oh, it's on a different browser. You're using a different browser.
All I can do it is via Windows. I put it up. I put it up in the chat on the thingy.
Yeah,
so you can put it up, mate.
I can.
Let me get it off.
Share it.
Like I said, when it comes to computers, I'm crap. I've got a decent computer, but I just don't know how to use it because I'm thick. And I've never actually taken the time out to sit down and actually properly play with it. I just play games on it, and that's all I use it for. And sometimes editing when I can be bothered to.
So this is Auditing Britain. We do not have his permission to share his videos, but I will just share.
Just fast forward it onto the bit where you see the red van. There you go. There's that van. But go a bit backwards. So there's a part in it where the police officer's actually scraping the transfers onto it that says facial recognition, Metropolitan Police, and all that. I think that's quite intrusive and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because they're houses.
I don't want to aggravate him.
No,
that's the thing. I know. I try to explain to him.
People like that would make the rest of the black people look stupid, man. Like we ain't got no common sense. If someone's willing to film it, so no harm comes to you, let them film it.
Exactly.
Because they're watching your back for you.
Yeah.
You just ain't got no sense, man. Good.
After what happened to Floyd, he should know that.
He should know better.
He should know better, but never mind.
You know what I mean? Let them arrest him.
I'll be honest with you. I don't like to aggravate people.
He's too ignorant, man.
Police, if you tell me to go to do one, but when I'm trying to help someone, that somebody doesn't want to help, and I can't do
It's
it.
good that we've got people like you who will stop and pull out their phone and say,
What do you think? What do you think of what they're doing?
There's police over there. They just pulled over a black man over there. They just pulled over a black man over there, and now they've got a black man over there. What is it? Pull over all black people today.
You see the camera? The cameras are just catching the black people.
Over no white kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll
let you crack on.
I'll let you crack on, brother. Yeah, as I was saying to this guy, me, usually when I film a stop and search or an arrest, and the person just loses it, I usually try to calm them down. As he continue, I just leave it. What can I say? It depends. Actually, it depends on how I feel on the day. Not so worried about that at all. How about the film that's in there? Oh boy, this could be a long day. You know what? The only thing is, I hate covering my face.
They're so brazen about it as well.
This officer is very argumentative. I like it. Hello. Quick question: is she your colleague, like partner?
Colleague.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm talking to him, man.
You're talking about me, so I'm going to talk
Yeah,
about
you know, like police, huh?
the colleagues.
Yeah, you know, like police officers, they go in twos. Are you like?
Well, for today, yes.
Ah, just for today. All right.
So do you do this for a job full time? Are you like an auditor or?
I do. Yeah.
Or are you just interested in facial recognition?
Well, it's kind of a bit of both. I do this full time, yes, and
You like do YouTube, TikTok?
Well, I do this full time. Yeah.
No. So I'm asking, do you do it like?
So
do you have a YouTube channel, or do you do it on TikTok or?
Everywhere.
You do everywhere.
Is it on behalf of someone like?
No, just myself.
What's your,
So when you say to me like, "Have you got nothing better to do?" It's quite.
No, but I just.
It's quite rude, isn't it?
Well, I don't think it's rude because it's like you're infringing on other people's business. Like when we said that man now, feel free to video me. I don't care. But when we put someone stopped, I completely understand if someone's like being restrained by the police. I get that. But when we're having a conversation with someone, and their private details are being spoken about, you don't need to stand that close to the camera. I don't think you'd like it if that happened to you. I'm just assuming that, but that's why I said that.
Okay,
If
but
you film, crack on.
you need to bear in mind.
Huh?
You need to bear in mind I am in public.
Yes.
I can do that.
Yeah, you can, but do you not think like you should have you Why? What's the reason you do this?
WPC Snowflake.
I just already told you that. I said it's my job.
Yeah, but surely there's a meaning behind why you do it. You must have an interest. You believe it's in the public interest. Is that why you do it?
It's my job.
Yeah, but is it? No, wait.
No, it's actually my job.
Are you employed and are you paid?
I am self-employed. It's actually my job. And listen to the next one I'm going to say. I pay taxes that doing this. So that's a job. Yeah.
When I've seen videos like this before, they say it's in the public interest.
All
Is
right.
that part of the reason why you do what you do? Just out of curiosity.
In the public interest. Well, let me see if
They love gathering evidence as well.
Everything you do is public interest, you dumb motherfucker.
We're filming that man. I'll get into why you stop. It's his business. I get why you want to film.
Right.
Be close enough to listen.
But me, I had the reason.
Yeah, but for him, do you not want to protect a member of?
Who said I wasn't going to protect his privacy?
But I'm asking you. How
Hang
am
on,
I
hang
to know that you're going to do that?
Okay.
You can stand here and be as much.
Yeah. Shall I tell you something? I'll be honest with you. Yeah. Right now, I will give you an example. I dealt with a police officer before. Yeah. I wouldn't say he was a prick. He was okay. Yeah. And I asked him for his ID. He opened his wallet. Yeah. When he opened his wallet to show me his ID, guess what was on the right hand side? His driving license.
And you blurred it out.
I blurred it out. Yeah.
But
I didn't have to. Yeah. But it's not. You don't have to know. It's up to me.
I know, but
you have to take necessary action to make sure that person's privacy is intact. Yeah. But without infringing on my rights. So you need to take him somewhere private. How about that van, for example?
Yeah. I'm not expecting people to be standing over my shoulder with a camera recording me.
Well, you better expect it, lady.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that as a decent human being who's...
You got a camera on your fucking shoulder.
That's what I'm saying. If you want a video when people are being restrained and completely
Just everything they say is just totally contradictory.
What are you doing? Look, what are you doing?
Camera, she's got camera.
Yeah, but listen, there's about 10 or 15 police officers stood in that small vicinity around that van.
Right now, I think you're infringing people's privacy, yes.
Do you understand how this works?
That's different. That's absolutely different because you're scanning people's faces.
But do you know how this works? Have you been told exactly how this works?
So then I don't... You're not using the cameras then?
No, I was asking if it's just being filmed. Obviously, ours is different.
You're using... I'll tell you what's happening. You're using technology to identify people. That's what you do. Yeah. I know you're saying you're catching criminals, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but I don't have to...
Why do you have an issue?
Because I'm losing privacy here.
How?
Because you're scanning my face.
Say, for example, your face is uncovered right now.
It's covered. Yeah, I covered it to maintain it.
I'm saying if it wasn't covered.
I don't want to be covered like that.
Listen, yeah. You walk through that right now. You've never committed a crime in your life. The picture's taken and then it's deleted, pixelated. You can't find it anywhere. We're trying to get wanted people off the street. Do you not care about that?
But you still got my ID.
Wanted people off the street.
If you don't understand how it works, then I'm not going to argue with you because I know how it works.
Show me then.
Your list, it's not my technology.
Oh, there you go then. Right? Nobody believes you, unfortunately.
Well, that's fine. If you don't believe me, I'm telling you rather than a lie, right? But that's how it works, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. Surely you should
I'm a police officer, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, that's the biggest lie ever.
Technology.
All right.
And I don't think that's a bad thing.
Obviously, I appreciate. No. Well, this is the difference that you don't seem to understand, and a lot of people don't understand. Criminals should be caught. Criminals should be put behind bars. I agree with that. But in the process of doing that, you can't infringe on people's rights.
Do you have social media? Do you have a passport?
A passport? I do.
Well, the government has all your details anyway, so I don't really see what the issue is.
Yeah, but here in public.
Yeah, but like I said to you, your camera.
I need to be incognito right now. I'm incognito.
You know, if you didn't have the glasses on, you still recognize your face.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I put the glasses on.
I'm just telling you, you have the glasses on.
See, do you see what you just said? Do you know how bad that is?
It's not bad.
It's really bad.
Technology.
We can thank you, Starmer, for this.
This woman is absolutely delusional and fucking blind.
If you want to learn how to email the police, maybe they'll be able to tell you. If you're really that interested.
Go on, then give us the information.
Do you know what? I know as much as I know. I can't give you a full details because I don't work I work in a completely separate unit in Croydon.
All right.
If I
In other words, she knows nothing.
tell you
She's
exactly show you,
shit.
like I would, because I think maybe it'd be beneficial
Yeah.
to you.
Someone's trying to agree with you. Or they're
So anyway,
or the males are identified as
there's
policemen.
another issue here. So if I was a criminal, if I was wanted, I will do exactly how I will wear exactly what I'm wearing right now. And how are you going to catch me?
You know to wear that.
Huh?
You know to wear that.
So like,
They
because what if I was a criminal right now? They wouldn't pick. So that leaves you what? What criminals would?
Not really. They walk around balaclavas and you can still see their eyes, which is all you need.
No, that's bollocks because her facial recognition has to pick up 7 points on the face.
So if you're a criminal, you need to wear this. It's as simple as that.
Well, maybe you should show your face and tell criminals how to dress. But that's what you're saying.
What would I show my face?
This woman is so stupid.
I'm just
Doesn't even know what it's an argument.
right now. My face is actually hot and boiling, and I'm wearing it to maintain my privacy. Do you see what you have to put me through just to maintain my privacy? It's ridiculous.
All they've done is just,
Your privacy
violated
Not in this case. That's what I'm
every
trying to
law.
say to you.
The person,
Not in this case.
any criminal is just going to cover their face.
Because you're not listening to what I'm saying.
You're IDing people in the street. You're basically IDing people in the street.
See, have a nice day, and she's off.
I am listening.
I'm telling you what is a fact on how this works. And you choose not to believe it. That's absolutely
She don't like it because
Oh,
AB's got a fucking valid point there.
Anyway, the only reason I did it just ask you if you guys work together. That's it. Take care.
They're full of shit, all of them, every single one of them. You can't trust anything they say.
I shared it, Mel's. I shared it.
I don't know where Mellows has gone. I think he's asleep.
I
Sorry,
shared
I
it.
was just talking to myself,
What?
obviously.
There you go.
I'm
See,
mute.
first sign of madness right there. Do you know what I mean? You deserve to be locked up. Take him away, please.
It's all right, I'm already locked up. I've got my own personal prison here.
Oh, you in the doghouse, are you?
Yeah, I'm stuck here in this fucking chicken coop.
Chicken
This
coop.
goldfish tank.
Mate, I know what that feels like sometimes. Depends on whether or not the missus is on the rampage, mate. I'll go and lock myself in the garage. It's the only room. It's the only room in the house I can lock myself in and be safe.
I shared it.
Cool.
Yeah, give him go and watch the rest of that. Give him a like, a share, tell him we sent you. AB is
he's top guy.
one of the few channels that I actually do enjoy watching.
Because he knows his shit. And he does.
Yeah, I mean,
He's done the research before he's gone out.
Any
He knows
criminal-
inside out.
Any criminal is going to have the knowledge, right? The understanding that he's going to cover his face anytime he sees a
So-
camera,
see,
especially a facial recognition camera. It's
People
kind of
seem
common
to think.
sense.
People seem to think that when you go to prison, you're just locked in a cell. No, I've been to prison many times, and all prison does is make you a better criminal, so you don't make the same mistakes that you made before to get yourself locked up. That's all it does. It's all it's ever done for me. Made me better at the things that I'd done before that have been criminal.
So, in a sense, what they've effectively done is managed to identify innocent citizens, right, for no reason, right, which is basically a violation of privacy, right? The government is spying on us for no goddamn reason, right? I mean, the reasoning they give us, right, is unfounded. The reasoning they say, "Oh, we're not trying to catch criminals."
But do you know what they'll
if
say?
Criminals are going to cover their face, you're never going to catch them.
Yeah,
right?
but do you know what they'll
The only
say?
people you're going to catch are people who are not committing any crimes. So what the fuck? What the fuck, man?
But do you know what they'll say? They'll say, well, there's no expectation of privacy in public, so we're well within our rights to do what we're doing, and that's the one that they'll use.
So what if we fucking start facial recognition them, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I might do? I
Yeah,
might
they
do that.
like
Well,
it.
walk up to one of them with my camera, stick it in his face.
Yeah,
I
yeah, it's a
on my
facial
screen.
recognition camera. I just want to make sure that, you know, what officer, you know, get your face in a database, make sure you got any criminal complaints against you, you know, make sure that you are a real police officer and not you're just not pretending. Because there are these police officers, they come and arrest you while they're out of uniform, right? They just,
I've seen it
yeah,
all.
man, facial recognition, the buses. See how quick they get upset about that.
Okay. All right, we got a problem.
Go on,
Number plate recognition. They'll fucking love that one, wouldn't they?
Mellow.
We're gonna start taking pictures of your number plates. Go on.
Mellow, do you hear Indy?
I hear Indy.
What are you saying?
Can you hear me?
Mellow,
Yeah,
do you hear Indy?
I can hear Indy. Yeah.
Mama Bear can't. Mama Bear's got cotton wool in her ears.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, drop out and come back in.
I'm still here. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, I can hear Indy. Can you hear me?
Nah, mate. Sorry, I can't. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. With all that facial recognition and number plate recognition.
Maybe drop out and come back.
Okay, he can't hear you.
You can't hear me. You only hear me.
Okay. Indy, he's going to drop out and come back in. Hold up. Nope. You guys are talking over each other.
There, I just wrote in the chat. Mama Bear, I can hear you. And I'm talking to Mellows.
Okay,
We should post the photo. No, because you set yourself up to be done for things there, Thomas, if you do things like that.
What?
They'll class that as malicious. The comment that's just come up from Thomas.
No. Post their fucking addresses. Shit, you get arrested for that.
Yeah, you get done for that shit big time. You get slammed, especially with the way the thing is.
Over here, that is...
especially with the way the UK is at the moment.
Malicious doc. What do they put it? Malicious.
It's called malicious communication.
Malicious communication.
Or malicious doxing or something like that. It's one of the two. Yeah, you can put their photos with their uniform in their name, but you can't do addresses and stuff like that. You get screwed for it. They'll say that you're putting police officers' lives in danger and all sorts of shit. So you're just setting yourself up to fail there if you do that, dude. I wouldn't do it.
Yes, malicious doxing refers to an international and unauthorized publication of an individual's private or personal identification information online, often with the intent to harass,
dropped out. Now.
Can you hear us, Mama Bear?
After Mama Bear, receiving over.
Okay, I can hear you both.
Good.
Well, I don't live in fear, Thomas. Don't see the point in it. Fear's a weakness.
I can hear you both. You two can't hear each other.
Can you still not hear me?
Hello. Oh.
You can hear what?
Mellows, can you hear Indy?
I can hear Indy.
Mellows.
I can hear Indy. I can hear you.
Can you hear Mellows?
Yeah.
Indy can hear me. Yeah.
All right. I got an echo from somebody.
Well, it's not off me because I've only got one thingy open on my computer. That is it, and that's StreamYards. So
Indy,
it can't
you got YouTube open?
No.
I'll drop out and come back in if you want.
I know that much not to put it out and put it back in again. So. Well, that's silly. That's silly. That sounded disgusting then, didn't it?
Let me drop out and come back, see if that helps.
And if not, I'll fucking dive out the window next time. Mama Bear, can you hear me? Oh, Mama Bear, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. Malicious doxing refers to.
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
I'm still here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's all right. You can hear me now. All right, that's cool.
Okay.
Right. Mellows, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you both.
Mama Bear can hear me now as well. Thank fuck for that.
I still got the echo.
Right, I'll drop out now.
Okay. There's no echo.
You still have an echo. Do you still have an echo, Mama Bear?
Not from you. I think the echo's on him.
Oh.
Yep. Where it's from, I don't know. Not now.
Yeah.
Now it's double quiet.
Yo.
How are we doing?
I'm all right.
Everyone, I can hear you clear.
That's all right. How about you, Mama Bear? Can you hear me? Is there any echo?
Yeah, we're okay.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right.
Okay.
What was we talking about? Some shit about shit.
Facial recognition, super doxing people.
That's it. I posted that shit in the chat. So
Yeah, I read it.
doxing, malicious doxing refers to an international and unauthorized publication of an individual's private or personal identifiable information online, often with the intent to harass, intimidate, or harm the victim. This can include sensitive information such as home address, phone numbers, photographs, email addresses, social media profiles, password, credit details.
I don't know why they say social media profiles, because if you didn't want to be known, why go on social
You're
media?
on social media, yeah.
Pathetic.
But it's the intent, the reason why you do it.
I'm sure that many people have been accused and done something totally innocent and have been done for it as well.
No, but look, what I'm trying to say is you're posting the social media information with the intent to cause alarm, to cause harassment, basically, right?
Why would I do that when I could just go and harass them myself? I wouldn't do it on social media. Fuck that. If I'm going to harass someone, I'm going to go to them, not to their social media.
So the techniques used, right? Hacking, social engineering, steal information from public databases, extracting data from compromised email accounts. Consequences. Malicious doxing can have severe lasting consequences for victims, including stalking, identity theft, physical harm, job loss, damage, professional reputation, emotional distress, and anxiety. Legal framework. In many jurisdictions, malicious doxing constitutes a criminal offense punishable by fines and imprisonment. Relevant laws may include harassment, stalking laws, malicious communications laws, computer misuse offenses, data protection laws. Prevention and protection. To minimize the risk of becoming a victim of malicious doxing, use strong passwords, monitor online accounts, use privacy settings, avoid use the same username and password. Report incidents of doxing to authorities and online platforms. Examples and cases.
My computer's on a bad one, mate. I only sent that once. It came out 5 times.
I won't read the examples and cases, but yeah. Over here, it is a crime to, you see, doxing, it's the, like I said, it's the intent. The reason why you do it is to cause the harm, right? I mean, you can, posting somebody's personal private information is it doesn't do anything for you. I mean, I can't see why, what on earth that you could excuse that as public interest or any sort of journalism. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean that's hack journalism at best. I mean, to put someone.
It's not even hack journalism. It's just being a dick.
Yeah. No, I mean, you understand the meaning of a hack job. I mean, the journalism, they're going, to defame somebody, just, So
yeah, anytime you post in chat, it'll come up to multiple channels because we're hooked to multiple channels.
Ah, that's the reason why I'm thinking my computer's on the piss here. It's been drinking something I should have been drinking. It's a crime to murder thousands of innocent people and blame some boogie. Okay, it is, but still, what can we do?
Yes, our governments are treasonous.
Oh yes,
They're
big time.
illegitimate, illegal, and should be busted as soon as possible. But we
Just
don't
remember,
have
Mellows.
strength
Just
to do
remember,
that.
Mellows. You've got to watch what you say.
They are treasonous. I mean, this is fact.
Oh, I know.
No
Yes.
fact.
With a big
And if they
hashtag
want to
next to
come
it.
and put me in prison for calling them treasonous traitors, then by all means come and do it, man. But I've got the receipts. Remember, you know, in Discovery, I will show them the world all the receipts. Right? You put me in jail for the rest of my life. It ain't long now anyway. So
Yeah, that's why I look at it. I mean, I'm already past my sell-by date, my prime. So fuck it. Anything happens now, it's a bonus.
any years they give me, I won't do them all anyway. Do you know what I mean? So
I think it's despicable what they've done. They've like let all criminals out that should be serving like sentences, and they're filling the prisons up now with the pro
50,000.
players.
They let 5,000 of them out.
People making Facebook
Yes,
posts.
They let 5,000 criminals out there.
I was watching a party outside Wandsworth Prison the other day, live on TikTok.
Right.
So
And
someone. Go on, sorry, Mellows.
And these are hardened criminals, right? Criminals with seriously like indictable crimes, you know, serious crimes, sexual offences, you know, even pedophiles, right? I mean, shit.
Sex offenders. Oi, listen, your Nightbot's got an attitude, mate. He says, "Oh, look who decided to turn up."
Yeah,
Nightbot, stop it! You're going to lose subscribers.
I'm telling you that Nightbot has got rid of all our subscribers.
Hey, BX, how are ya?
What's going on, Swag?
Sorry about the Nightbot. I'll give him a slap later.
Yeah, Nightbot pissed everybody off.
Yeah. I was sitting there thinking, am I reading that right? Look who decided to show up. I was thinking, I'm thinking this week's pretty good, man.
He gets really rude. Ask it a question.
Oh.
Yeah.
And at Nightbot, ask it a question. Any question. Until you're going shut up or some shit. It would be rude at them.
There you go. At night, but what's your problem? See what it says. You're a beep.
You're going to wash your hands now. In the media. Don't at me, you little worm.
What? All right, he's getting some grief now.
I'm going to add some more replies and make it a bit more organic. I aim to put like fucking hundreds of replies in there, so it just seems more random.
What does that say, Mama Bear? Stop spamming. He's giving you crap.
Hey, Danielle.
Oh, you got to put at Nightbot. Otherwise, it won't reply.
I have put. Oh no, but all right. Okay. Let's see if he decides to give me some more grief. Call me a worm, I'll call you a plank, mate. 2 before in the head. This is how you verbally abuse a computer.
What's happening, BX?
It's cheeky, man. Indie Media, stop spamming the chat. I'm going to spam your phone. Okay, then you haven't got my number, so that's good. What do you want? I know. This is what I want. I bet he hasn't got an answer for this.
What, Alexa? You've probably got an Alexa. Yeah.
I've probably got it now. That's it. What did that say? Stay out of my way. And what problem? Fasten your pants and sit up straight when you talk to me. That's pretty good. What's that? Put that. Wait a minute. He's gonna finish. Hold on. Put that thing away. You obviously don't know how to use it. Oh, yeah.
Justin Timberlake went to court today.
Yeah.
And inside the courtroom with his lawyer, Edward Burks, to handle his case. And he was telling people he was not behind the wheel, even though he was drinking. He went in the courtroom today, walked quietly, and decided to, afterwards, pleaded guilty. He took a plea deal to 25 hours of community service to be done within the year, to pay a fine of $500, and his license in New York State was suspended for 90 days. So he did plead guilty today. So basically, it was a slap on the hand to drunk driving.
That's catch under the table, mate. There you go, Your Honor.
So it was nothing but a slap in the hand for drunk driving. He was convicted for driving impaired. So it was basically a slap in the hand.
See, if that had been me, I'd have gone to prison, mate. See you later. There's 2 years for you. Don't pass the go. Don't pass £200. Bye.
He got 25 hours of community service to be done in 1 year, $500 fine, and his license suspended for 1 year. In court today.
Says it all, really, doesn't it?
So.
Says it all.
And Indy, suck it from the back.
I would, but I'm not into that sort of stuff, and I don't think my missus would appreciate it. Sorry, Nightbot.
So that is what happened to Justin Timberlake today in court.
Justin Timberlake. We should make a song for him.
He took it from the backside, from the lawyer, from the courts. He got it from the backside.
Did you see that video we played earlier? Rachel Elner,
it looks like
broke into her house.
What's that?
Did you watch that video we played earlier with Rachel Elner where they broke into her house?
Oh, Grim's in on it now. I see Grim's in on it now.
Yeah, he's abusing Nightbot. Go on, give Nightbot some grief.
Yeah, but Grim cannot shut it off. Grim knows how to shut it off.
So do I. It's called a hammer. That usually works for Nightbot.
How you doing, Graham? I see you snuck on in there.
Something.
Well, listen, I'm going to jump off because I've got to get some food. I haven't eaten yet, and I have not had any breakfast, and my stomach keeps making noises. So I'll speak to you two later. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Indy.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Well, listen, that's all right. Anytime. Right, toodaloos.
Toodaloo.
Yes, Indie Media. We'll put his link in the chat.
I think he's in Nightbot. No, he's not.
I'll send his link. Just put it in the chat.
Hi, Untrackable. How are ya?
Hey, on track, how you doing, bro?
Because he's always bad. Happy Friday. Yes, it's Friday. And we are going into our 9th hour.
Friday the 13th.
Hey,
Unlucky
Jeff.
for some.
I didn't even realize it was Friday the 13th.
All day.
I didn't even realize it.
My birthday. My born again day.
Yep. I'm starting to shit with Nightbot. I did hear good news from Grim yesterday. Mrs. Reaper is home. That is good news. She is home, but Grim's on a new diet. Grim's on a new diet.
He's on a seafood diet.
Grim's on a new diet.
Yeah.
He can't have regular milk.
I have to get him maybe a carrot. He might enjoy a carrot too.
I had to go to my refrigerator and get my gallon of milk, my half gallon of milk, and show it to him.
And some straw and hay.
Because he got to have that artificial milk.
Shit, watery milk.
Yeah, he's got to have that milk that looks like milk.
It's like
he's going to come on and time me out. He's going to put at Nightbot, time Mama out.
Most of the time I'm on a seafood diet. Just seafood and I eat it.
You can't have any of this either, but I'm not going to be mean because Mrs. Reefer can't eat it either. And I have my dish of chocolate. And I'm not supposed to eat it anymore either, so I may get in trouble with my doctor. Check out the new video, Who's the Boss? We got the little thing yesterday on his channel. Who's the boss? And I said, happy wife, happy life. And I got a feeling he made a video of it. Did you put it up on your channel?
No.
Is it on the StreamYard?
I don't think so, probably.
Put it up on the StreamYard so we can watch it. Because we're on our last hour. Are we going to pull up another one? Oh, he did do it. Oh, let's play this.
Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Dancing the moonlight, feel deeper. Living fast and free with no keeper. Just us now, hearts growing steeper. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? No time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. The boss is Grim Reaper, is this now clear? Laugh and cheer, no grim disguise. Under stars twinkle in your eyes. Forget the tales of old goodbyes. New dawn breaks across the skies. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. The boss is Grim Reaper, is this now clear? Laugh and cheer, no grim disguise. Under stars twinkle in your eyes. Forget the tales of old goodbyes. New dawn breaks across the skies. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. With the Grim Reaper on your path is clear. Chase the dreams that never tire. Set the night sky all on fire. Feet to rhythm, hearts aspire. Lift me higher, take me higher. No more shadows, rules to break. In this moment, wide awake. Cut the ties that seem so fake. Free the spirit, new paths make. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. With the Grim Reaper on your path is clear.
Yes, that was cool. But I think they're both bosses. Nothing against truth. Hello, Grim.
Hey, Grim.
How are you, Grim?
There's only one boss, me. And may you never, ever forget it.
That was
So,
cool.
how are you all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I sort of nip up for more than 30 seconds before you close the show, because I didn't know whether you were starting another one or what. So, and it's time for me to get asleep anyway. I just realised, I've got pussy bombed on that one. It was a black pussy. Very furry.
Popping in this morning.
Alpha and Omega. I'll stop talking fishy tales.
I don't know if we're going to spin up another one tonight, fellas, and say. I kind of shocked everybody with me spinning this one up this morning.
Oh, was it you that started this 10 hours ago, nearly?
Yes, it was.
I saw you dancing away to Mama Beth said.
Yes, it was me that spun it up this morning.
Yeah. And you were rocking and rolling in your chair.
Yeah.
I saw it.
It was me that shocked everybody by spinning it up this morning.
Yeah, you shocked me. I thought, bloody hell, Mellows is awake. What?
Yep, I shocked everybody by spinning it up this morning. Well, I hadn't seen anybody in Jitsu all day yesterday, and I didn't see anybody this morning in Jitsu because after I have my infusions, my sleep pattern's off. I sleep and I don't sleep. I sleep and I'm up and I sleep and I'm up. And 2 o'clock this morning, nobody was in Jitsu, and I fell back asleep and I woke up and I should have checked Jitsu and I didn't.
I saw Mellows put a message up saying, Gypsy's open. I thought, oh, that's all right, I'm working.
Well, I'm blacked out of Telegram.
The next thing I knew, there's a live going. I thought, bloody hell, she pissed a bed or what? Anyway.
So, I blacked out of Telegram and I checked emails and I didn't have any emails, and so I decided to spin up a live. So that's what I did. I was kind of bored, so I decided to spin up a live. So that's what I did. So I spun up a live.
You were bored.
Yep, and we've actually had a good life. We did have a good life. So we've had people in and out all day.
Well, I'm going to have to stop nipping up then if you're having a good life.
Oh.
I'm sure it's me that drags it all down. Hey, see, Mellows is muted again. He's probably gone to sleep. It's been a long day for him.
No, I'm here, man. I was just sorting out some stuff. Bit noisy.
What, your pillows?
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Well, I saw you've had a host of guest appearances, including one from Indy, which I thought was rather nice. Thank you, Indy. Shame I missed you. By the way, I was timing out Nightbot over on one of the channels. Can't remember which one it was.
Why you're?
I thought, let's go to war. Oh, it was on Mama Bears. I got moved Nightbot out. 5 minutes they lasted. Yeah, timed it out. I don't care.
You typed him out.
Picking on me. How dare you pick on me?
I think you can time him out at all of them.
Yeah. Nightbots is only useful for telling people to go and subscribe to this, subscribe to that. But when Nightbot starts picking on people, I think that's terrible. I think someone should start picking on it. Yeah. But that's just me. I think Mrs. Reaper might hop up for a minute or three, or she's on the phone, one or the other. I'm not too sure which.
She back home?
The what?
She back home?
Now, hang on a second. What was it you said about 15, 20 minutes ago before the goldfish herd? You found out something yesterday, you said. Mrs. Reaper is at home. Yes, she is. Finally. Now it's Brand new diet time. Skinned.
I'm gonna. I said it. Mellows didn't.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's got a memory like a goldfish. And yeah, it's either that or it just doesn't sink in. You have to say it 3 or 4 times for it to.
Well, I haven't talked to Mellows. I haven't talked to Mellows. I didn't talk to him all day yesterday.
No, it's not a secret. No. Yes, and here's the thing. I've got to get used to red top milk, Mellows. Full-skinned milk.
Yep. Shall I go get my milk jug and show it to you?
It's like
water.
Yeah. I'm starting to sort of get used to it in coffee, in lattes, because at least it makes the milk frothier. That's about the only thing I can say. And I can taste the coffee. But I'm also, because it's like water with a little bit of colouring in it, I'm going to start drinking tea as well. So, as I only like loose tea, not tea bags.
It's got no flavour either.
No, well, see, the missus bought a load of tea bags. Unfortunately, she bought Tetley's. God knows why. Apparently, she likes Tetley tea. I'm just going to cut the bags open and pour it into the new teapot I'm getting. But at least when it brews properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I remember right, it's 1 for each cup and 19 for the pot to make a decent cup.
I have
allegedly.
My great grandmother was English. And she had the balls, the tea balls, where you steam the tea. And I have a lot of them from my grandmother's. And over the years, I've collected a lot of them where you steam the tea and you have the fancy tea. I have a lot of them where we use the loose leaf tea.
Oh, that's different. Sorry, I've just broken something that I got sent in the post and it's lit up. That's good. And here's me thinking it was a drink. If I drank that, I would know about it. Fucking hell. One of them neon things. Now, if it hadn't moved, I'd be forced to go to a work social do tonight.
Yeah.
On Friday the 13th.
Yes, it's Friday the 13th.
I wonder how many people would have survived me turning up in full uniform. It being a work do, and put my sittle outside.
Yeah. Where is your car tonight?
I wonder how long that will light up for and last for. Right.
Yeah.
What time is it? Oh, yeah, sleepy times. See, it's not just Mellows that goes to sleep early. I do as well.
Yeah.
Just that I don't go to sleep during a show. Unlike some people I can think of.
I fall asleep during the show.
I know. Those Mellows. Not that he'd ever admit it, like.
I don't know anything.
Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up then. Right, well, anyway, I'm going to bugger off. I only nipped up to say hello and to check whether or not you enjoyed watching the latest musical thing. And if if I remember, I owe you a video as well, something to do with keep your wife happy, have a happy life or something.
It's happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. That was it. I knew it was something like that. Is that an American saying? Because that's not what's said over here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I remember the days when women used to stay at home and look after the family. Now they wear uniforms and talk shit on.
Isn't that sexist, though?
What is? What's being sexist?
Happy wife, happy life.
Well, yeah.
Imagine saying happy husband, happy life.
No, no, no. Unhappy husband, dead wife. Now, you're not allowed to say that. Or is that a happy? No, it's happy husband, dead wife. Not that I'm promoting anything at all, please. All views and opinions do not necessarily reflect those of the channel owners, as we are multi-streaming. Oh, seriously, yeah, probably not the. It is.
I mean, think about it. And what about those people, you know, like and gay people, for instance, who marry, you know, two men marry? I mean, is it really happy husband? What do they call themselves?
Well, hang on, whoa. What about when two women get married?
Wife and wife.
Wife and wife.
I'm confused.
Well, I'll tell you what, the very first...
who's the husband and who's the wife?
The very first female, all-female marriage that I went to, at the reception, I turned around to the bride and bride, and I said, so which one's the husband?
See what I mean?
Totally confused.
You know, we've got to change that whole thing. That it's got to be one of those prohibited sayings.
Yeah,
you know, it's sexist. It's
politically incorrect.
Politically incorrect. You know, it's
and what happens if you get married and you're here's one. It has happened.
Happy marriage, happy life.
What
there
happens,
you go. Mama Best fixed
on.
It.
All right, hang on. So you've just ruined the punchline, but I will still say it. Right? What happens when you marry, and you're marrying the opposite side of the sex, right? So male, female, usual traditional crap, and one of them decides to have a sex change.
You're in trouble.
You're confused. That is. Which one's the trans? Can't you tell?
Happy marriage, happy life. I ended it. And never upset the cook if you know what's good for you.
Whoa.
Never upset it right. Never upset the cook if you know what's good for you.
Or chef.
Or chef. The husband is the cook.
You never upset the cook if you know what's good for you. Period.
Listen, if you don't like your arsenic, get a different
it should be
partner.
Happy cook, happy life.
Yeah.
No. It should be happy partner, happy life. Because you don't have to be married to have a significant other.
This is true.
That's true.
You're discriminating against the unmarried people.
Yep. Happy partner, happy life.
And in your case,
my feelings are hurt.
We've got to think about your partner. You know, Bella.
You know, because out of all of this, right? You know, again,
by the way, that done.
The bloke gets the end of the stick, right?
Allegedly. Be very, very careful where you poke that, by the way.
He's got the end of the stick.
Depends on how sharp it is.
The woman got shafted on this one, that's for sure.
Huh?
They're the women. It used to be happy wife, you know. They got a raw deal out of it now because they're no longer relevant. Right? It's partner, it's cook, it's marriage.
Whoa, wait a minute. They got a promotion. So they did very well out of it.
Well, it doesn't mean
now
it means now they don't have to be happy.
Well, now they're just seeing as equals. There's a There's a promotion for you. Well, that also all depends on the setup at home. Happy home life, happy life.
I'm confused. I'm offended. Well, I don't know why I'm offended, but it's.
Well, go and talk to someone who gives a shit.
And what about the unicorns?
What about the unicorns? Indeed,
Exactly. That's exactly my question.
They're extinct, sir.
There is not.
If that's if they ever were any in the first place. I thought it was just a group of people who went around sticking their dick on their head, but but apparently that's a dildo. Was it Dido? Not sure which.
Unicorns are from Scotland, aren't they?
Oh, what are you trying to say about Scots? Don't you be anti-Scottish now?
No, I'm just saying Scottish. Unicorns are a Scottish thing. It's their Sasquatch. You know, they got a lot of those over there. They got unicorns. They got Loch Ness monsters. But I don't know where the Loch Ness monster is these days. He's probably back in Buckingham Palace.
I think he got sold to the Americans several times.
Yeah. Well, they bought a London Bridge and they got a Loch Ness free.
Yeah, buy one get one free.
I don't need a bottle of whiskey for this one.
You're the one who started it.
I did not.
Typical wench. I'll get told off by the medieval people.
So, what happened to these women's rights anyway? I mean, after 200 years of fighting for them, then what?
Hey, I ain't for all these women.
Give them to the trannies.
Come on.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute. Who was it who gave women the rights in the first place? Oh, yeah, the men on a temporary basis.
And then they took it back.
And gave it to their trannies. Who said that?
To themselves, yeah.
I believe in some of the women. You know, I still believe men should open the door for women. You know, I still think that.
Oh, no. I think that men should shut the door on the women just as they're walking through. It's much more fun.
You do realize that women actually threw themselves in front of horses and got trampled on in horses in protest.
I felt really sorry for the horses.
Remember that?
I still believe that, you know, men should buy flowers for women. And I also think women should buy gifts for men.
Well, wait a minute. If I bought flowers for my missus, she'd say, who and what and why?
Because I don't believe they should buy.
Do you think they should open the door?
I don't believe in buying flowers for dead people.
Do you think they should open the door and pull chairs?
What, from underneath them?
No, Graham, you're getting, you know, because I don't believe in buying flowers for dead people.
Well, what's the point? They're never going to see them.
Correct. Hi, Daniel. How are you?
All right, Daniel.
I don't believe in buying flowers for dead people because you're not going to see them. Yeah, I don't believe in going to see people at funerals because, you know, if you don't see them when they're alive, don't go see them when they're dead.
Well, the last person I went to see, they were going up in smoke at the time.
You
Natural fuels.
I don't believe in that, you know. Thank you for subbing to Vigilante Media, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel, thanks, man.
That I don't believe in. I believe a gentleman. I was raised by my dad that always opened the doors for women, always pulled out a chair for women. And I still believe in that. That's a gentleman.
Well, I am so glad that you and I are unlikely to ever meet, because I would insist that you opened the door, and then just as you were about to sit down, I would pull the chair from underneath you. Then I would say, there's your equality, Mama Bear.
That's the way I was raised. And I was also raised, the woman said, thank you. That's the way I was raised.
Women, they can't say they never had it, right? They had their women's rights.
And, I'm
no, they don't.
Right. I'm not the kind of woman that would say, why are you open the door for me? I can do it myself. I'm not that kind of a woman.
Well, you don't open the door for yourself, or do you just expect men to?
I open the door for myself if a man does it. But if a man does it, I always say thank you.
I'll tell you what, a woman once opened the door for me, and I said, and I turned and I said, well, what are you at the side of a fucking cliff?
I always say
big old.
There's the male ego, and then there's the female ego, but there also is room for both.
No, there isn't. The female ego is much bigger.
I'm still that person that,
Allegedly.
Hey,
Ariel, how you doing?
I'm not that person that's over and above,
You're not an entitled Karen. That's what you're trying to say.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm not that person that's going to, cut a male down for helping. I'm going to thank him and acknowledge.
Well, the good news is that women no longer have rights, but neither do men. So don't worry about it.
If you're in between, you've got both lots.
You ain't got no rights unless you decide to switch. If you switch, then you got a few rights.
No. If you're in between men and women, right, then you got all the rights because you got both halves. The question is, which is real, the top or the bottom? And is your DNA correct?
Well, I'm confused.
I know, it's not difficult to confuse you, I know. Listen, I told you once.
There are still women in this world that...
Well, I'm offended. I need to phone the police.
What, the police, please? Again?
I want to dial 999 and say, look, I'm offended. I was on the internet and someone said something to me, and now I'm
well, have me arrested.
I'm feeling funny. I don't know how. I'm offended.
Have me arrested. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me.
Go and arrest somebody.
Who gives a shit?
Anyone. Just knock on someone's door and just arrest them for me, please, because I'm offended.
Come get me, please. I need a vacation.
Vacation? What, to Britain?
I want to come to Britain. I want to come to London. I want to see the London. I want to see the Eiffel Tower. And I want to see famous bridges. And...
Bridge.
Please.
What do you want to do, Mama Bear?
She wants to see our bridge.
I can go to Wales and see Graham and Mrs. Reaper.
And some sheep.
Please.
Nah.
I want to see
loads of sheep over there.
My Welsh is coming going really great. Bah. Bah.
You got a spare bedroom? Or at least a
greenhouse, will that do you?
Greenhouse.
We'll close the window.
It's warm in there.
I don't understand why it's called a greenhouse. There's nothing green about it.
See, at least I can come visit and have vacation.
Got a shed.
We'll have to get a GoFundMe or get something
going. Mama Bear, I've got it. I'll get you a new coffin to sleep in. How's that? And then I can dig 6 foot under, and you can have a bed to lie in as well. Sit on it. Really excitement.
I want to see, there's so much in London I'd love to see, in Britain, and,
No, I get it, because I want to go over to America again. I'll probably go to Cape Cod, get stoned, and stay there.
My brother's got a motorhome he's going to sell.
I don't want to buy one. I just want to borrow one.
It's got really nice kitchen in it.
Does it drive on the left or the right?
Drives on the. Sorry.
Steering wheel in the middle.
I can find one of those here. We drive on the right side of the road.
You have to think then. Our steering wheels is on the right.
It drives on the
and
left.
We drive on the left.
We drive on the right side of the road. You drive on the opposite side. It's really nice fifth wheel.
No, you claim to drive. Hang on, whoa, let's get it right. You claim to drive on the right, and you say that is correct. However, the left is correct, not the right, because the right is wrong. Now work that one out.
God.
You did ask me to come up and say hello.
Correct, Ariel.
You've only got yourselves to blame.
Correct, Ariel. Nothing wrong with being a gentleman and treating your wife like a queen. Correct.
Well, I think that if that is the case, then I know a very good psychiatrist, Ariel. Might be able to help you with that one. And listen, if you talk to the right king, you just say off with your head.
Oh, grim.
That's how he got rid of this.
How many years?
Sorry?
With your missus?
Too long. I mean, 10 years this year. And it doesn't seem like a day over 19. I can see the wheels going round and just thinking,
and I can hear the missus. Good thing she's on the phone.
Oh, she'd turn around and say, yes, it's 10 years, but we've known each other, blah, 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 blah. And I go, that's the reason why I get it all wrong, isn't it? Bad memory.
Let's see, who chased who?
No, I decreed it. The very first moment I saw her, I said, if I ever get divorced, and I'm going to marry her. Simple as that. And I did.
Yeah.
So who's the boss? I've also got the patience of a saint.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to women.
Yeah.
So
had to patiently wait for her to say yes.
Well, no, it's not that. Look, you've got superior mentality, lower mentality. So the more superior you are, the longer you're prepared to wait. Simple. I decreed it. I have to wait for her to actually realise that I'm right, she's wrong, as always.
Okay.
I suppose it does help, though, when you're best friends first. But then she thought stupidly, oh, will it affect our friendship? Nah. Boulder Dash. That's what I would say.
You're afraid of your queen?
I'm afraid of my queen. We've been going on for 35 years. Ooh. Maybe you should try fairy instead of Purcell.
But I am so happy you've been together for 35 years.
I'm over the moon. I'm surprised you're still alive, especially as you get. I mean, listen, mate, seriously, at 15 years, you could have applied for parole 20 years ago. Now, seriously, if I live another 25 years, that would be 35 years for me. You'll think the courts. I mean, the wife would have to live the same length of time. So, and if I live 35 years, Jesus Christ, that'd make me young.
Your bones will be brittle by then.
I'm not saying anything. I'm going to be very, very quiet for a change on that. There's so many one-liners.
And you ever notice, Ariel, you guys can talk and she'll finish the sentence? And probably Grimm's the same way. You'll start a sentence and she'll finish it.
And vice versa.
Yep.
She calls it telepathy.
Yep.
I call it you've been married too fucking long.
Yep. Yep. Even my brother and I, we finish each other's sentences.
I think people do that because they just know what they're going to say next.
Yep. We'll call each other, and I was just going to call you.
Oh, Ale, it gets even worse than this. I'll wake up just before she rings me. This is over the last couple of weeks while she's been in hospital.
Yep.
Or I'm texting her and she rings me. It's like, what the hell? Is she watching me or something?
Yep.
So if she passes before me or vice versa, I think it's going to be murderous living afterwards. I feel as if I've been haunted.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. My son's the same way. You know, yesterday after the earthquake, you know, I was getting ready to text him. He calls me. You know, when something happens with my granddaughter, he'll start texting me and I'll call him. It's like we knew something was going on.
Yeah, you just get that instinct feeling.
Yep. Yep. And same way with my brother. You know, he'll call me and he'll say, "What's going on?" You know, I'll call him or text him and say, "You know, what's going on?"
That used to happen with me and Lucifer, my brother. Never happened with God, but with Lucifer, yes.
Yeah.
He'd always ask me, you know, when the next shipment coming.
Yep. So it's more my older brother than my other brothers and my sister. But my sister and my one brother are close. And they do it. And my daughter is closer with her brother, other brother, her younger brother. It's funny how that happens. Oh. Well, Mellows, are we going to spin up another one or are we going to take a break?
I could use a break. I'm sure about you. We'll open up Jitsi and then we'll see how we feel. And we'll go from there.
Okay.
In other words, ladies and gentlemen, Mellows is going to stay awake for 10 minutes and then fall asleep, and he'll be around later. Meanwhile, Mum Bear might actually carry on regardless. But I doubt that as well. But hey ho. Listen, guys, it's been great seeing you. I'll let you finish the show in your own
15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, but I'm tired, mate. I'm honest about it. I'm pissing off out the way. I'll speak to you again soon.
Okay.
You never know. If you're live in the middle of the night, I'll probably join you.
Okay.
Take care now. Cheers, guys. Thanks, everybody. Peace.
See you in a bit. All right. Let's
Yes, let's end this up, and we will join you in Jitsu. Play a song.
Yeah, play a couple of songs and then we can just wind it down.
God, it's almost 4:20.
Love is a fever, and it's burning me alive. It can be tamed to satisfy. There is no mercy for the fallen or for the weak. Love is a nasty word to speak. I don't wanna love him anymore. He's nothing like the man I loved before. But the pain gets real comfortable when it's all you got. Ashes and smoke, they can't compete. Not even hell can take the heat. And I'd be sliding off of my seat for his flame. His love is like fire on the floor. It's got me running for the door. But I'll be crawling back for more of his fire on the floor. It don't matter what you say, you can't survive it, there ain't no way. So tonight I'm gonna stay and play with his fire on the floor. Wanna play with his fire on the floor. Chow chow. This kind of love don't need no better satin sheets. Nothing soft or sweet to drink. Love is a lesson you were born to never learn, and your soul will break to burn. I don't wanna love him anymore. He's nothing like the man I loved before. And there's a sign above the door saying no way out. Ashes and smoke, they can't compete. Not even hell can take the heat. And I'd be sliding off of my seat for his flame. His love is like fire on the floor. It's got me running for the door. But I keep calling back for more of his fire on the floor. It don't matter what you say, you can't survive it, there ain't no way. So tonight I'm gonna stay and play with his fire. I'm gonna stay and play with his fire on the floor.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in, I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman, instead I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm finding, I spark it and shine it, they find it, this mine is whoa. What if they label me a demon seed? Wanna disable, now I see them bleed. Injure me fatally and see them grieve, no. Yeah, I would not believe the creature inside me. If you deceive belief, it's alive. Let me disagree when people define me or trying to take his. Whatever the fuckery told him, you don't wanna break this. You forsake his, what is sacred, then it's over no matter what your faith is. I'm a creature. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. A monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. Yeah, I managed to get myself in trouble, all of this pain. Yeah, I'm down in this double dose and liquor's always to blame. If I could keep myself sober, I keep my hands to myself. I take a shot and it's over, that's how I end up in hell. I do. I hope I don't pass it down to my offspring. They get everything from the daddy, feel like I'm addicted to all things. Yeah, there's no reason to change, I've gone too far now. I'm stuck in my ways, back at the bar now. They said I'm a flirt, they right, I ain't perfect guy. So I'm thirsty and perky and purposely searching for something that's hurting me so I can get back up and go. I just back out of it slow, that's how it go. I'm at the back out of her, and next night act on no. Okay, they be laughing at me, hands be grabbing at me. Feel like God let it happen to me. That be black, be blasphemy, beats bad desperately. Okay, yeah, I think I better let it go. Either that, or I gotta let it know that I can't do that. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now.
Never can find the video clip.
What are you looking for?
I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace, and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first they carry it. So now, I smoke 2 joints when I get up. In the car, I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints when I play video game, and every 10,000 points. I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace, and 2 in time of war. I smoked 2 joints before I smoked 2 joints, and then I smoked 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hard-working man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first take care of it. So now, I smoke 2 joints in the morning, I smoke 2 joints at night. I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace, and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Smoke 2 joints, that's what I do. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the morning. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the afternoon. Yeah. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. I'm gonna do your homework. Smoke 2 joints. I knew you were gonna say that. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. That's what I do. Smoke 2 joints.
That took us almost to 4:20.
And we are at the end of our live. Let's say good night to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And we will be back. We will see you on the next one, episode 73. So stay tuned for that one. Where is that brand? There it is. Anything else you'd like to add to that, Marvin?
Nope. Thank you all for joining us.
All right, and that's the end. See you on the next one, guys.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay inside of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.